Opening day in Rome was pretty frenetic. It was hot, and it was hotter out here in the middle of the Roma cricket ground. Day two, we'll see Roma Capannelle joining into the fun. 8 teams here, all vying for ECS glory. Rico's back as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series, Italy, Rome, and it starts right now. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's day number 2 here at the Roma Cricket Ground, and we've seen plenty of action so far. Bit of a headline on day 1. We saw Roma CC's run of ECS consecutive wins come to an end. It was snapped at 21 by Royal Roma. And still, I think Roma CC in pretty good shape in this tournament. But I know they'll be quite disappointed that kind of journey to potentially 25 consecutive wins, which would beat the record of Prague CC in Czechia, has come to an end. But we have a very familiar team who are making their entry to the tournament this morning. That's Roma Capannelle. Big day for them. They have 3 matches throughout day 2, and their first one is against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Let's see what happens at the toss. Charles Croucher, the sheriff, is at the other end. Well, he was busy yesterday as well. Right now, he's got the coin and the 2 captains.
Welcome to the toss for match 6 with Roma Capannelle versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Roma Bangla Morning Sun to call. Tails is the call, and it's a head.
We'll have a ball first.
Roma Capannelle have won the toss, and we'll have a bowl first.
So the toss has been won by the newcomers to this competition, Roma Capannelle, and they have decided to bowl first. The captain, Leandro Jayaraja, of course, he's a very experienced player. We'll expect to see him behind the stumps, leads his side well. Roma Capannelle, I mean, they're a bit disappointing last year, I suppose, by their own standards, 5-9, but they're a very proud club. One thing about Roma Capannelle is they have a very diverse player group, including quite a lot of native Italian players. So it's always great to see them. And potentially we will see Alfonso Jayaraja, the former Italian skipper, at some point in the tournament. And he's the oldest player to ever play ECS cricket. But he is such an exciting thing to see out there in the middle, still enjoying the game at his age. And also he's pretty handy left-arm spinner. We won't see him this morning, though. Watch out for Kevin Kekulawala. I think he's just a bit of a live wire. Maybe this is the year that it will all click for Roma Capannelle. And Dane Kirby, he'll be back out there in the middle. Let's just hope he's left the Ducks at home this year. He scored 5 of them last year, including 4 Goldens. Anyway, let's talk about Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Well, they did start with a win yesterday against Gladiatori, but then lost their next 2 games. I'm sure that they're really keen to put their best foot forward this morning. They do have all of their best top 3 available. And I'm talking about the captain, Anik Ahmed, Sharif Raihan in the side, and also Ahmed Mohsin. So I think that's probably a bit of a key. And they do get the chance to bat first up. I don't think that's a bad toss to lose for them at all. They'll certainly want to start with a win. Let's talk weather-wise. Well, in 3 letters, I can tell you it is H-O-T, hot out here in the middle. Already 28 degrees, not quite 9 o'clock in the morning, expecting about 36 or 37 as a maximum. So I think the players, they need to stay hydrated. The field's in great condition. We saw that yesterday. It's quite forgiving because they do pump a lot of water into it every night to keep it looking this green. So I think the conditions are pretty nice for cricket. The pitch, we know it's going to take bounce. We know it's going to take pace. Let's see who can handle the heat the best today on day 2. Well, speaking of hot stuff, guess who has arrived in Rome? It's Rico Fool who's going to take you forward. Rico, welcome back. It's nice to be back with you. I feel like it's been ages. Let's get ready for match number 6. I can tell you that Capannelle have won the toss. Bowling first. Rico, over to you.
Thank you to Vinisandu. Buongiorno, everybody. It is so good to be back. Look at that. Well, I've heard this place called a bit of an oasis, and it is. I can't believe what I'm seeing. And in the middle of the scorching summer we're having, and of course it's been hot here in Italy, we have that, and that is just unbelievable. We'll go back to that. But first, let's take a look at what happened yesterday in Game 1. Well, Roma Gladiatori were up against Roma CC. But Roma CC were on a bit of a mission, remember, trying to break some records. They got to win Roma CC by 7 wickets with 15 balls to go. A good performance there from Munib Niaz, 64 off 31, getting Roma CC off to a win. And match number 2, well, it was the Gladiators who were in action again, weren't they? This time, Harpreet did get 43 of 23, but it wasn't enough. They got to 114, and Roma Bangla Morning Sun they were in good mood in the morning. And Amin Mohsin not just took 3 for 27, but then a fine 76 of 23, getting his team a win. It was the only win that they would get because they did play 2 other matches, but they weren't able to be successful, as Roma CC certainly did pile on the pressure. Denim was 39 of 13. Charles Fernando was in the runs as well, as was Dindu Marage, really piling on the runs. 165 for 4. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun only getting to 112, a loss by 53 runs. Then, well, this is the one that really hurt Roma CC. They were in search for a record, and a record number of consecutive wins on the spin, but they weren't able to do it, as Royal Roma, having got to only 94, restricted Roma CC to 84, and we saw a great performance there from Hashmat Dinta, 34 of 19, and also was very good with the ball as well, 1 for 18. So a record that we thought may have gone down on the network was not to be. Okay, then we carry on with the final match. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 119 for 5. And Ikame, the captain, 52 off 19. But it wasn't enough. Royal Roma, they got there with 11 balls to go. We saw a good performance there from Sukhbir Singh, 1 for 11. And also scoring 23 for 7 in that match. This is how the tables look. So Roma CC, despite that one loss, they are sitting at the top with 8 points. And right behind them is Royal Roma and Roma Morning Sun there. You can see in 3rd place, so they're looking to get off to a good start this morning against Roma Capannelle. And of course, you saw from the middle there that it was Roma Capannelle winning the toss and electing to field. Now, I've got a soft spot really for Roma Capannelle because it was the first place really that I went to outside of Spain when I was commentating. I actually went to that Roma Capannelle ground. What a beautiful ground it is. And some lovely people. We were well looked after there. It was a ground that is right in the middle of a racetrack, a horse racetrack. So it's quite a spectacular ground. And maybe one day we will venture back there. So wish them luck. You heard Vinny say that they didn't have the best of times here last year. So looking to get off to a good start. And I think Leandro Jayaraja, their captain, will be hoping for better things from some of those players. And but Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they were pretty good yesterday, but one man who led them well, Anik Ahmed, I think he, once again, will be probably pretty key with the bat. Scored that fine half century, remember, and he's got other players that have been in pretty good form as well. So let's see how they finish. Of course, Mohsin is another one that is someone who's got to perform pretty well. The umpires are making their way out there, and that's Amila Ragbir. Umpire ready is the third, of course, well led by the Sheriff, Charles Groucher. This is what the win predictor is predicting, 82% to 18. So Roma Capannelle, just the 18% there. I think that's based on, of course, how things went for them here last year. I want to say a very good morning, or as they say here, buongiorno to a lot of people in the chat this morning. Rob Thompson, hello to you. Hello to John Hamish. Nice to see you all with us again. Bright and early, Emmanuel Robbins, hello, sir. Hope you're well. And I think we're going to get a great day here. And Nick is with us too, Ivan B. And yeah, we're all ready to go on once again a cracking warm day. Temperatures today will reach around about 34s. And now that, the hot weather certainly has followed us around. And if you've been on tour with us, you know we've been to some wonderful places and it's been warm. It was warm in Bulgaria, we have just come from. It was temperatures started reaching about the high 30s, 31, 32, the highs we got there. And I must admit, I'll be honest, when I got off that plane yesterday, I certainly felt the heat, and it was hotter than Bulgaria. Probably around the same sort of temperatures that we experienced at some point in Romania, where it also got very, very warm. But once again, the ground is looking absolutely spectacular. It really is. Looking forward to seeing how this pitch plays. If my memory serves me right, if you bend your back, there's certainly a little bit in it for the bowlers. And that's certainly what we're expecting to see here. So ready to go. And Roma, Bangla Morning Sun. Well, the sun is shining, so it should suit them well, this. Let's see how they got on. See, behind the stumps there, we're seeing Gabriel Basarati. So an opportunity for Leonardo to be out in the field this time round. First over. Getting ready. Always the important one, always a tone setter really. Get a good first over in. And it's going to be Safi Badar to bowl. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akala, one welcome to everybody that's watching via fan code. Lovely to have you with us from the Indian subcontinent. And I get the feeling it's going to be a good day here today. But it's so good to be back in Italia. Here we go, first ball of day 2. And just reaches out this places away. Good test to see how this outfield plays. Well, pretty well. That's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Just a gentle nudge, really. To see that, he just pushes at this. And that's going to be 4 for Sharif Rian. So nice start. Run straight away. Had a walk out there. Because just a walk on the outfield. I have to say, it reminded me of the Cardamom Oval. Very much the same. It's very lush. It's quite a thick grass. It's quite spongy. As bowler comes back in again. And just played it away gently. Good areas from Safi, I suppose. He is outside the off. Yeah, so going back to the outfield is pretty spongy, pretty soft. So I was wondering to myself how the ball would go across it, because it is quite moist this morning. Reasons for that is you got for it to be green, you got to water it. So it's been well watered. Oh, that's well bowled. A tight field set, by the way. I wonder if you can just have a look at the field here. Looks like you've got a genuine slip in there in the catching position. So they've opted not to have anybody back at third. A genuine slip catcher. They've almost got like a short backward point stroke gully. Sweeper out on the offside. And a mid-wicket back. That's your field set. There's the 2 men back. Once again, outside the off, but probably a little bit too wide, and it is. So wide signalled by Amila, the umpire. Must admit, we saw them for the first time in Bulgaria. The umpire's in the blue, and I like it, and I bet they like it as well. You don't want to be in black, though. Having said that, Roma Capannelle, they are the men in black now. They must be feeling the heat. But just losing his run. So, yeah, so going back to that outfit, lush, looking beautiful. Well done to the Federation. I know that Prabhar's probably been working day and night to have it looking like this, and everybody else involved. I know Leslie, good to see Leslie back as well today, the groundsman. That's hit hard and off the knee. Well, he will stop it going to the boundary probably. So I suppose in a way that ends up being a result. And that's Farouk Khan gets a bit of a knee on this, but they'll still get some runs. So the outfield still, if you time the ball well, looks like it will go to that boundary. Safi Badar in again. This time goes a bit straighter. Just a little nudge. Good running from the 2 batters. Liking that in between the wickets. I'm expecting the standards from most of the teams here, I mean, experienced teams, to be good. A lot of good cricket, as we know, does get played here in Italy. So expecting the standards to be high from the batters, bowlers, and particularly in the field as well. So ball to go in this first. And Anik Ahmed looking to see if he can get going here. The captain, like I say, had a good day yesterday. And he hits out at this hard, and that crushes in the beautiful banners around this ground. Well, you got to be stronger together, and that was hit strong and hard. What a cracking shot. And it's a second boundary in the over, and sandwiched by 2 boundaries. And, well, unfortunately, that's where the wide ball cost him. Had to bowl the extra ball, and he got crunched by Anik Ahmed. Of course, the Italian international as well. That takes the score to 12 off the first. 41 days to go then, folks. Well, I mentioned this outfield is very similar to the Cardamom Oval. Well, 41 days, and we will be there for the Euros of cricket. I'll be there, and another man who'll be there, and I'm very pleased to be with him again and welcome him into our new house. And it is a new house, Vinny Sandu.
It's like a mansion, isn't it? Yeah, good morning, Rico. Buongiorno. And yeah, big welcome to all the viewers this morning. Yeah, first time we've been together. We worked it out. It must have been about 7 weeks or something since you're in Prague. For it was probably the ECI in Prague, which featured Czechia, obviously, and that was just after Bohemians.
That's right, yeah.
Were able to secure their first ever European Cricket Series, their second trophy.
Funny enough, that's where that record, the most consecutive wins was achieved, but almost was on the cards here until yesterday.
Yeah, well, Roma CC needed to win their first 6 straight if they were to beat that streak. They ended up getting snapped at 21 by Royal Roma last night. Here's Kirby, who's bowling over number 2.
Well, he's going to start with a big wide here. A bit of movement, I think, there from Kirby. Interesting strategy, have the slip in and nobody at third.
Yeah, interesting. You're hoping for, I don't want to say a lucky one, but to me, something that's quite an unlikely edge that goes to that specific region. I think if he was even back on the circle, just he's got more sideways to deal with. The edges normally do carry because people swing so hard in this form of the game. That one's going to be caught wide. It's not too far away. Not a bad spot for Kirby to miss. And I'll probably get this out of the way straight away. I know that you weren't here last year with me, but Dane Kirby got 5 ducks in the tournament. 4 of them were golden. Derricks were multiplying and following him around. But we've reset the Derrick count on Dane right now. He's trying to secure a wicket for his side.
Well, right now he's trying to get the ball in the right areas. He's not able to do so. It will be another wide for Kirby.
It's close to almost getting some of that line. I suppose benefit of the doubt goes to the batters on those wide calls. But yeah, well, Dane's here. He's got his son Gyan here again, and Gyan probably will come in and do a little bit of a commentary box stint like he did last year. It's become a bit of a tradition as well.
That's hit nicely. This one might be coming under the banners here, Vinny, towards you. Well, it just gets deflected away from Vinny's hand by Vinny's bag.
Well, that's the thing, is I know the cord only stretches so far with the headphones.
Yeah.
I was a bit busy yesterday because before the ball retrievers came in, we were chasing a few because this fence isn't an easy one to go over. Of course, we saw in Portugal, we had a player go over the fence. Sagar Qatari, I think was the one. This is going to go up and over the leg side, and it's going to go all the way maximal for Raihan. Just said for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they've got all their top 3 available. It was yesterday we saw Anik Ahmed have a game off.
Yeah.
We saw Raihan have the last game off. So the fact they're all there, it makes them a pretty dangerous proposition with the bat. The other thing with Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they've scored a lot of runs, but to be fair, they've probably conceded a lot of runs as well. Remember they pulled off, at the time, the highest chase last year, 175.
Oh, well, this one, again, short, but the difference between this ball and the last, this one is more at the batter, so he's not able to work this way easily down the leg side. Good comeback from Kirby.
A fun fact for you. Kirby is actually the coach of the Vatican City cricket team.
Is he, for real?
International cricket team. Now, not ICC yet. Vatican City doesn't have enough teams within it to qualify, but and they tour and they do all sorts of things.
Well, this one... just didn't come out right.
Well, that's Vatican City special. That ball, if you really want to see it believe, just close your eyes and think hard.
We're making him blush. Yeah, of course, the Vatican City, smallest country in the world, I say.
That's right.
Here
of course
in Italy, it is a country.
Fully contained in the city of Rome. So, it's worth a visit.
That shot hit beautifully. Sweet out of the middle. Gia. Shakalagia. Manos. Arriba, vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, it's offside line. So Kirby's been pretty disciplined bowling one side of the wicket. So, yeah, maybe the fact they got the deep mid-wicket out there. If he is bowling so consistently outside the off-stump, swinging away, bring him up, put the deep cover back.
Yeah.
Gives more protection out there. Not quite sure they've got this field right.
Yeah, beautiful shot though there from Sharif Rehan. The timing was beautiful. But yeah, I think they're toying with the idea of bringing, they're doing it here now. So mid-wicket comes in so they can push the long off back and a bit wider.
Field. The only thing I do is I put the slip back on the circle. But apart from that, I like this field. Can Kirby get the breakthrough?
Yeah, see, I'm looking at these balls and the way they're lifting, Vinny, and I think if he gets anything on this, slip ain't going to catch it. It's going to go over him. There's a bit of bounce on this pitch. We know that. Every year that we've been here, it's one thing we talk about.
Again, this is pretty close for me. Is it completely outside the line? No, I think that shouldn't be a wide. The umpire's slightly different perspective, to be fair.
Oh, mashed. And well, they just moved the fielder from that area. And then the batter says, you know what? I'm going to put it just where he was. So Rehan going good. Boom. Shakalagia. 6 mas.
He's top 3. And then a few others as well for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They're just so dangerous. As Kirby gets a fraction short. That's a perfectly executed pull shot. Well, Kirby, to be honest, he looks kind of semi-dangerous. But unfortunately, he's going the journey here. 26 plus this.
Better delivery, better length, not so short, and gets respected. All those extra deliveries, Vinny, cost him there, and that ends up being a magical over. 26 coming off it, and well, Roma Morning Sun, 38 goes off the first 2 overs. Good start from them.
Let's have a look at the table. So yeah, you mentioned Roma CC are on top despite that loss last night. Royal Roma made a brilliant start, got to say. Even Gladiatori, who lost both their games, but they picked up points in each. So, I mean, that's going to be important as well. First time we've had the expanded point system here for ECS in Rome. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, 1 win out of 3, so they'll certainly want to improve on that. They'd be eyeing off at least a 3-pointer here.
Very wide again. You can see he's just falling away, the bowler, as he's bowling. He never really follows through in a straight line. He starts to fall away a little bit too early. And I think he just needs to be pushing that ball through a bit more.
You know, they've had so many that have just missed that tram line. On another day, if they were back in by an inch, then it'd probably be about 15 runs lower. Bangla Morning Sun. It's good shape, though, isn't it, from Safi Badar? Hey, I want to say a quick hello to Nad K, who was back with us in the chat yesterday. Hello to Nick, Northern Ireland. Bajendra Yadav said, finally, Rico and Vinny back together. It's pretty difficult these days. To Shohag from Bangladesh. John Heesam's in there. And even Chris is in there now. This is up in the air and it's banged over the fence. Another Maximo. This time it's Anik Ahmed getting in on the action. Roma Capannelle chasing a fair bit of leather first up.
Yeah, first Maximo for the captain. It's just a lovely shot, but the ball, it's in the slot, and that's the issue with it. You either got to be just short of a length or you got to get that Yorker length. It certainly does look attractive to me, Vinny, that batters, if they get in, are going to go on and score a lot of runs.
Yeah, Chris is in the chat from Australia. Chris, hopefully you're well. How's the old body pulling up? I know you had a few issues there, but Chris, always great to see you. Following along. Right, really need a wicket here, don't they? Capannelle.
It's worked away, and once it gets past it, it's going to be 4 more. Guataro Carreras, beautiful shot played. Cuts this away in the point area. Fielder gets down, but it's 4.
Yeah, really good hands there. Well executed by Anik Ahmed. Just let it come to him. And that's another one that hits the fence. Yeah, beautiful field. I mean, we talk about it a lot, don't we? But yeah, forgiving is what I'd call it to the fielders as well, because it is a bit spongy.
Hit firmly and well stopped.
I got to say, I love the first over. Farouk Khan basically kneed the ball, but he did get the body behind it. Cost him 2, but yeah, you got to be courageous. It is one fielder's forgiving in a way that when the ball bounces, even when it's hit hard, the ground will take a bit of the sting out of it.
Yeah.
And then also you can dive. It promotes good habits for the fielders.
Over the top of the infield, and that one is going to go into the boundary fence. It's 4 more runs. Good shot, this one. The ball before, he concentrated on keeping it along the deck. This time he says, nah, if I'm going to get past the fielder out there, Farouk Khan, I'll go over him instead, and he does. Good, clean hitting we're witnessing here at the moment from both these batters.
The 50's up as well, the 50 partnership. We're not even out of the power play yet. This alarm bell's going off for Roma Capannelle. Last ball for Safi.
Oh, and a false shot in the end. I think he was eyeing up the straight hit down the ground. Doesn't quite get it right, but still, it's still a very productive power play. 53 come from it.
Yeah, so I suppose end of the power play can't come quick enough for Roma Capannelle. He'll have the benefit of 5 outfielders for the remainder of this innings. 12, 26 and 15 through the first 3 overs. So, Rico, tell me how you've been. Obviously, we keep in touch a fair bit, even when we're not physically together. But Bulgaria, Let me guess. I saw you bit on Bulgarian food.
Yeah.
Let me guess, did Prakash Mishra treat you to another feast over there? Or
Always. Prakash is a bit of a legend, isn't he? Mr. Cricket himself. Yeah, he did. And those who know Prakash well knows that not only does he have a passion for cricket, but also for food. 2 restaurants there. And yeah, took a dive literally into the Bulgarian restaurant. The food there is fantastic. And yeah, thanks for his hospitality. But no, had a wonderful time there in Bulgaria. Of course, was there with Charlie. The cricket is always entertaining there. It's a place which is known for its viral moments, isn't it?
Yeah, well, viral starts with V. The other thing that I get really excited for that starts with V in Bulgaria is the original home of the Vortex.
Yes.
I really love it when those edges down. I mean, the Vortex has expanded. I think it's pretty much anywhere behind the wicket,
You
but particularly that deep third area.
Yeah, you can't stop those when they go there. And of course, the old Tortuga. There's plenty of Tortugas there in Bulgaria.
And even things like, oh, geez, this is a tight single. Oh, have a stab at it. Well judged in the end. They'll get one. But even fielding it long on, long off when you've got the hill behind you, so you end up the hill.
It's a real chat. Is one of those grounds, like quite often when we probably get people sometimes on the chat who probably don't quite understand some of the grounds that the European cricketers play on, and they can be a little bit critical at times. And they're the people I love to get them all together and say, right, okay, I'll give you a challenge. And this is going to be a challenge for the fielder. Not going to stop it. It's going to be one bounce and go for 4 runs. Just over pitched here by Farouk Khan. And Ahmed is not going to miss out on these.
It's been front foot no ball, I think. Yeah, okay, umpire thinks that's not. And then the height, probably close as well. But I think it got called front foot no ball. It's called by the standing umpire.
Yeah.
And then, okay, probably wasn't quite a no ball for Hyatt, but it is a no ball anyway. And it means that that's going to cost him. It's going to cost him 5. The old non-standard minimo and a free hit to come. Anik Ahmed is ticking 22 off 8 and a freebie to come.
When he goes short, this is clipped off the pads quite handsomely. What a beautiful pickup this is. That will go all the way, so makes the most out of it. And the free hit gets put away for 6. But this is a cracking shot.
I mean, Anik Ahmed's batted really well so far. He's been very organised with his footwork. And the other thing is, now typically the breeze yesterday was behind the bowler. There's no real wind right now. But he's letting the ball come to him. He's using that bounce. You saw that cut shot he played early. He played it with soft hands, guided it behind point. That one he lets come to him. Knows he can't be out, so there's no issues with going aerial. Anyway, Farouk Khan, he's got a bit of a task ahead of him, bowling to these two.
Tries to, sneaks his in. It's a good comeback. Just sneaks it in that line, gets a dot ball. So, yeah, I'd always be interested to line up a lot of those people who are quite critical and say, right, okay, 10 balls going to hit to you down the ground, all along the deck. Let's see how many you stop. And I can tell you that sometimes places like Bulgaria, even myself, I think I'll struggle to make 3 or 4 clean pickups. It's not easy. And we forget that sometimes. Here, though, is a different story. This is a ground I'd love to be fielding and diving on.
Yeah, definitely.
I certainly think we're going to see some sensational bits of fielding and catching on this.
Yeah, I agree. I think yesterday we saw some brilliant catches as well. We're especially long on kind of area, long off, a lot of balls. You've got good fielders there, willing to get off their feet, willing to run around. And, yeah, I always think I'd love to see the best fielders in the world, and I mean in the world, have a go on a ground like Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Or like a Cyprus.
For sure. And the thing is this, and this is what people don't understand. We're not being critical of the places we're mentioning there, Cyprus, Bulgaria, of course you can mention Croatia as well. These players and these federations have to try and find somewhere to play cricket.
Yeah.
And they're not going to find beautiful level, places like some parts of Europe we go to, like the UK, whatever. We've got a lot of countryside where you can say, make a field there. It's nice and soft. The weather is brutal. So fair play to them. Oh, that is brutal as well. That is sensational. What a sight this is. Farouk Khan goes boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5-ball, chog, and then fatte. Dande bar cut ke rakh dete. There is nothing better than this for a fast bowler. The middle stump has been taken out of the ground. That is a cracking delivery. Oh, well, that is going to make the highlight reel. That is for sure.
Yeah, well, I know that you're a fast bowler, Rico, yourself. That's in your DNA, and you love this. Stump's uprooted. Watch that cartwheel of the middle stump. And Anik, well, hit every ball but one, didn't he? I love this one. Rico, there's a genuine middle stump cartwheel. Every fast bowler is going to get the juices flowing. Boom! There it goes. And Anik, well, he actually makes a pretty good 29 off 12, but then he gets his stumps blown up. And it's the end of the 4th over. It's 67 for 1.
That's a dream moment for a fast bowler. Not to just bowl a ball like that, but to have it captured on camera. And I tell you what, Farooq Khan will be talking about that delivery for a long, long time. And tell you, he'll be showing his friends, his family, anybody that he knows. And I'm telling you now, in a week's time, you're all going to be bored about it if you know him, because he won't stop showing it. And so he should, because that was amazing.
Well, our driver, Denham Senavaratne, I'm pretty sure he almost ran off the road this morning. He was still watching the highlights of his 39 not out yesterday. But anyway, time for a little bit of spin. And it's Amir Hamza who's going to bowl. The first one, actually, they don't run. Interesting. Raihan just kind of plays off the back foot. Treats it as a bit of a sighter. They've got Mohsin at the crease now.
Floated up. That's nicely played, but decide not to run. Probably a good decision. It's more or less going straight to the fielder. So just finish off what we're saying there. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, cricket's a game that needs, you need a lot of space. A lot of the places we go to haven't got that. So they wherever they can, they try and, make a ground or something from it. And they're not going to have the luxury of having beautiful green grass outfits like this. And I seem to remember that the last time that I was in Italy, actually, was when there was a severe drought in Italy. And I know we went to a couple of grounds where there was no grass. It was just dust and dirt, because they weren't allowed to. The government wasn't allowing you to water.
That's true.
Water cricket fields and recreational facilities. So all of these things have to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it really depends on where the ground is and what the local regulations are, and they can change quickly. There's another one. It's another time the offside's been knocked out of the ground. The change to spin has effect, and Mohsin goes for a golden duck. Just think with Roma Capannelle, maybe they waited a bit too long to go to spin, because the pace had been disappearing. I love this leg spinner, though. You watch Hamza, really gets it above the eye line, taps Mohsin into it. That's a dangerous hitter gone. Very first ball. And the score now, 68 for 2.
Flights it up, doesn't with the flight. He doesn't really want to commit and come forward. It does more sense, so he waits for it, backs himself to crack it, misses it, and he's going to go, and he'll go for a golden, and there's Goldie following him off the field.
Yeah.
A little bit of yell.
He's getting a bit aggressive as well, following the batters, kind of getting into personal space. I think it's a matter of time until Derek might cop a bat.
Looking at that, I think Derek's been watching some of the breakdancing on the Olympics,
Well,
he's become a bit of a mover.
Talked about that yesterday. Thing with the stumps, though, it's a double-edged sword. I love the stumps flying out of the ground. But start of the day, they're actually in pretty firmly. By game 5, you can pretty much blow the stump out of the ground, because the actual base, they get disturbed a fair bit in this form of the game. Is Naeem batting 4.
Goes for it and hits it pretty well. Gets a little bit of extra width. And I think that's the ball that, if you're a batter that's going in, your first ball is floated out there and you got width, you're saying, thank you, because it's an easy strike.
Charles Fernando's got the ball retrieving duties today. I wouldn't say he's jumped out of bed feeling very fresh. It's a very ginger approach from Charles. In fact, they've got a new ball there already. But what a shot from Naeem. I really like Naeem a lot. I think we don't talk about him that much with the bat, but he's pretty skillful. Does miss this one, though. Good comeback from Hamza. And it's the end of the 5th over. Score 72 for 2. 5 overs down then. And we will welcome you into our new kind of home here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, back with Rico Full. First time, long time. And, of course, we'll be taking through today. We'll have next week, I think we have a day together. We've got the Military Shield, of course, to come.
Yeah.
Really exciting couple of weeks in Rome. But firstly, welcome back. But you haven't really been away.
It's good to be back.
You're commentating.
It's good to be back, and there's a new look about this. But first of all, a new home here is sensational. We've had an extension built. That's really nice. And I'm loving the new branding, the new colours. I think it looks sensational.
Yeah, and it's going to be HOT hot. We know that. I know you weren't here last year. The last day that you were here commentating in Rome, it was the day that the streak started. Did you know that?
Was that
Roma CC,
right?
30th of July 2022. Remember, they won all 3 finals to qualify for ECL that day, and then they went completely undefeated last year. So, Rico, I'm just saying that when Rico came back, the streak snapped. Just saying.
Well, Vinny, I remember very well the last day I was here. That we can't talk about. But anyway, other than that, yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah. I don't know how much you remember of that night. It was probably one of the great parties. Roma CC know how to have a bit of fun, don't they?
They certainly
that
do.
Night they qualified for ECL.
Proa and Lorena really did. They looked after us well that night, and well, myself and my good friend Sir Rob came in. Certainly, let's just say we let her hair down.
Yeah, that led to the great whiskey shortage of August 2022. In Rome, the Rome area. Yeah,
well, they weren't allowed to water the ground, but nothing was stopping the whiskey flying anyway.
that was certainly a memorable night. Speaking of the grounds, you know, all types of different grounds that we see in European cricket. Is Farouk continuing?
Let's play down the ground. It should be stopped, and it will be as Kirby keeps it to just a single.
He thought about sticking the boot out, but then he says, nah. It's not worth it for 1 run, and I agree. I mean, all the podiatrists got out of their seat there, hoping that Farouk would off with a foot at the ball, but let it go. It's only a single. It doesn't hurt you that much. Walking stick 77 now. Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
Oh, goes down here, but gets a dot ball in, and the umpire's just saying it was just there. Just slipped just here.
Because at the start of the day, the ground does start quite wet. And it'll kind of dry out as day goes on. But some of that grass moisture gets transferred, obviously, to the bottom of the shoe of the bowler. Farouk's had plenty of action this morning. We saw him basically knee a ball in the field. We've seen him test it a couple of times. Now he's throwing himself around.
Well, that's a bit high, you know. We'll have a look at this. There's a wonderful pickup on the boundary there from the fielder. Does exceptionally well. But we'll have a look. Yeah, it's been called,
it was called no ball, front foot again, I think, because it was a very quick call. Unless the standing umpire, I don't know if it's for front foot, but I think the standing umpire just sees it as high, and so he calls it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, both umpires can call it. I mean, normally, traditionally, you wait for the umpire square, but if it's that obvious,
either umpire can
call it. Yeah,
that's what they say. Yeah, so free hit coming up, Raihan, 37 on strike. Let's see if Capannelle can dodge this bullet.
It turns down the single.
Well bowled.
Turns down a single there. I mean, I think there's a single there if you both go at the same time, but says no. So gets out of trouble. Well there, Khan.
I think Raihan's feeling a bit greedy here, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I mean, he is kind of one of the premium batters in this lineup. But Naeem's very good yesterday, I think. Can trust him. Last ball of the over coming up. I think Raihan wants a piece of Farouk. Last ball for him.
Well, that's another one that could be it. He's called straight away to that. He's second. It's only a single taken this time, but another free hit to come. I think he's trying to bang in the Yorker here, but just can't get it right.
Funny thing yesterday is that we actually didn't even have one that was close to being too high for height. I think this will be a second and final
warning.
Will
be. You're right, it will
be. They look like they're changing the bowler, but isn't that... Has he only had 2?
I think he's only had 2.
Because you're allowed 2. It's the 3rd time that he'll be switched off.
Unless we missed one in his earlier spell, in his first over.
I don't think so.
But I don't think...
No, well, it's his 3rd no ball. Oh, yeah, he bowled one in the... but we thought that was a front foot no ball early. It was highish, but now I think it wasn't for height. The first no ball was for the front foot. So that's why he's probably not that thrilled about having to bowl this anyway, because it's a free hit. He's on pretty much a hiding to nothing. And, well, it will be a freebie. Naeem gets the opportunity. Last ball to 6.
And, well, it will just be a single.
With Farouk, you just need to tell him every ball's a free hit, and he executes perfectly, because that's a very good Yorker. End of the 6th over. It's 82 for 2 after 6. Hey, we're talking about all the different types of fields, but in Madrid, didn't they used to play on broken glass? So you're talking about some of the fields we've seen.
Yeah.
There's even tougher fields out there.
There have been, yeah. I mean, but that again just shows the commitment of some of the players around Europe and the desire to play a game that they love. You play wherever you can. Of course, I know that in some parts of Spain, a lot of tape ball is played, and they'll play that anywhere. There's a lot of places in Spain which, you know, at the weekends they're used for all sorts of things like car boot sales, etc. We're just talking about a rocky, a stony land, but come midweek, you know, keen cricketers will go over there and play cricket, and that's why when they get the opportunity to play for a club in Europe, maybe a club here in Italy, and come and play on a ground like this, it's like a dream come true for them. It's like they're in dreamland.
We certainly know that when we go to the Cardamom Oval. Harms has bought a really good spell here. Comes back for a second over. Field of dreams.
Yeah.
and this isn't far behind. I know it doesn't have all the infrastructure yet, but there's plans here, obviously, for the clubhouse.
Miscue should be gone and will be gone. And Amir Hamza, well, you like him, Vinny, and I think he's pretty decent as well as he gets another wicket. As there's going to be Naeem that will go, doesn't quite get going. And, well, he probably feels that he's not going to get too many opportunities when he's on strike because, of course, the other partner, Rehan, is trying to capture most of the strike as possible. So goes for the big hit, sort of doesn't get it out the middle. And it's a good, easy catch taken there at point.
Yeah, nicely taken, because the sun was a factor there with that catch. It wasn't particularly easy, but Hamza's pretty much single-handedly keeping Roma Capannelle in this game. He's bowled a sensational spell. He's hit his spots, and for Roma Capannelle, well, they need some people to be able to step up. As Leandro, the captain, takes the catch. No gloves for him today because they do have Gabriele Passaretti behind the stumps. I was a bit disappointed. No Michele Moratini in the lineup, the Italian stallion.
Yeah.
Well, he might be sending down a few thunderbolts. Hopefully we see him at some point during the tournament.
Yeah, and very lovely Italian name that as well, Moratini.
Abdul, the new batter. Love the use of flight here from Hamza, especially a new batter. A little bit scared of getting down the pitch to him because he could spin the ball past the outside edge and create a stumping. But Hamza's got it on a string right now.
Well, they're liking this, and he's gone. He is gone. I think he gets surprised here by the bounce. I think this one is a bit at the back of the hand. It's short, but the bounce surprises him. He gets ready, and look at that one. It pops up, catches a bit of the bat. The wicketkeeper doesn't take it first time, but Passaretti makes no mistake second time round. Another wicket and another duck. It'll be a 2-ball duck for Kabir Abdul.
Yeah, you can see a little deflection there. It's a really good catch by Passaretti. Okay, initially it hits him on the end of the fingers because the deflection's taken it away from the middle of his gloves, and he's done really well to deal with that steepling bounce and then kind of holds his composure. He's able to hold his footing just to complete the catch. So Gabriele Passaretti is a bit of an emerging talent with the gloves for Roma Capannelle. And Hamza, well, he's got 3 for 5 off 10 balls. And like I said, he is pretty much single-handedly creating an opportunity for Capannelle to stay in this game.
Sensational bowling. Well, what can Mohammed Amin do? Well, I'll tell you what he can do. Hit it pretty hard. But that's very good fielding. Good backing up there as well from Kevin, who's coming across and making sure that if this is not taken cleanly, he's there to tidy up. Okay, well, now, of course, Sharif Rehan is probably thinking, I've got to get going here if I want to be getting to this 120 score. Gets it flighted up and lashes out at it. Once again, he scuffs at this. He's not hit cleanly. Yeah, now that's what I'm expecting to see on this surface. You wouldn't be doing this in Bulgaria, that's for sure, but I like the way the fielder here gets a slide and stop it. Here we go. This is the way you got to be doing it on this surface. Yep, like it a lot.
Yeah, very nicely done. So it takes us to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 84 for 4. This is our journey on the European Cricket Series this year. Of course, started all the way back in middle of January. And yeah, we work out the last time we were together would have been towards the end of June in Czechia. I think it would have been I want to say the 29th of June we spent together there. So yeah, since then we've had Romania, Hungary and Bulgaria. It's quite interesting actually. the ECI I did in Hungary, it was Czechia, Romania, Hungary, the last 3 places we'd been to. So it was kind of nice to see all the players that we had seen recently. Bulgaria, I mean, let's talk that for a little while. First, we'll watch a ball disappear out of the ground, lift it up. They go for another spin option in Bandaranaike. And he disappears out of the ground. Nicely elevated on drive.
Yeah, it's floating it up, which has worked against some of the other batters that have been and gone, but not so much for the opener, as Sharif says, I'm having you, and he goes down the ground. He's taking him on here. He has to, and he gets his man. And he goes right the way across, and he don't know what's happened there. Rehan is saying, well, why is he getting so excited? What's happened? Well, look behind you, and you'll see that one off the 3 pegs is lying on the deck. The off peg goes down. He has no idea. He's thinking, well, what's happened? He say, have a look behind you. It will tell you the story.
It's not quite Mike Gadding 1993 ball at century, but Rehan, he doesn't walk. He's like, what are you talking about? But really, the story behind him told him more than words ever could. And he'll go. Hey, credit to the bowler, Bandaranaike, who's able to get that right on line. That off stump's had a bit of a workout this morning, hasn't it? 90 for 5.
It's a brave delivery from Bandaranaike because having been hit down the ground, he goes a little bit shorter. The batter plays all the way around it and goes. So he's going to miss out on his half century. And now they could be there. Now I don't know if they'll get anywhere near that 120. It could be another. If the fielder can get to this, could be 2 in 2. No, he can't hold on to it. And the ball skids away from his fingertips and goes to the boundary. 4 runs.
Games come to life. And to be honest, opening day was all about momentum shifts, and they can come quite suddenly, quite violently. So it just kind of shows you. Capannelle have done well just hanging the game. I know they didn't have a great start. They've cracked the top order of Roma Bangla Morning Sun now. And it really sets an opportunity. They can keep this down, even kind of 115, 120, something quite chaseable.
This is played out onto the onside. Single will get taken. So that's the main thing, I think, here that Roma Bangla Morning Sun will be looking to do is getting something from everything. But, of course, they want the big shots in here. They want the boundaries. Still expect to score around that 122 mark. And when you look back at yesterday, what did we do yesterday? About 110?
Yeah,
in the end finished on?
Yeah, I mean, last year was 11.4, and not too much has changed. The run rate on the first day was 11.9. So.
Okay, well, this will help it because that's going to sail over. And, well, who was that? Was that our own Mr. Muscles himself trying to take a one-handed catch, or somebody who's got the ECN crew outfit on, looking to take a one-handed one here, but he's gone in and straight out. But it's 6 runs.
Well, if it's Mr. Bayoch, Alistair Priddle, he's out of dental credits on the company health plan. So hopefully he's not attempting any catches over there. There it was. There he is. Mr. Baywatch, or Mr. Hollywood gets called sometimes.
Well, he misses out on his Hollywood moment there. It's at 6 runs. That's been clobbered, so that'll help. That brings the 100 up as well. So with 12 balls to go, you would be looking to try and push on that 130 score.
Here's Kartik Raghavan, who's going to bowl just the one over here. He'll bowl the 9th.
And not interested this time, the umpire.
Classic case of bowler didn't think it was out and then had to be kind of act like he thought it was. Because the keeper appeals, Raghavan says, hey, yeah, is that out? Umpire's like, well, if you didn't hear it, I didn't hear it. I'm further away than you. Good start, though. Islam swings down the wrong line. 100's up, though, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
That's just over the infield. There's going to be 4 more runs. They're doing what they have to there. And Islam gets a boundary, 4 more to him. Good solid shot.
Yeah, more work for Charles. He's going to hit her after that one. That'll be 4 runs. That'll be new balls, please. 105. It's a really good game. Yeah, we had some crazy ones yesterday. We had times where we had kind of innings spluttering along, but then we'd see something like 47 off the last 2 overs. We even had one yesterday where Gladiatori was stuck on 94 for the last 9 balls of the innings, and they had 9 dots, essentially.
Oh, wow.
And so you just never know what to expect.
Just drops in front of the long on. Take a single, rotate to the strike, but that's the key thing. No dot balls and try and get to as many as you can. Like I say, with they would aim is to try and get 30 of the last 2 here. Still got wickets in hand. Up in the air, catching opportunity. Kevin underneath it and smothers it up. No problems at all. That's a really nice, clean catch there from Kakulawala. A very good catch. I mean, Kevin, I've met Kevin, of course, in my first ever event outside of Spain was at Roma Capannelle. And, of course, we were very well looked after in that event. And, of course, that was the start of things to come. And Kevin was there as a young man. And nice to see that he's grown up into a very good player and also still has got that hairstyle.
I was going to say, yeah, if the sheriff was describing Kevin, he'd call him a Class A hair farmer because he's got an iconic hairstyle. We've seen some pretty good ones. I used to go back to Rambo in Dresden, actually. That's probably one of my favourites. But no, Kevin's right up there. Makes that look easy. I'm sure he'll have a bit of a key role with the bat as well, second half of this innings. Here's Abbas Ali, batting 8. Bangla Morning Sun struggling to bat the 10 out here.
Well, he goes for it and he gets it out of the middle. Well, that's the way to do it. Abbas Ali says, I ain't hanging around. I've had my alu puranas this morning and I'm going to cannon this ball for 6.
Well, it's big gap straight, so it turned out to be a pretty good shot. See if he can do it again.
Oh, Gandhi, that's too high for me. We'll have to have another look at this side on, but he might have bowled a Gandhi ball here. This could be a no-hit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be too high.
Yeah, there you go. I think that confirms it. That's too high. So, no ball called. It will be a free hit. That could be a bit of a turning point in this contest, especially if you can put it away. Get another Maximo here. And that's the 120 on the board with an over to go. All happens in the 9th, as we say. 13 of this one so far from Raghavan. And I think he probably spoils a wide here. If he had left that, he might have had another delivery.
I actually think he misses it, but it bounces pretty much on the line or close to the line. Have a look at the line of the ball. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler. So, yeah, that's definitely a good ball. Good keeping as well. I've been really impressed with Passaretti. It's good footwork to get across there, make the block. 114 for 6 after 9. Look at Ami Harms's figures, 3 for 7. They stand out, don't they? Who are they going to bowl this last over? Maybe you go back to the spinner, Bandaranaika.
Yeah, the thing is, he went for 17 in the end. He started well, then they got hold of him. But they are sticking to the slower stuff, and they will go back to him. And he floats this up.
I just feel like if in doubt, spin.
Yeah.
Especially a team like Roma Capannelle, they always kind of feel like a good team out of luck. So they got 14 games to kind of change that narrative. Especially the lower order as well. Often they're not as comfortable against spin if you can get in the right spot.
It's in the air, fielder coming in. This is Kirby, who makes no mistakes, holds on to it. And a spin. Well, maybe it is spin to win at the moment, because now is Bandaranaika, who picks up a wicket. Well, that'll be his second, as Safiul Islam hoits out on 10 of 7 deliveries.
Nice catch by Dane. He spotted that straight away. Got that big cowboy hat on as well to protect him from the elements. So, yeah, it's been a really interesting topsy-turvy kind of first 10 overs. Just going to go back to the numbers last year. I know that one thing that Roma Capannelle did struggle with a bit was scoring enough runs. So they scored 102 average, and the tournament-wide average was 114 per 10 overs.
Gets him. And this is all about just believing in yourself as a bowler and saying, I am a slow bowler. My job is to float the ball up and try to get the batters to play and miss. And that's exactly what he does. And you're right, Vinny, you don't have to bowl too quick on this pitch to knock the stumps out of the ground. But it is going to be a goldie. It's going to be another one of these. First baller.
Yeah, well, Bomik's going to have to go. We'll see him with the gloves for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. So hat-trick opportunity here for Bandaranaika. He's impressed me a lot to be a bit brave here. He's tossed the ball up.
Yeah, let's go for it. I would do exactly the same thing. You know they're going to have to go for the big hit. He's got fielders in a bit close for the catching chance. Float it up. He does. And here it could be. Hat-trick opportunity. Fielder gets underneath it. And we have a hat-trick. We have a hat-trick here in Rome. Well, it is the home of the Gladiators, and maybe Bandaranaika is just like a gladiator. He gets a scalp off the batter. It is a hat-trick. And Raju Mia will be the man who goes. And it's 3 in 3. And fantastic bowling there. Bandaranaike take a bow, a hat-trick, 4 for 18. And that means just like that, Roma Bangla Morning Sun have lost 9 wickets now, 115 for 9 with 2 balls to go. And I tell you what, if you ever had a chance to take a double hat-trick, this many would be it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Are we going to see something that's quite rare? I mean, I think only 6 people have taken 4 wickets in 4 balls. And if you're ever going to do it, you got the number 11 coming out.
Yeah.
There's 2 balls to go. Wow, could it be double hat-trick time?
Here we go. Siddiqui's on strike. Goes for it in the air. It could be Kevin. Oh, he puts it down. It was so close. So close. So close to a double hat-trick. So close to a 5-er for Bandaranaike. Kevin diving forward.
Kevin.
Oh, how close that was.
Oh, I mean, it was great effort. It would have only been the 7th time in 6,000 games that we had someone take 4 in 4. But we'll tell Kevin that later. Here's the last ball coming up.
And asking the question, umpire on field says, well, he might be checking this now. Let's go for this. I mean,
I think he's in.
Let's see. He has a sweep. The back foot goes back down, doesn't come back up, so he stays in, but it's a dot ball to finish. What a comeback from Roma Capannelle. They restrict Roma Bengal Morning Sun to 116. They don't even get to that 120.
Wow. It was a really interesting innings, and it works out to be around about a par score. But the way they got there was anything but average, wasn't it? So I think it teaches a bit of a lesson to teams as well. Okay, it was running against them. I know the first few overs, it looked like they're going to be chasing a punch because at the 5-over mark, it was 72. After 4 overs, it was 67. So at that stage, you're looking at kind of 160, 170. But stay at it, take your chances, take your catches when they come up. Jeez, it's just a bit of a shame for the bowler there, Bandaranaike, that Kevin isn't able to hold on to that stunning one for a 4 in 4. Wouldn't have had a shot at a 5 in 5 because they were out of batters. Let's have a look. And all top 3 available for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Man, it was a bit of a task. And to be honest, it was pretty hard work early, wasn't it, for Roma Capannelle?
Yeah, it certainly was. The batters were looking like they were going to score big runs early. Sharif Rehan got off to a wonderful start, and so did Anik Ahmed. Those two we know are very dangerous. They've shown us that plenty of times in the past. But it was the spin, really, that came in that made a difference. And fair play to Roma Capannelle. One thing about them is I noticed that all the way through that innings, no matter what was happening, whether the balls were being crunched to the boundary, in the air or along the ground, they never really gave up. That was putting the free hit away. But then that was the damage. That was a beautiful ball there from Khan, ripping out the stumps of Anik Ahmed for 29. And then that started things happening. Next batter came in and went very first ball, and that was Mushin. He didn't really know too much about that as Amir Hamza got the spin going. And they knew, though, that they needed to find a way to get to the wicket of Sharif Rehan because he was the one that was causing problems for him. Meanwhile, it was still the spinners that kept them doing their job, and that was the first for Bandaranaike. And then he came back and, of course, finished with 4, including a hat-trick. This one just popped up from nowhere. The batter not expecting that at all. Then, well, there it was. That's a big wicket. Sharif Rehan would go. He had no idea that his off stump had been knocked over here. You can see why. You think he's got all the stumps covered. He thinks that ball is pitching outside the line of off, so it must have come back a little bit and enough to knock over the stumps. And then after that, there was boundaries. I mean, fair play to the Roma Bangla Morning Sun batters. They were coming out there to do their job. Kevin takes an easy catch there, but boy, if he was able to take that on right there towards the end, we could have seen a double hat-trick, and it would have been 5 wickets for Bandaranaike, who was, I think, absolutely superb. No fear in his bowling. Have a look at that. Just happy and prepared to just flight the ball up, causing all sorts of problems. That was 2 in 2. The hat-trick was to come. This was it. He floated it up. It was a gentle full toss, but he weren't able to get too much power in it. And the fielder was not going to make any mistakes at all. Ghulam Amir. And this one, how close was this? Diving forward, Kevin kind of gets there, doesn't he? Hardest catches to take, I always say, when you're taking them from the outfield. Diving forward, gets thumbs to it. not able to hold on to it. The moment passes. Speaking of moments, how about that? Isn't that magical? It looks absolutely stunning. It really is beautiful. The oasis of the Roma cricket ground. Quite sensational. So, was the comeback here from Roma Campanelli. The two openers gave them a brilliant start. 53 came off the power play. There were 72 for 2 at the halfway point, then restricted to 116. And of course, a lot of that was down to some great bowling. And Ujaya Bandananaika, absolutely brilliant. A hat-trick, 4 for 19. Got to say, though, the other spin bowler, Amir Hamza, bowled beautifully well as well. 3 for 7. Great figures there. So the spinners between them taking 7 wickets. 1 wicket there for Farouk Khan. What a wicket that was as well. That was quite explosive as he ripped the stumps out of the ground of Anik Ahmed. And that means, well, this is the situation here. That Roma Bangla Morning Sun, after winning the first match yesterday, they went on and lost the next 2. So they're looking to go back to winning ways. They don't want 3 defeats on the spin. Roma Campanelli, they'll love to start this 2024 campaign with a win. Going to leave you with the mid-match summary. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time when 117 is the target for Roma Campanelli to start this campaign with a win. Join us back for the completion of match number 6 in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, and what a start to a match day 2. My first match back here in Rome. Wasn't here last year, and it's great to be back. And well, first time back, and we see a bowler come up with a marvellous performance. And Anujaya Bandananaika picks up a hat-trick, 4 for 19. And just when Roma Bangla Morning Sun were looking like they were going to post a 125 to 130 score, they get pegged back by some brilliant spin bowling. Not only did Anujaya bowl brilliantly for that hat-trick and that 4-for, but Amir Hamza took 3 for 7 as well. So 116 is score, 117 then is the target. So once again, it's just above what was kind of par score here yesterday, around 111. So Roma Capannelle, now they have a very good opportunity here to start with a win. And of course, not something that Roma Bangla Morning Sun going to be happy about. They won their first match yesterday against Roma Gladiatori. And then after that, they lost, chasing incredible 166 that was put on the ball by Roma CC. They fell short of that by 53 runs. And then batting first against Royal Roma, they just put 119 on the board. So this sort of score, and that didn't prove to be enough. Royal Roma got there with 11 balls to go. So is it going to be 3 defeats on the spin here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun? Well, we'll have to wait and see. One thing we know is that they're going to have to be at their best here with the ball and try and pick up those early wickets. Umpires are ready. Umpire Amil and Rukbir. Here's the first. And fires in across the right hand, and that's Anik Ahmed. Made 29 with the bat, and he was bowled beautifully with that superb Yorker that knocked out his stumps from Farooq Khan. Ahmed looking for a breakthrough early. Amir Hamza is the batter, who has a bit of a swing at this, swing and a miss, and no wide, says the umpire. So you can see what Ahmed's trying to do, just going right across. He's sort of bowling around the wicket, right hand, so he's looking to create the angle that a good left-hander would. Gets back to his mark. Amir Hamza, you can see he wants to get on with it. He's got Ghulam Amir out there with him at the non-striker's end. Very similar again. This one is going to get through, is it? No, that's a remarkable stop. Remarkable stop for the man at third on the boundary. This one really takes off. Takes off. The keeper can't stop it. Look how wide it ends up going once it gets past the batter, by the way. That ball is just swinging all the time. But what a marvellous piece of fielding that is. And once again, you expect to see those standards on this outfield. You expect to see fielders frame themselves around and diving and sliding to try and stop balls. Well done. Good stop. Good save. Runs on the board, but only buys. 3 deliveries, 1 run. Nothing off the bat. New batter. Ghulam Amir to face his first. And he also is swinging and missing. It's not a wide. I know I had a discussion with Charlie about this in Bulgaria. We were talking about sometimes bowlers and also batters always making some sort of complaints to umpires or trying to persuade umpires to give a decision a different way. And I don't like to see it. And I think if people do too much of it, I like to see them and the teams responsible penalised. That was a little bit straight. I placed it out straight to the fielder. It will just be a single. So that's the first delivery really that Anik Ahmed has actually gone at the stumps. All the ones before then he's kept a wide outside off and moving away. Look at him finish with another good delivery. Just the 2 runs on the board so far. 1 run off the bat, 1 by. Hamza wants to get one away. Shuffles across, puts it in the air, catching chance, and he will go. That's the first wicket. Amir Hamza Can't get anything going. He'll go for a 4-ball duck. Very good bowling this. I want to just have a look at this again. You can see it from that angle. We'll have one more look from behind the bowler as well. What the bowler's created here, Ahmed, is he's made the batter do something different. Couldn't get bat onto ball, could he? He missed out on 3, so he thought, right, what I've got to do, I've got to jump across so I can get to these deliveries. But the bowler outthinks and outsmarts Amir there, doesn't he, Ahmed? He says, I know what you're going to do. And he jams in the Yorker, so he doesn't allow him to play the shot you want to do. Chips it up in the air. Catch comfortably taken. And the first wicket goes down. They're 2 for 1. A very easy catch there from Amin. Didn't have to do too much about that. 2 for 1 then. At the end of the first. Brilliant over there from Ahmed. Just what they needed. 44 matches since the golden ball. Didn't get one in the end in Bulgaria. So I wonder if we can get one here. Well, maybe myself and Vinny are reunited after such a long time. Maybe that might spark some golden ball celebrations. We'll have to wait and see. Abbas Ali with the ball, and he will go a little bit too wide. So the first extra in terms of wides comes on to the board. But he'll be just hoping to try and keep the pressure on. Yeah, Mir Hamza, though he bowled superbly well, just couldn't get bat onto ball, could he? So a 4-ball duck for him. Ghulam Amir has got 1 to his name. And lashes out of this one. Fielder is out there, and that's a great catch. That is a stunning catch. It may not look so acrobatic, but the difficulty level on this is high. He is running in from the boundary. He's also running into the sun. Look at the shadows. So running in, not able to get a stable base, and takes and holds on to a very good catch. Both the openers back in the shed, and between them, of the 7 balls that they've faced, they only managed the 1 run. Ghulam Amir will be the second batter to go. He'll go just for 1 of 3. Not the start, really, that Roma Capannelle wanted. And it's Kadir Abdul who takes a really good catch. Running in, catch taken, and it's Ali. Abbas Ali takes the wicket. So both the opening bowlers having success. New batter comes in, and a lot of pressure now on Dane Kirby. And, well, he's pretty keen just to paddle this on the onside and get off the mark. I'm sure he's having a look this way and trying to catch the eye of Vinny, who's making his way back slowly and saying, there you go, no duck for me, not in this match anyway. Kevin Kekuwala gets onto strike. Kevin, I remember him as a batter who's got a good technique, but just lacks some firepower in this format. He plays this handsomely to the boundary at point. Just gets a single. Yeah, he's got a lot of talent, a lot of ability. Can see him scoring a lot of runs in the sort of the longer format. You know, T20s he'll do well in, I think, as an opener, and also the 45, 50 over game. But in T10, I've never really seen him accelerate the way you would like to see batters being able to. Kirby. Well, we put this away onto the onside. They're taking it on, and they'll get there. Doesn't quite get the shot right here, Kirby. It's a full toss on the legs, and really, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get this in the gap between square and the man on 45, but just I think ends up playing it a little bit too early. Ends up going to mid-wicket, but they do scarper through a single. Kekuwala now back on strike. Oh, that's a very good delivery. Very good ball. Expecting, I think, one that's pitched up. He shuffles across, you see, and then watch there, slightly shorter and moving away. That's a good seed, that, from Ali. Struggling And that rate, by the way, now it's almost like they're chasing a 135 score. And tiki-taka just won't do it. Running another dangerous single. Good early pickup and throw. And that was really close. That's Mohammed Amin coming in. I mean, Kevin is a quick runner, and he has to be. But let's have a look at this throw. Yeah, I'm guessing Kevin, because he is quite quick, probably would have just made it. It's the end of the over. But only 7 on the board. 7 for 2. And not a boundary to be registered as yet. And off those 7, 2 extras, 1 wide, and of course 1 by. So after doing a fantastic job in the field and restricting Roma Bangla Morning Sun to 116 when it looked like they were going to go on to at least a 125 to 130 score, they are now in a bit of trouble. And nice to see that Fernando has decided that to catch up with some of these balls, he needs some wheels. He's got a little bike here now to go around the ground. I'm liking that little number. And why not, indeed? You've got to try and save your energy. Yeah, well, maybe we'll catch a bit of Fernando on that bike a bit later when he's trying to chase some of these balls out. This was a spicy delivery. It really does come up. Just something that you'd expect to see on this day. Watch this come up. I mean, he's a long way out of his crease, so it's going to come to him even quicker. And, yeah, that gets him sort of in the rib cage. And just having a look there at the deck there, Kevin, saying, Koala, well, he's still batting outside of the crease. It hasn't forced him back. In comes Mohammed Amin once more. Oh, and he bangs this one purposely a little bit more. The 2 umpires look at each other, and a wide is called here. And I'm not sure if this is for height or, yeah, I think could be actually for height. Well, either way, I think it could be height or the width. Don't mind it either way. Yeah, because I think those, you have to give those the batter standing upright in his crease, in his stance, and I think that is going over Kevin, and he is a tall man anyway. Mohammed Amin wants to get some of the short stuff in. Kevin goes after this one, misses it. And these are the issues, and this is where I think, even though they didn't finish well, the Bangla Morning Sun, what they were able to do, their openers, especially with Sharif Rehan out there and Nik Ahmed, they were able to get boundaries away in the power play. You can see that's one thing that Roma Capannelle are struggling on. We're, 4 balls from finishing the power play, only 8 on the board, no boundaries. And still no boundaries, it's just another dot. And, ooh, well, I don't know who was in more in danger of this throw, the batter in Kevin or the wicket keeper, because Bumik almost got boomed out of here. Watch this one. Tortuga! Well stopped. And there you go. Even the Tortuga. I bought the Tortuga, everybody. The Tortuga has come from Bulgaria here to this Roma cricket ground. Good reactions from Bumik. Kevin walking down the pitch, but still, right, he's got to be quick here again, but not a big strong arm from the fielder. It doesn't really matter, though, here. I mean, if I'm out there, if I'm the captain here, and Nik Ahmed, I'm just saying to the boys, let him have the singles. Let him have the singles. Why are we sweating and worrying about it? Singles are not hurting us at all. Just hold on to the ball, take your time, and just casually get it back to the bowler. Short, tries to work it away, goes nowhere, and nor do the batters. No run. Runs, hard to come by from Roma Capannelle. May not even get to double figures, you know. There's a ball to go then in the power play, and it's not going to plan after being excited with the finish that they had with the bat. It's not happening. It doesn't quite feel right here, does that mean? So he'll go back to his mark. It's what I remember from them in the past, if I'm honest. They just lack and have lacked the hard hitters. They've lacked the batters that can change things around and win you matches by scoring runs quickly. And an appeal, but I think it's just a dot ball, to be honest. I don't see any deviation, but you'll take that. And Roma Capannelle, as I feared, the power play comes to an end. Very little power from it. They've lost 2 wickets. They haven't to manage to get even into double figures. It's 9 for 2 at the end of 3. And another good over there. Just the 2 coming off that one from Amin. So rotating the bowlers as well. 2 off the first. 5 came off the second and 2 off that one. Abbas will continue. Vinny Sandhu does come back. Vinny, not the start that Roma Campanelli wanted.
Yeah, certainly not. Single-digit power play, never a great look. As Abbas Salih goes upstairs, probably the one for the over. It's kind of what I said in this first innings. One of the issues with Roma Campanelli, they had pretty much an average runs against them, but their runs for was kind of 10% below par. It's kind of touch and go if that's the one for the over or not. Because they averaged at 114 against, which was actually normal, but they averaged 102 when they're batting. And even that 102 is looking a fair way off at the moment.
Goes for this, he's in the air. It looks like it's going to clear the fielders, but not the boundary. And despite all that effort, just a single.
Let me tell you, though, this reminds me of a game. I just saw the power play was 53-9, right, to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. But it reminded me of a game, 1st of April, but this was, maybe it was 31st of March, actually. But in Portugal, there was a match, Gamblers versus Lisbon Supergiants, where the Supergiants won the power play 68-7. 68-7. And you'd say, okay, well, that's a done deal then. So it was a bit like this. But then Gamblers, they were only 7 after 3 overs. They ended up chasing it down off the last ball. So,
wow, that's quite incredible.
So they chased down 130. So the thing is, they're still recognised batters at the crease for Roma Campanelli. Just somebody's got to click. Obviously, it hasn't happened yet for Kevin and Dane here. Need kind of 1 or 2 boundaries to get this going. Still not impossible.
Yeah, and it's little things though, just like that. The intent as well. I mean, that's a shortish delivery down leg side, and you'd expect Kirby to be really thrashing at this and trying to get the boundary shot, but he's just trying to clip it away. So the intent, there needs to be more intent. I know they're probably, because of the score, because of the 2 wickets that have gone down quickly, they're probably not being as aggressive as they perhaps think they need to be. But as we know in this format, you just got to go for it no matter what. Don't worry about the wickets. Go for the big shots.
Yeah, look, still time there. The other thing that Roma Bangla Morning Sun, probably not the kind of deepest bowling attack either. Maybe a couple of guys you can target in there.
Yeah, it's of course going to be a big day for both these sides, because Vinny, the Roma Campanelli will play 3 matches. They'll basically play a match, have a break, play a match, have a break, and so forth. So they'll play this one, and then their 3rd match will be match number 10. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they will play this. They'll play the next match against Roma Gladiatori, and then they'll have a break, and they'll play Royal Roma as well. So both teams have to really sort of pace themselves well on what is going to be a very hot, warm day, with temperatures will go up to the highs of 34, 35.
Taking a dodgy 2 here, thinking about it. Probably would have gotten away with it. Kevin was quite ambitious there. But yeah, Roma Campanelli, I mean, by their own admission, they're a team that's taken a really bit of an adjustment, get into the shortest form of the game. Plenty of good cricketers in there. Obviously, I love the diversity in their lineup as well. It's something I really think's great, that their club's a real melting pot kind of club. I tell you, just need someone to click, don't they? It's 117. It's an average kind of score. At the moment, obviously, they haven't been able to find the boundary often enough, or at all.
It's another swing and a miss, more the same. And hey, if you are a left-hander, today is your day. And International Left-Handers Day celebrates the differences and distinctiveness of left-handed individuals. Of course, my daughter, Sonia, left-handed. So, yeah, Sonia, enjoy the day. Any left-handers on your side?
I do. My brother, I have twin younger brothers, and it's interesting. Yeah, one's right-handed, one's left-handed. And it was interesting. There's a bit of gap between me and them, 8 years. So when I used to like roll a football at them, one of them would kick it back naturally right-footed. The other one always kick it back left-footed. And he turned out to be left-handed. But the funny thing is, when I taught them to play cricket, I didn't even think of it. So he bats right-handed, he throws right-handed, but he writes left-handed, and he naturally kicks left-handed.
Ah.
So yeah, I actually studied a little bit of this at university as well, about side dominance, right? Come back to that in a second. Geez, Kevin's having a bit of a tough time right now dealing with what's happening. And yeah, this one just kind of does him for a bit of pace. Good bounce from the bowler as well. That, okay, you tend to think of, okay, he's right-handed or left-handed, he's right-footed or left-footed. But there's all these tests. I remember that you could have a score of how one-side dominant you are from like plus 50 to minus 50 in this experiment anyway that I was reading about. And it was things like, do you know that you're right-eared or left-eared, most people? So I'll tell you what I mean in a sec. I'll tell you now. If you hear a sound at the door, you hear a little whisper. Okay, go up to that door. How are you listening to it? So if you,
okay, I see what you mean. Which way you turn?
You wouldn't even think about it. You wouldn't even think about it. But most people would use their right ear. As this is a really good stop from Abasali, and it even went for the same thing. If you're looking through a peephole, okay, in a door,
which side do you use?
What are you looking? Not saying why you're looking through a peephole, but and all these different things of most people. Again, most are right side dominant. I've got certain things that I do. Left-handed. I'm ambidextrous in some things, and sometimes there are people that are neutral, so there'll be a 0 for that. They say, no, I don't care what I do. So when I put on, it sounds a weird one, when I put on my trousers, I put left foot first. Right. A lot of people put right foot first. For me, can't do it. When I used to put on my pads, didn't matter either keeping pads or batting pads, I'd always put my left one on first. That was always a bit of superstition. I was kind of conscious of that.
It's like your shirt or your jacket. You always do one arm first. And if you try to do it the other way around, in the air, catching opportunity, and take it, no doubt about it, it's another wicket will go. That may not be a bad thing, you know, because these two just couldn't get anything going. So it's Shaful Islam will take the catch. It's going to be the end then of Kirby, who tries to get something going, but that was the 8th ball he faced, and he's only scored 2 runs.
That's the thing for Dane. You know, you got to feel for him. We've seen him have some good innings in ECS cricket. This is one that doesn't go to plan. The thing is, you'd probably rather make a golden duck than a 2 off 8. You know,
I think you're right.
That's the thing about it. Nice catch though, low down by Saiful Islam. Roma Capannelle, 14 for 3. Here's Leandro, the captain, coming out at number 5. Yeah, so I'll give you another one. When you put on your shoes in the morning, do you always put on a certain shoe first, or it doesn't matter?
For me, shoes don't matter.
Okay, so in every morning...
it could be very...
So just whichever
shirt
shoe
and jacket has to be this... If I try and do it the other way around, I cock it up.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, you put on your own shoes in the morning. I think you're still able to do that. I know they're having to go at you for being old, but I heard all that. That's very harsh.
I can still manage.
Okay.
Yeah, go on. So, shoes, tell me more after this ball.
All right, this has worked away. Tough stop. Pretty good stop, though. Excellent work, Saiful. Been outstanding in the field. That's frustrating as well for Roma Capannelle. That's Leandro's off the mark. Okay, so I've got a pair of shoes there. You're sitting, you know, you leave your shoes out the night before. They're next to your bed. But are you putting on one first or the other? Because you do have to do this every morning.
But I'm not putting both of them together.
Do you? Which shoe do you step into first? Or you don't think?
I don't think about it, because I tell you why. Because of course shoes are away from the bed, but if you're getting up in the night a few times, flip flops, right?
Yeah.
As you swing over, whatever one I can find first.
Okay.
So go with 2 feet. This one, there's the other. So that don't really.
But maybe you're not consciously thinking. I bet you put your foot in the same one every day.
All
first.
right.
It's going to be hit through, and that's going to go for 4. Nice shot by Kikulawala. Can he heat up? It's kind of the last great hope, isn't he? It's been a tough first 5 overs of the tournament.
First boundary. That's the first boundary.
First
boundary from Roma Campanelli in this series.
And and they had one stop that over as well. 19 for 3 after 5. So a long way behind. Probably looking at even just saving the point. Just trying to think of other things.
What else could come into that? I mean, I know that the only time you really realise, as we have a look at some of our upcoming accounts, we'll keep talking while we'll leave that on the screen, but you only realise when you pick up an injury. For example, I've had both my shoulders operated on, so once that happens, that one hand is out for a while. So when I had the right one done, I was in all sorts.
Yeah.
Couldn't manage, because then you realise just how many things you do normally with your right hand that you can't do with your right.
Yeah.
Lots of things.
Yeah, gotcha.
But when I had the left one done, it didn't matter so much.
Yeah.
And when my left knee went, all those things, and you think, how did I manage before? And after that, I'm very conscious after that now. Every so often in the morning, instead of brushing my teeth with me normally right hand, I'll use the other. So I'll use the other hand more, because they say it's good for the brain and the mind as well to change
true.
it.
This is probably a wide. Good bounce there. This is Mia coming in. It's a bit of a tearaway. Look at this one take off. The key with this pitch is don't get crazy bowling short. You don't need to. I think we had more success.
So what about with your kids? Because interesting, you said your brothers.
Yeah.
You know, one left, one right.
The rest of
Your
my
kids?
family's pretty much all right-handed. It's a bit of a, yeah, he's a bit of a, I guess he's the strange one. Arguable.
Oh, and not quite the shot really to be playing here.
I like the thinking, though. I mean, you're trying to manufacture a boundary. See what they need for a point now is about 2 a ball. I'm just probably about trying. Just wasn't the ball that was an easy one to do that.
But did you hear stories where, because I know because my father was left-handed, and he went through the process where they tried to change it to be right-handed, and I know that he used to tell me that in India it used to be a big thing. You know, you got to, you know, they used to tie up his left hand, so you would have to do things with the right hand.
Yeah, pray it away. Yeah, they used to. Yeah, I heard of stories, bad, mid-20th century stories where they'd kind of wrap you on the knuckles if you. It's so even like you could be right or left nosed. So like if I gave you a couple, there was a flowers on either side of the screen and said, "Smell me," I'm not telling you why I'm doing it, but just saying, "Smell the flowers and tell me, describe the scent." Most people will lean to the right. It's, again, most. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air, and it's going to drop just short of Safi, who's going to have leather poisoning. He's had so much to the ball. Yeah, so, again, these things are correlated, but they're not absolutes. So you get the odd person that, you know, so there's certain things that I do left-handed, obviously because I play a lot of piano, and that requires both hands. So there's certain tasks that I prefer doing left-handed. When I used to be a croupier, they teach you from the beginning left hand and right hand equally. Just like any person, if you taught them to write with both hands from when they're a child, they could do it.
Yeah.
You know, they might have a slight preference, but yeah, obviously when you try and write with your non-dominant hand, normally you look like a 5-year-old if you've ever tried doing that. Yeah, and it just shows you the fine motor skills are required to do something like that. Obviously these days, people typing on keyboards and all these things.
They're swinging and miss is more the same. That 82 at the moment seems a long way away.
Happy International Left-Handed Day then.
Yeah, happy Left-Handed Day.
But I will say, Ian Chappell, former Australian Test captain, he wouldn't be celebrating. Because I remember when he was commentating, he had an expression, and he said, some people believe, and I think those some people were him, he said, left-handers should be shot at birth. And he was talking, I think, more in a cricketing sense because they're really annoying. Left-arm bowlers are really tricky to, and left-arm batters, you have to keep changing the field. So, yeah, I'm glad that policy hasn't been introduced. I mean, left-handers actually, in all seriousness, they bring a certain richness to the game of cricket, don't they?
Yeah.
A lot of people say, even though it makes no rational sense, that left-handed batters, there's something beautiful about watching them play a cover drive and just the aesthetics of a left-hander. Obviously, yeah, same with left-arm bowlers.
I think left-handers in sports in general, I mean, most people believe that they have a big advantage. Certainly I know my daughter plays handball, and finding a left-handers, because to play in a specific roles and positions, if you're left-handed, is a huge benefit, and it makes it very, very difficult for the opponents to actually to defend against. So
it's funny you say that because I grew up playing a lot against Sean Marsh, and his dad, Jeff, played for Australia. And specifically, this is what I heard anyway, is that his dad agreed. He opened the batting with like Mark Taylor, for example, a lot for Australia. And he said he used to think, yeah, left-handers do have an advantage. So he taught Sean to be left-handed. Yeah. It wasn't something that Sean really had a choice. And then, he turned out to obviously be a very skillful left-handed bat. But funnily, he must have given up by the time Mitch, who's a lot younger, he just basically went right-handed all the way. Mitch obviously still playing for Australia. This is the end of the 6 over Mia. That's a pretty good one, just 4 off that. It's in the doldrums stuff for Capannelle, who are 23 for 3 after 6. At least it is the first of 3 matches today. They'll get to try and make something happen. Yeah, but isn't that interesting? I also heard, I don't know, now we're getting into, I don't know how true it is, but it's not that far away from me. Because I know,
What?
I'm
What's that?
not great mates with Sean, but I do know people that know him really well. That apparently they had a cricket ball above his crib. That had, you know how you have the babies and you lie him down, and he had the stick stitcher, the kookaburra, and he just there. And it kind of makes sense. Like, he kind of was bred in a lab to make him an international cricketer, and it worked. Yeah, I mean, you know they say watch the ball, watch the ball.
Yeah, well, he was watching the ball. He never stopped watching.
Pretty naturally.
He had no choice, did he, really?
Makes sense. And you got to hang something above the babe to keep him distracted. Right now, they're trying to make something happen. Not happening at the moment for Kikuliwala.
Yeah, well, he's tried this shot. We saw that earlier, that Leandro tried it as well. Not happening. Yeah, just not happening. But like you say, this is one that they're going to have to brush aside and say, all right, it was the first. He's out of the way. But they've got to do better the next matches. But good comeback this for the Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They need to go back to winning ways. It looks like they will pretty well. Thing is, though, can they take all the points? Did we only see that just once yesterday? One team took all the points.
Yeah, they were pretty close games yesterday. It was just Roma CC got over Roma Bangla Morning Sun, actually. So this is a chance for Roma Bangla Morning Sun to kind of claw that point back that they lost.
Yeah.
Always made me think, though, if Sean was looking at the red ball, would he struggle in white ball cricket because he's been trained from infant
You
age?
know what? We're going to start a thing now. There's a lot of people, as another catch goes, they've been very good with their catching. No mistakes there at all. Well, you've got to be prepared. He may not have the cap, but he's got the shades on. It's the Terminator shades. And it's, Leandro, who will be terminated 2 of just 6 balls.
Yeah, well, his innings has kind of been exterminated, hasn't it? And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, probably maybe the benefit of having played yesterday as well. They're kind of a bit more run up in the swing of things. But yeah, it's been hard work so far for Capannelle. Just went to the skies there. You're right. It was a good catch. Able to reel it in as Leandro is going to have to go. The score was 24 for 4. A nice catch there by Kabir Abdul.
Yeah, good catch. In fact, he's taken 2 good catches there. The one he took with Ghulam earlier was very good as well. So well done to Abdul. Yeah, I was to say, we're going to start a thing here now. All the young cricketers who have just started a family are thinking, honey, did you hear? they're all drilling holes through cricket balls at the moment and hanging them over the crib. There's going to be accident. There's going to be cricket balls falling on babies' heads, and we're going to get the blame for it. Anyway,
I never thought of that. That sounds quite dangerous.
They'll take a single. Yeah.
But I do honestly believe that, and this is where it comes down to kind of ethics and parenting ethics. Like, if you want to have the best chance of being the best of anything, learning it as early as possible is the thing. And that can also make people go, it can be bad for their mental health as well. So there's kind of a line. Andre Agassi is a great example. He's got a great autobiography, I think it's called Open, where he was bred, his dad. It's often dads that are kind of almost made it, but kind of saw that people did make it and what's required. Edged and just away from the keeper. Bomick hurls himself at it. That'll be 4. Kikuliwala. Well, welcome to boundary. Moves up to run a ball 20. But yeah, just drilling it, hitting 10,000 balls a day from when he's like 2, 3 years old. And some of the things were quite amazing. So his dad bought a tennis court, a house with a tennis court, kind of on the outskirts of Vegas, which is where they lived. And he was just hitting 10,000 balls a day growing up. And his dad was also like quite a cheapskate. So they lived on a bit of a hill, and Andre got so good at actually, occasionally he could deliberately hit one off the frame so it went out of the court, and his dad would go and get it, and he'd get to sit down for 5 minutes because he knew his dad wouldn't just let the tennis ball get away. But he also knew...
talking about getting away. Well, not just the tennis ball, but the cricket ball. The Grizzly gets away here as well. And that's going to go all the way. And it's going to be a minimo, given as wides. Not the best of efforts, perhaps, there from the keeper.
Yeah, he goes the stop method here, Bomick. But, yeah, unfortunately couldn't stop it. Probably won't hurt him that much at this stage. Yeah, but he knew that he couldn't just hit one out of the court because he knew he did it on purpose. So he would actually frame one out of the court. And then, look, to be fair, he ended up being...
I think all of those things, if you're right, you got to start them young, but you got to also make it that you train them in a natural way, and not in a forceful bullying way, because that's the worst thing, isn't it?
Definitely.
They've got to enjoy it, and if you can make it enjoyable, then they will get on with it really well. And there's some good examples and also perhaps some bad examples of that. End of the over. 7 completed now, and Roma Capannelle, well, they're going at a bit of a snail's pace here. 34 for 4 of 7.
I think you nailed it there, though. I mean, you need part of the ingredient is I think that the child should have what turns out to, or at least feel like a natural enthusiasm for the sport or whatever it is that they're being trained to do. Sometimes there's dynasties, so in families, you know, sons and daughters want to emulate their parents. But also there's plenty of cases of you know, children not really wanting that, and also parents not only pushing it if the child wants it. I mean, I actually played a couple of games with Kim Hughes' son, and he never played cricket until he was 28. He said, I didn't really interest me. I'm into skateboarding, I'm into this or that. And then he, later in life, and then by that stage, he was a decent player, but he wasn't elite because he hasn't really had a lot of training. Brad played with him a bit. Oh dear.
Well, this could have turned out a lot worse than it did. Well, he nails the edge of the pitch here. Of course, artificial and not quite as pronounced as we saw in Bulgaria, but it does stick out a little bit. Watch this. Now you see it, now you don't.
That'll give me nightmares. This is why I think if I was keeping, if I could learn to always be fine keeping with the helmet on, even though I go to the keeper's end, but that could happen anywhere, anytime. And there's just no human alive that could deal with that. Uh-oh. Well, now the other one almost hit him, and this one does.
It's almost like they're playing tip and run here just to try and see if they can get that 1 point here. But this one, that one does get him. Oh, that's on the arm, but he seems to be okay.
Yeah, I was impressed with Passaretti's keeping. I thought he had good instincts. And, yeah, I really thought he did a good job. Took a good catch off that big deflection off the spinner.
It's a nice looking shot once again. Oh, it could be a run out. He has a go. And he heads, in the end, he gets himself in a position where he has 3 stumps to look at, but he misses. But have to be said that the bowler has to try and get back. Look, he's just watching here, the bowler. Bowler saying, there they are, hit him. And the fielder saying, well, all right, then, if you're not going to get behind him, well, we'll try and hit him. But, yeah, I mean, it's got to. Mia has to get behind the stumps here, and it would have been an easy throw, and it would have been a run out. Instead, he gets back. Passaretti. It's up in the air. I think it's going to get okay here. It's going to get, well, he will get a boundary. Going to get 4 runs here. Well, Passaretti needs to go like a Maserati and score runs pretty quickly here if they're going to get to this 82. He's going to need some help there from Kevin, who's, well, been there now for 21 deliveries. He's on 17. Well, a boundary there, that will help. And that's what they've got to do. You can see they're taking on some dangerous runs here just to try and keep that scoreboard ticking, but still need another 42 runs here to try and get something from this match. Well struck, but there's a sweeper out there, and well, Abdul has been outstanding in that part of the field with his catching, at least. And though he doesn't take this clean, it'll only be a single. Yeah, well done to everybody in the chat as well. Nice to have so many people here as well. Everybody involved there. Terry Richmond, hello Terry. I noticed Peter was there earlier as well. Peter, hello to you. Hello to Martin Gleaves and Terry Richmond. And gets played out on the offside. They'll take the single. Once again, another wild throw which needs a fair bit of backing up, but it'll only just be a single. End of the over. 8 completed now with the score 42 for 4. So 12 balls, looking to try and get these 40 runs. I don't see it happening myself, but that means you've got to go at 2 lots of magicals. And if that's to happen, then I think Kevin has really got to be the one who's got to start things off here. 18 of 22 deliveries so far. It won't going to get any easier because it's going to be Anik Ahmed to come onto bowl, and he started things off beautifully with that first over. Just went for 2 and picked up a wicket. In comes Anik. Kevin's got to go for it. Well, tries the old reverse Malachi and misses it. Kevin, I have to say, I don't mind him trying all of these fun and fantastic and exciting shots, but he hasn't really nailed one of them so far yet.
Kevin's in some sort of batting purgatory, isn't he, this game? Okay, it was a really good effort, the double hat-trick ball, but let's be honest, he did drop it. There's Bandaranaka, 4 for 19, hat-trick number 27 of the season. First one here in Rome. Almost joined an exclusive club.
That's hit well, and he will get a boundary. Well, some are saying 6, some are saying 4. I think it was 4. Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's have a look. And nice shot by Kevin. I mean, it'll be better for the run, as they say in horse racing. Let's have a look. This one. Yeah, definitely one bounce 4.
We could do this. It hasn't been a Maximo in this inning so far.
Maximo,
we need one.
to just kind of get their day started. Mentioned it's a big day for Roma Capannelle.
And this is catchable. And it'll be missed. He gets nothing on this. That'll be 4. He's blaming the sun. Get a pair of shades. That's my answer to that.
Blaming the sun with the sun behind you is a pretty bold tactic. Maybe it was a second-hand glare. This one definitely, I think, goes for 4 as well. Straight through, barely touches it. I mean, unfortunately, no good. Kakulawala breaks through the 100 strike rate barrier, finally. 50's up for Roma Capannelle.
Now he goes for a bit of a walk here, Kevin. That's well bowled. And he could have been tempted to bang it in and go quicker, but he just decided, you know what? I'm going to take all the pace off it. So come on, everybody. Power to the chat. Let's get together. Let's think Maximo. Let's see if we can get a Maximo in this innings. We haven't had one yet. Just seeing the 5 boundaries in 4s. Are we going to get a 6 here? Well, off the pads. Probably going down the leg side. So there's a little appeal. Won't be honoured. And Kevin, once again, looking to go with a reverse Malachi, but not going to be. I'm liking that also from Nick Ahmed. He just sees what he's trying to do, follows him. Keeps it nice and tidy.
Nice ball, Farmer. He's been very good. Maybe change pace again.
Just gets dug out, no runs. So well bowled by the captain. In fact, he's had a good match. Don't forget the 29-12 that he scored as well. So end of the over, 51 for 4. 6 balls to go. Next match, of course, will feature Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They'll take on Roma Gladiatori or Gladiators.
I've got a good one here catching up on the chat. Martin Gleaves saying Phil Mickelson, the golfer, famous golfer, is right. He's actually right-handed, but he plays left-handed because he was always doing a mirror image of what his dad was doing. So probably watching his dad and then...
What a story.
That's amazing. Monkey Band saying, are you allowed to use scissors or do you have a left-hand pair just for yourself? Yeah, that's the other thing. Left-handers are always moaning about, these scissors or whatever.
Well, I remember when I started cricket, we had a left-hander and the poor guy could never get any gloves.
Yeah.
We just didn't have left-hander gloves.
I'll give you another strange one as we see Kevin going for a bit of a wander and getting a single. Yeah, he's probably ready to kind of jump off the cliff, isn't he? Kakulawala just needs a little bit of a push. He hasn't been a fun time for him out there. But, he's a game changer. Maybe he can click later in the day. In baseball, I know you realise he played a lot of baseball as well after he played cricket. Just wait for Abdul. He's getting it over here. So they don't really you don't find right-handed, so you don't find left-handed, you don't find left-handed catches. Yeah. So because if you're left-handed, this position isn't for you.
Let's have a look at this. He's not in no hurry, and the bat, you know what? I reckon this bat is on the line. I know we ain't got the best angle there, so the camera wouldn't give us the best of looks.
Probably just
has he got past the line?
It's going to be inconclusive, I think. It's kind of over the line. I think at this stage, you probably
only got himself to blame here. It's shocking running. If he's given out here, which I
don't think you can give it on that evidence. I think you'd be sticking with a not out, although you probably want to teach him a lesson.
Yeah, Pasarati there, not the way to do it. Well, he's making the umpires having to work hard for this, and now, well, maybe it could be a walkie-talkie failure because he's holding the walkie-talkie, but the walkie-talkie ain't doing it. Now the 2 umpires are coming together, so. Well,
I don't know. He might be out. Let's just get Jumbotron up here. You're guessing, aren't you? If you think that's out.
You got to remember. One thing I would say, You got to remember that we're seeing this with the stumps broken.
Yeah.
So the frame before it,
Yeah.
he wouldn't be in. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying it's not conclusive for me. It's suspicious.
If you're
but
gonna
it's
run,
not conclusive.
If you're going to run like that, give him out.
Yeah,
That's
I know
what
you're
I'd
trying
say.
to make a moral point that he jogged it. Give him a break. I don't have to work for everyone.
There's a lot of discussion here from the umpires. I don't really know what.
I think they're talking about morning tea. See, that isn't quite broken because part of the bail's still on. So that's why that's not the one we're using, right?
Yeah.
The next one after, that's up. So you got to go.
You got it.
You can't.
With the evidence there, you'd have to say.
What do you get? What do you get?
With looking at that, you'd have to say not out.
That's what I said.
But if he's given out,
that's what I said 10 minutes ago.
If he's given out, I wouldn't be that disappointed.
But I don't know. Is Passaretti going to get the unbenefit of the doubt because of his walking?
Not that it's going to make any difference, by the way, to this match.
No, it make a huge difference.
But it's a very long time thinking about this.
The sheriff's got the hat off, so he's obviously had to think pretty hard for this.
And
he's been given
him.
Well, he's been walked out.
They've given him out. So
I don't know about that. Unless the umpire thought it was out. If the umpire had given it out, I can understand how it would stay out.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing that conclusive either way. I mean, to be honest, he's probably more out than in if you tie everything together. So, Passaretti, let's just have a look at this. This ain't really Usain Bolt kind of pace that he's going here. And he gets it down. Yeah, I mean, that's why it was suspicious from the get-go.
Well,
Maybe, I'm not particularly sure. I would agree in the heat of a battle, in a bit of a closer game, I'd probably be a bit... I mean, the batter can't really be annoyed because it's his fault, right?
Sure. Well, high in the air, it won't be 6, it will be out. So that's going to be another 2 wickets. And Kevin, who does get to the other end, goes for the big hit. Maybe he's trying to get that maximum that we're all trying to see in this innings. Not going to come because it's another batter that's going to have to go. So he's on his way.
I love this. Split the chat. I mean, I still think it probably was out, but I don't know if on that evidence you could say it's conclusive enough. But Rob Thompson with my favourite comment of the day so far saying, my left eye says out.
I love it.
And unfortunately, Kevin's going to have to go. That won't be on the mantelpiece, that innings, I think, in the end. But like I said, first game of new tournament. Here's the old hero with the hat trick in the first innings, Bandara Nayakat, who's coming out to have a hit, 3 balls to go.
Abdul with the ball. Could be a team hat trick. And gets bat on it. They're taking it on, running hard. And well, now they're going to have to stop it. He wants to, but he ain't going to get it because the only reason that was run hard was the hat trick man himself with the ball is going to try and, hit a few more out.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Maybe they gave the wrong person out here because Kevin was definitely out, right? They've still got him batting. But
yeah, Kevin was out.
They needed to change the strike. So Farouk's been given a golden duck in the book. That's one they're going to have to fix.
In the air, searching for the first maximum in the innings. It won't happen because the catch has been taken. So that's going to be out. And next batter will make his way. And, of course, it's not Kevin. Kevin has already gone. So he goes for the big hit here. He's not going to get it. So another one bites the dust. So that's going to be another wicket to go down. So it's just not happening there at the moment for Roma Capannelle. And I think that there might be Farouk Khan, actually, who now makes his way out. So, yeah, that's Farouk Khan who just gets out there, going for the big hit, trying to get us the maximum that we wanted. So Farouk makes his way out as a new batter comes in, and that's going to be Katrik Raghavan. Well, maybe he's the man who's going to get with a ball to go. We haven't had a Maximo. Can we have a Maximo kind of finish? No, because he tries to give himself a little bit of room. Here we go. That is the 4th wicket then to fall in the over from Kadir Abdul and Roma Capannelle. Well, let's face it, they're going to finish on a very disappointing 53 for 8.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, really, in the end, but onwards and upwards. Still 13 more matches for Roma Capannelle, but they need to find a way to score some runs. They've relied on kind of a select few at times. They haven't fired really often enough in the last couple of seasons. But anyway, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they'll go to 2-2, and they will continue their quest for ECS glory in the next game against Roma Gladiatori, who are coming off 2 losses yesterday, but they were pretty competitive losses. They got 2 points out of their opening day. got some big players in there. Gladiatori, Nyanzi, I think, batted incredibly well yesterday. That game's coming up in around about 10 minutes. We'll be back with a start. Bangla Morning Sun, we want to go 2 for 2 in the day. Well, it didn't start too great for Hamza. Got a little leading edge. He had to walk. Big fish gone early. Easy catch for him in there. Really, it never got too much better, did it, for Roma Capannelle? He had to work pretty hard for anything. In fact, it was the end of the 5th over before they even scored their first boundary in this innings.
Yeah, Abdul, well, it started well for him, didn't it, with his catching. That was a very good catch he took early on, running into the ball. He would take another one out there as well. Well, boundaries took a long time to come. And that was the first boundary, and it came after the halfway point. There's Abdul again, and not only did he do well with the catching, but he had an opportunity to bowl the last over, and he picked up, well, 3 wickets as well. So well done on the bowling there. Three for not many. I think only 2 runs come off that over, and there was 1 run out in there as well. So 4 wickets would fall in it. And Roma Capannelle, only Kevin really got going. Probably should have been going then as well, but the catch wasn't taken. He got a boundary, but eventually he would go. That was a sort of hard hitting strike, looking to get that boundary, looking to get that 6. He wouldn't do it. He would be well caught by Mohammed Amin, and Kevin, he had to make his way. And the other batters would also come and go once again, trying to get that first maximum of their campaign in their first match. That was taken, and then the last man who came in showed too much of his stumps as he tried to get funky, and that was the end as well for another. So Roma Bangla Morning Sun, good work for them in the end. They finished with, well, they didn't finish quite how they wanted to with the bat after they lost a number of wickets towards the end, 116 for 9, but it was enough. They win this one quite comprehensively by 65 runs. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard, and you can see that really only Kevin was able to get in the runs, but his strike rate for this format of the game a little bit below par, but as Vinny says, that will improve. It's only their first match. They've got 2 more matches here today, and they will have a bit of a break before they come back into action. So they will take on Roma Gladiatori. Gladiatori, of course, yesterday lost both their matches. They are up next. Won't be easy for them either. They're up against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. It will be the same match as this time yesterday, which, of course, Gladiatori made 114, and Roma Bangla Morning Sun knocked them off and won fairly comfortably by 8 wickets. So the scorecards will come up for you shortly, but remember, join us back just in a short time, actually, probably in under 15 minutes when we get ready for the second match of the day. Match number 7 coming up, Roma Bangla Morning Sun taking on Roma Gladiatori. So the Gladiators are going to be in action. Well, your Gladiators here in the commentary box will be ready to welcome you. Rika Full and Vinny Sandu, and of course, the rest of the gang of the Royal European Cricket Network. Hasta pronto, mi familia. Join us back in around about 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. The viewing area, the brand new viewing area, and the big top tent here at the Roma Cricket Ground. That's one thing I love about European cricket. Every time I come to these grounds, there's something new, there's an improvement. Right now, it's really cool in here. There's plenty of shade. There's even water stations, to be honest. Once I'm here, I might not want to leave. But what I will tell you is we have match 7 coming up, and this one will see Roma Gladiatori taking on Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I do have some toss news for you. Anik Ahmed won the toss for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and he wants to bowl first. So they've had an interesting day so far. Obviously, they've had their ups, they've had their downs. Roma Gladiatori, they lost both their matches yesterday. But I don't know, look at their lineup. I kind of feel if they were 2007 bank, they're probably a bit too big to fail. So maybe they will click with the bat today. But really, another close contest. I think we're seeing contests that are pretty evenly matched all through this Roma ECS so far. So I'm going to stay here. Maybe I'll have a little bit of a refreshment. Maybe I'll lie down. But Rico, you're here, and I know you're going to do a great job. Let's get ready for match 7 with Roma Bangla winning the toss, bowling first.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Well, Vinny's found a nice little spot over there. Yeah, looks pretty nice. Well, maybe if he does come back, I'll take a little bit of time over there. Looks like a nice place to go in and get out of the baking sun for a while. Talking about the sun, well, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they've still got some more work to do. They won their first match this morning against Roma Capannelle. Well, now it's a Gladiatori that they have to do battle against. This is a repeat of match number 2 that we saw yesterday, the same time as today, where Gladiatori did bat first, got to 114 for 4, but Roma Bangla Morning Sun got there thanks to, Mohsin 76 of 23. So let's see if Mohsin, who of course was out first ball in that last match, let's see if he can get going this time. Sheriff Rehan, of course, was in good form, as was Anik Ahmed. 84% to 16 in favour of the Bangla Morning Sun. No surprise really there as the teams make their way out. The bright yellow that we've seen there of Gladiatori. Harpreet, the captain, will be hoping that he can find his form again. Yesterday we did see him score good runs, though the team itself weren't able to pick up a win yesterday. Lost both their matches. Of course, they went down not only to Roma Bangla Morning Sun, but a little bit later on they also weren't able to get a win against Roma CC, where they went down by 7 wickets. Again, batted first and got 94. So they'll be batting first again for the 3rd time. And I think they'll feel, having got to a score in the 90s and then also posting that 114, that they need to be really more closer to that 130 mark, 130, 135, and more of a defendable total. Let's see how they fare in pursuit for that score. Harpreet will open up with the bat and need some good support from several of his other batters. He's got Mubarak Hussain, who's going to be his opening partner. And looks like it'll be no surprise that it will be Anik Ahmed, I'm sure, is going to once again open the ball. It comes around the wicket and really does sort of push that ball through it. A bit of pace across the right-hander. The 2 captains will do battle to start, and Harpreet will get the first one away. And that will go all the way. Manos, arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, we waited the whole 10 overs when we saw Roma Capannelle out there for a 6, and it never came. We don't have to wait long for it to come in this contest. The very first ball goes for 6 from Harpreet, the captain. Harpreet, of course, a big unit, hard hitter. And Anik Ahmed needs to go a little bit fuller. He goes wider instead, too wide. It's a wide ball. As you can see, every run being cheered loudly by Gladiatori, who are looking to register their first win. It looks like they've got some spectators in, and well, it looks like that Vinny Sandu might be might be pushed out of that area he was in, because a lot of supporters, sound like Gladiator supporters, are in that zone now. And that one corner wide again. This one it gets a lot of movement. Let's have a look here. It starts okay, but just there. It's a tough call. Once again, eye angle doesn't help. I think umpire standing wicket to wicket gets a good look at that. I think that's a close call, actually. I think that's one that perhaps the bowler, Nick Ahmed, will feel that he's been a little bit hard done by. Immediately decides he wants to come over the wicket now to Harpreet. And sneaks this one through. Harpreet just swinging wild. Just needs to take a moment just to compose himself and say, right, can't be playing the same shot to every ball. Nick Ahmed gets a dot in. A lot of discussion still was going on about that run out on both ways. On the line, some say was out. Yeah, tough one. And that's why a fair bit of time was spent about it. This is in the air and it will be taken. That spends a long time up there. But what a good catch by Ahmed Mohsin coming in from the boundary there. That sort of the extra cover coming in and takes it. And I don't know, he's not very well here. Now he's taken the catch, but I think that one, the ball is, well, he's taken the catch, and while taking it, I think the force of the ball has also hit on the chest. So he's just going just down it. I can see him moving, but maybe I think he's just out of breath a little bit here. That was a big thud. I know a few people around the ground saying they actually heard that thud into him. Of course, with the old microphone, you see he takes the catch and he's just gone down here. So I think they're just bringing on some water for him. I know we do have a medics on standby. One of the medics will come out here. But just look at that. You see there. Actually, he hits him right on the chest. And he then is very lucky. He doesn't get hands onto it at all. First time in the chest. And then the ball kindly just stays in the arm. And he holds onto it. So the medic will have a look at this. And well, while we're having a look, I know that we've got plenty of cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. So we let the medics treat the fielder Moss in there and have a look at the European Cricket Championship. Of course, will be happening at the Capannelle Oval. Well, here we go. And of course, we'll go for one beautiful setup of this Roma cricket ground to another. We move from Italy to Spain. That's starting, of course, on the 23rd of September through to the 19th of October. It's going to be a treat. I've already made some comparisons about this ground and the outfield here, how lush and green it is to that at Capannelle. So sort of be a bit like for like. And of course the branding as the boundary fence around will be just as spectacular. Loving the reds and the blues combining together here. But yeah, that's what we're going to see. Now we can have a look that Italy, they're going to be in that Group D. A lot of people saying Group D, Group of Death. And the Netherlands, probably the favourites there. Jersey playing some very good cricket at the moment. Sweden in there as well. Never right off Sweden. Norway playing good cricket as well. Raja Iqbal, we're looking forward to coming back to the Capannelle. And Italy not going to be an easy group. And so we'll revisit that quite frequently on the way through. But just ready to go back to the action here. Nice to see that Mohsin is okay. He's back out on the boundary right in front of us here. Just waiting for the medic. Hang on a minute. Guys, well, the medics haven't actually gone off the field and we're starting play. They're still on the field. The ball up in the air. It's going to plug. And it'll be a couple. Well, that could have been interesting. The medics could have been in the firing line there for a moment. The umpire said, we wasted enough time. Medics or no medics, we're going to carry on. Well, they are off the field now. They weren't in a real hurry, really. So we do continue his first over. But, of course, the big moment is that we have seen a wicket as well already, and it was that of Captain Harpreet, who went for just 6. Mohsin somehow took the catch. It's a good sharp delivery into the body of Zadran, who plays this out. Shadamugal Zadran is the batter that's come in at number 3. Yeah, very interesting to get the Mohsin. Quite often, when you see the ball hit the chest like that, the ball sort of flies away. But he managed to cushion that ball, and it just rolled into sort of his elbow and stayed there. Well, that's aggressive in the air. Mohsin this time will want to get hands to it, not the chest. And he will. No problems this time for Mohsin. Well, the medics have done their job. And Mohsin, well, no fear from him. He thought he might have been just a little bit concerned with the ball coming back to him, but not at all. And another wicket goes. Zadran will go for 2 of 3 deliveries. Mohsin holds on to another. And with wickets falling quickly like this, we know that Gladiatori don't really bat deep. So already alarm bells ringing here as Anik Ahmed picks up his 2nd wicket in the 1st over here. And I like that from Ahmed as well. Look, he had a few issues coming around the wicket after the first few deliveries and thought, you know what, I'll change it. And it's been a change for the better, actually, coming over the wicket. 10 for 2 now. And that was the last ball of that 1st over. So the captain, Anik Ahmed, perfect start from him. 2 wickets off the over. And now it's time for a man who bowled superbly well in that last match. This is gets played away as Amin comes into the attack and gets blasted. That's a big hit. And 6 runs. When we started the 1st over, 1st ball for 6, this one has been very much the same again. The thing is, though, is what happens after the 1st. They're absolutely smashed. Not where Amin wants to be. Good hit. Solid strike. Mubarak Hussain faces his 1st ball, and similar to Harpreet, does the same, puts it away. But can he stick around? Amin needs to go a bit fuller. Short. And that's cleverly played. That's a really nice shot. Intelligent cricket. And gets played shorter outside the off. The umpire's just checking here. I think this is 4 runs. I think it bounces just before the boundary. We'll have a look at it here. But cleverly played. Doesn't try and swoosh it away down the leg side. There we go. 4 carreras. So 6 and 4. Come on, you know you're dying to say it. All together now. Hungry for more. Welcome to Wayne, who joins in, and also to Monica Ramos Acosta. I hope you're all very well. Gary Wheeler also in the chat. Hello, Gary. And Jeffrey Mobbs. Glad to have you all together. Well, we got very much a family affair on the chat today. Just take the 1 this time. So need a fight back. Hussain up and running. Niaz. Munib Niaz, that is. What can he offer with the bat? Taking his time, the left-hander, to sort out his guard. Just having a quick look at the field change. So they've got, looking like the man has gone 3rd. They want to move him a bit finer. He was a bit too close to the man at point. But, solid push from the back foot. Didn't get a run, but sounded good. Did Niaz there, Niazi. I mean, once again, very much at the batter, not giving him any room, and as I expect to see on this track, good bounce for the bowlers. If they get the ball in the right areas, then it's going to be very difficult to play aggressive shots, and that's where you're going to see batters having to just push the ball around. I remember the last time I was here, we saw a lot of matches which were in the 80s and the 90s. That gets worked away. Some work to be done here with the fielder coming across, but is not going to stop the boundary. So just goes down the leg side. You saw the scoreboard there. Nice fancy electronic scoreboard. Yeah, just straying his line. There we go. Well, 4 more to put onto that. Courtesy of that. End of the over. Not the worst there. I mean, he'd be disappointed that he's finished with a boundary. It's the way he started. So 6-4, 1 and 2 dots and a 4. 15 come off the over. 25 for 2. Won't be too worried about the score. But of course, losing the 2 wickets, that's where they'll be disappointed. Basali going to be brought into the attack here, so they're going to hold back to Anik. Once again, perhaps to bowl the 9th or the 10th over like he did in that last match. Hussain waits. I think this partnership's probably pretty key here now for Roma Gladiatori. Bit of a swing and a miss first up. A good areas outside the off. Just a quick check on this field. Of course, the last over before 3 more players can go out the 30-yard circle. At the moment, they're keeping it pretty simple. They've got quite a wide, long off back and a wide third. You've got a genuine catcher in there in the sort of wide, deep gully area, and then a wide third. Short, and once again, just a dot. Got to say, the ball doesn't seem to be whizzing through the shorter deliveries. Seems to, I believe it does hold up just a little bit. And that's why I think batters just have to find time to get themselves in and get used to that bounce. So that's it's a sort of the way you'd say the ball sort of popping up rather than coming through quickly. It's a sort of a spongy bounce. All right, up in the air, chasing hard, and well, it goes down because there's a bit of bumper cars. It's a collision between the 2 fielders. No calling on this, and in fact, well, it could have been 3 combining together. It ends up being 2. The chance is there. Have a look at this. No calling on it, and bang. They all bang into each other, and it almost drops into one of them quite easily. If that was caught before he hit the deck, that would have been a bit of a team catch. Certainly stronger together it would have been, but not. Chance gets dropped. Opportunity not taken. Abbas not happy. Hussain didn't look comfortable against Abbas, but he gets to the safe end. The fielder not in the right place here, as you can see the captain. Anik Ahmed wants to make a change here. He's bringing up, yeah, he had too many out because he had also a fielder on the boundary behind square, so third had to come in. Once again, good bowling from Abbas, certainly getting some good lift. That seems to be troubling the batters. Yeah, Hussain being dropped there on 11, that could be pretty important. I said at the time that this partnership probably has to be pretty key. Abbas Ali starts quite wide, comes close in the stumps, and that one has been hit well on the up. That's quite a cracking shot, really. Very good shot. He leans into this. And you know, sometimes we say that when you're batting, it's about timing and getting all the weight going into the shot. Well, that is a good example of that. Gets good balance, and the weight all goes into that. Good weight distribution into the shot. That's 6 runs. Good, powerful strike. Just a little bit too short this time. It was Abbas Ali changing the field. There's the mid-on comes in, long off goes back. That's not a good ball, and this one could go all the way to the boundary. It will be stopped. I think the keeper must have got a bit of glove on this. It's not a good delivery. It's going to be wides, but it could have been a lot worse. And I do feel that Chandra Bhumik probably gets a bit of glove on this to slow it down. You can see there from the flags there of the Federation of Italian Cricket, displaying about gently So there is a gentle breeze, but nothing really to write home about as the temperatures start to soar upwards. Short, Gundy, and absolutely blasted. Don't bowl there. I get the feeling that this is 6. It bounces just before the boundary fence, and I know there's about 2 to 3 meters between the rope and the fence. I reckon this is 6. I think that's 6 runs, and I know we don't get it down camera, but I'm pretty confident this is. I'm pretty sure that maybe the scorers or the tournament referee or the third umpire would probably see that. Yeah, there you go, that's 6 runs. There was no doubt for me. It's another good over. Two lots of 15s. The first over went for 10. So they'll be pleased with the rate they're going at, but this partnership is key. These two have to stay together, and if they do, they can score runs quickly. I'm liking the start here from the powerful left-hander. And Niaz playing some good shots. Munim Niaz? Niazi, I should say. Got the I at the end of his name. Good start from him. And I saw him spend a fair bit of time there just for a moment, just talking to us, saying you could see what he was saying to him, saying, come on, we started here now after losing those early wickets, and we've got to make this count. Of course, they lost their captain Harpreet for 6. It was very much 6 and out for him. 6 or 3 balls. And then Zadran, well, he never really got going, out for 2 or 3. The ball gets thrown to Raju Mia, who will bowl the first over outside of the power play. Into the body. Good early call. Yeah. They'll take the leg by. So Niaz goes back on strike. Hussain, at the moment, made a positive start early on. Played a couple of nice shots, 2 big 6s and a 4. But since then, he's been tucked up, is the word to use, where they've got the ball into his body and he hasn't been able to work it away. Mia. Pretty long run has Mia. Coming in now to Hussain. Hussain swings at it. It's pretty wide, and well, it's thrown at his end. And well, if there were more alerts here, I think Hussain was ready to go if Niazi had spotted that there was a shot at the stumps, which was missed by a fair way, but well backed up on the boundary. But the batter's not capitalising on it. It's Anik Ahmed who made the stop eventually. Right, Niazi is looking good, isn't he? He's played some nice shots. It's pitched up, hits it along the ground, but Anik Ahmed comes in, picks it up. What a good throw! A lovely bit of cricket that. Really good all round. Not a bad shot. The fielding from the captain, Anik Ahmed, was sensational. Charged, attacked it, pick up, throw, and just getting in. The batters are very well backed up as well. Good cricket, good standards here in Italy. Welcome to Helix. Well, that's probably too wide. Yep. Just falling away. As I think Mia just trying to get a little bit of extra oomph in his bowling. It doesn't really need to, I think. Get the feeling that this pitch is probably one of those pitches where if you're trying to put too much into it, it probably doesn't give you as much. I think natural rhythm will get you more. That's high in the air, catching opportunity. Not easy, and it will go down. That's up there a long time. It's not an easy catch, you know. It's a long way up in the air, and the fielder can't get there. The opportunity gets missed, and I think that's Sharif Rahan who couldn't get there. So down it goes. It's another missed opportunity. Batters take the single. Oh, looking to launch into this. It was on the leg side, so he was not going to get the appeal. We'll get a leg by Hussain, where his charmed innings continues at the moment. Saw him dropped on 11, he gets dropped on 19 as well. Mir looking to finish the over off here. It's been a pretty good one so far. Hussain looking to capitalise on the opportunities that haven't been taken. And, oh, that's a sizzler. That really is. Well, that's gone off like a bullet train, isn't it? Nobody is stopping that. That crashes into the less played cricket. Stronger together banners there on the offside. Watch this one if you can see it. Well, you'll see it crunch into the banners there. That's an exceptional hit. Very well hit. Very good shot. 4 runs to finish the over. The 50 comes up then at the end of the 4 overs. The 2 wickets down. The over goes for 10. So we've seen 2 10s and 2 15s at the moment. And going at the moment at the around about 125 pace. Not going to waste any time. They will go back here to Amin. So Mohammed Amin waits for Niazi to get himself sorted, get the gloves on. Field doesn't change too much. You've got just the 2 on the leg side. And that's where he goes for, and that's the issue. If you just got the 2 on the leg side, so they got the long on and square leg, but they've got nobody really at that sort of 4 and the 45. So if you're going to bang the ball in short, you need a behind square. The square that they've got is very much sort of the other side of the umpire. So if that's the line, if you're going to try the short stuff, you've got to get the right field in. And that probably means you have to bring 3rd up and push another one back. At the moment, 3rd stays back. Sweeper out on the offside and long off back. I mean, has to get a better line in. And that's better areas. That's where you want to be. The fielder makes a stop. They get a single. Vinny Sandhu joins me back in. Well, we can't say the cube anymore.
Well, hold on. We got a surprise overthrow that's almost going to result in a wicket. We've got somebody wiping themselves out. It's nuts. Well, let's go back to what you were saying. We can't call it the cube anymore. It's kind of like... It's like a shoebox shape, like a rectangular prism. Okay, what happened here? The ball comes in here, and then I don't even know. No, the bowler didn't really rush over there. Muneeb says, well, if you're taking that long, I'm going to go for it. Muneeb runs. This would have been out. It wasn't. The first thing I was going to say when I saw that ball is how different this field is to fielding in the vortex in Bulgaria. You know, that kind of a nick is going to scream off in some direction. Here's Amin. By the way, Muneeb, he had an incredible amount of luck yesterday as well as batting very well, but he got dropped. An absolute goober, Samarage of Roma CC, who really is one of the top fielders going around. He popped a catch back to him. He just dropped it. Don't know how. Ended up putting on a big half-century. But Roma Gladiatori, they're certainly a real confident side. You know, I think they're exciting to watch. They're quite at home in the format. So many of these games are kind of unpredictable, evenly matched contests, and this is one of them, I think. Hussain also can be a bit of a beast if he gets going. And, well, Exhibit A, this one, which is pumped up now to the ground. It's a fantastic catch. That's Vasis Saini, the Romanian captain, who is protecting the blue crew over there. And they do have an extra scorer sometimes, so the extra scorer has to play the role of bodyguard, full-on Secret Service stuff. Vasu takes a very well-judged catch. Yeah, and I think they're all very grateful there. I know Gerard is in there, and Shreya is there as well as Mars Bargy. And, well, Vasu says, don't worry, folks, I'll save you. The question is, who's going to save the bowler? Because Mohammed Amin has come back to bowl here, and at the moment he's going for boundaries. That's the 3rd boundary of the over. Yeah, that one, just the line wasn't quite right. It's outside the front pad, beautifully flicked away, little leg glance for 4. Yeah, Vasu actually captained Romania to 2nd place in the sub-regional World Cup qualifiers here back in June, so he knows this ground very well. Obviously, we've seen him playing a lot. He's one of the original players from 2019 when he was playing for Cluj. Still does. As Amin gets this one outside the off stump, finishes with a dot, but the damage was kind of done to the figures. None for 32 for Mohammed Amin, and the score at the end of 5 is 67 for 2. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Well, just shows you the Blue Crew have still got some of the skills. Plus, of course, he's a current player, so he's got no excuses. Yeah. But, yeah, some good hitting from Hussain. And, yeah, what do you think of the tournament so far? I know you haven't been here since 2022.
It's great. I mean, the ground is looking fantastic. The pitch playing very much as it did then. I'm just thinking to myself, of course, we've got the Metal Shield that's going to be happening here the first time ever. When those ladies turn up here and they look at this ground, they're going to think, wow, they really are. It's going to take their breath away. Because though I've been here before, I think on 2, maybe 3 other occasions, coming here this time and seeing this setup the way it is and seeing the ground and the outfield looking the way it does, I'm thinking, wow, it looks a completely different place.
Looks great. And you just saw I was in the kind of new spectator area over there. It's incredibly comfortable over there as well. So, yeah, hopefully during the Metal Shield, we have a fair bit of the local cricket community down as well, supporting not just Europe, but the Italians as well right now.
Wow.
This one has maybe gone to a different part of Europe. That's Niazi warming up, and he lifts that one outside his legs and goes bang, Maximo, 6 runs.
What a shot this is. He's picked that up beautifully, and only the fence there stops this Grizzly going into the agriculture part of the ground. That is a delightful pickup. Don't bowl at his legs as Awaz Ali comes back in to have a bowl, and he gets taken apart straight away.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. Niazi likes to bat outside his crease. He's confident. He's moving forward this time. Up in the air, it's flying, and I think it's going to fly away from the fielder. I think that's got all the way. It has. Maximo. Niazi goes away from that leg side this time. Had to reach for it, but he gets enough. 6 runs, and the counter attack is coming on. And just looking at this Metal Shield squads, I think the community will be out supporting the Italians in particular. Emilia Bartram, as well as Mathnara Ratnayaka, Alenia Sims, and Delisha Naniakara, all in Team Europe squad. So I'm sure they want to be getting behind them.
Plenty of support. Oh, look, Leslie's here with some goodies. Well, I'll tell you what, goody, yum, yum, as this one has got blasted away as well. Well, that is another biggie. That's what, 3 in 3? What a hit, what a pickup, what a shot. And Niazi is turning on the style here now. He's going boom blastic.
Yeah, just kind of slot length, wasn't it? And Niazi, it's one of those guys, when he gets in, he's just really tough to get out. It doesn't always make a start, but he's up, he's ticking. He's 36 of just 14 balls. This is a danger partnership right now for Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
Scoring quickly, hitting hard. All right, what next here? Awaz Ali comes back, good one, just holds his one back. A good throw, he's in trouble. That, I think, would have been out. We might get another look at this side on. I think if this one hits, then he's going to be a goner. We've got a nice, refreshing, slight yogurty drink coming our way, haven't Leslie?
I've just knocked mine over in one ball. Delicious. We always get very well looked after here. I've got to say big thanks to all the team here at the Roma Cricket Club. Hey, this is what I like seeing right now, 50-50 game. Gladiators made a great start, listed for 135. The computer doesn't think they can keep it up quite this pace, but, well, maybe the batters have other ideas. Hussain goes uppercut, and he goes 6 more. Maximo! Awaz Ali getting destroyed in the 6th over. That's the 4th Maximo of the over, 25 of it. It's gone magical.
Oh, well, it's raining 6s at the moment. We saw Niazi hit 3 on the spin. He then rotates the strike. And now we see another one.
Well, can't give him length at the moment. They're being ruthless. This is another kind of challenge ball. Big filthy slog, but it had worked to that point. End of the 6th over and the score. Gladiatori, 92 for 2.
Yeah, that was the over that they needed. Gets the acceleration gain. Still got loads of time to bat. So I suppose right now, really, if they keep going at this rate, a 150-plus score is definitely on here. And when you consider the start that they had, Gladiatori are looking good, remember? Looking to get revenge because they played in the same fixture at the same time yesterday, which didn't go their way. They got to 114, so you can see that they are looking to, as I said, try and get into the 130s here to give themselves more runs to try and defend and get that win. A win that they haven't been able to pick up thus far.
Yeah, but like I said, they've been competitive. I call them like the big banks in in the midst of the late 2000s, too big to fail. And I think that at some point they're gonna go. And right now, obviously we're seeing them click pretty well, these two. Niazi faces up, happy just to take one, but he'll probably get 4. Just works around the corner. Again, bowler straying outside the leg stump and paying the penalty.
Yeah, nobody back there, and that just gets worked away. Clever little shot, because again, doesn't have to hit it too hard, just has to get it there. So well done, well played. Bowlers just straining the line. I just wonder, I thought maybe the way things had gone the last 2 overs that perhaps the captain, Anik Ahmed, might have brought himself back a little bit earlier. But he does go to Raju Mir first.
But I've got to give you a stat here. So Roma Gladiatori, when they were batting first in each of their games yesterday, all right? But this shows you how unpredictable they are. So off the last 9 balls of match 1, and they were going okay, but the last 9 balls of their innings, they got 0. 0. They got nada, right? So that's about as bad a finish you can get. Last 9 balls, 0 runs. But then match 2, it was slightly different. I'll explain in a minute. This is a big swing and a miss once again. So yeah, no runs off 9. That was how they finished their innings in the first game.
Right.
Second game, 43 off 9. Okay, and they actually lifted themselves up to a competitive target. So yeah, we kind of saw an innings that was tracking okay, stopping its tracks yesterday. And this is one thing, and you've already seen it in the Capannelle first innings of the day, that you can feel like the game's going one way, but then a wicket or a kind of big over changes things, and the whole balance of power can change. It's a top edge. Another Bermuda triangle forming. Can anyone reach it? Oh, fantastic effort down there from Naeem, who's actually quite a decent keeper. And he was kind of a bit of a backup keeper there, wasn't he? He did one of the most difficult things to do, which is to run with the flight of the ball, and he almost reels it in, cracks him in the chest.
Yeah, well, it would have been a great catch. It really would have been. Would have been quite outstanding, and that certainly could have changed the way things are going at the moment, but it's not to be, as Hossain, well, gives another life, and again, he survives. So 3 times they could have had him. Been dropped on 11, 19, and now on 40. Niazi on 42. A couple of big hits away from what would be a very good half-century.
Oh, well, what a good shot that is. Watch the rope. He just stays inside there. Almost thought he was going to back over the rope, but both these two hitting the ball in a commanding way right now.
Yeah, very good bit of fielding. His boundary awareness was spot on and gets the throw in quick and fast as well. Just a single.
Persisting with this kind of heavy length. Raju thinks he can overpower Hussain. Yeah, probably not going to work. That's going to go up and over the fielder. Takes him on, doesn't care. Abdul has to watch it fly over his head. It's Maximal. The 100 comes up as well for Roma Gladiatori.
Comes up in style with probably one of the best shots that we've had of the day so far. Cuts this over point for 6. Smashes into the banner and comes back into play. What a shot. What a moment. 100 up. And 105 for 2. Still got 18 balls to go in the innings.
Yeah, let's have a look at the ECCW. Listings for the final tournament of the year. Of course, ECCW this year, the Euros of Women's Cricket, it's gone from 5 countries to 10. And Italy will be holding their spot in the Premier Division. Remember, they actually beat England 11, the eventual champions last year, the only team to do so. Also really excited that there's a Challenger Division for the ECCW as well. Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey and Czechia in there. I know that the plans for 2025 have that expanding once again to an emerging division, which is basically a 3rd tier with perhaps some promotion relegation logistics to be worked out later. But I just think it's great to have more and more nations involved in that tournament.
Yeah, it's good to see cricket growing. Of course, we're going to see a fair share of women's cricket. Of course, the Military Shield, that will be happening here in Rome coming up, of course, very soon as well. So, exciting year for men and women's cricket on the European Cricket Network. Oh, a bit of spin. I think they waited a bit of time for spin. Well, we will finally get some. And it is going to be Sharif Rehan to bowl it. Of course, had the opportunity to pick up and take a catch himself, didn't he, which went down, so maybe he can make amends with the ball. So I think just electing here to take pace right off the ball and seeing if that can bring them some success. No, because that is in the slot, and this one, once again, has the scorer shaking at the knees, but this one goes right over them. 6 runs, powerful hit. And Hussain, well, now he's on verge of a lucky, streaky, yet you could also say powerful half-century.
Yeah, power partnerships, hey. Raihan trying to stop the bleeding. And he's just seeing him so well right now. It's not the worst ball, really. Probably going to hit the stumps, but Hussain doesn't care. Brought up his 50. Now it's time to party. Things are getting pretty dangerous. Hey, don't forget, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they had a record, or then record, chase in the 170s last year. Geez, the way things are going, it might not be far off that here in match number 7. Hussain, let's have a look at his square of the wicket player there. I think he's been really good, kind of using the pace, using the bounce in this pitch, but he can also hit straight. If you get full to him right now, he's going to pump another one into the gap, get another 4 as he swings his way into the 60s.
Well, he's clubbing this like Captain Caveman, isn't he? And they're just not bowling right to him, a little bit too short, and he's just hitting it hard as he can. And that one, well, the fielders, there's 2 of them there, not that far away from where that one finally ends up. But they ain't got a chance. He's hitting the ball so hard. He's too short here. It's Sharif Rehan. He's got to get the ball a lot fuller. Well, something's just... the ball just popped out the hand of Rehan, and the umpire says, well, oh, no, not sure what the discussion is in here. Rehan is having a talk about something with the umpire.
They have a spare ball in his pocket.
Not sure what's the issue here. Oh, I'm not sure.
What's going on here? If there's an issue with... What kind of reaction? Was it something about some suspicion with the action or something like that? I don't know. He's not happy though. Raihan, he's pretty competitive, pretty intelligent guy as well, but he's got the grumps right now about something.
Doesn't like it, and Munib Niazi just trying to have a chat with him there, and he just sort of pushes him away, saying, "No, I don't want to know." So I'm really not sure what this is about. But just watch this here. Yeah. Just says, and he says, "Look, leave me alone. Get off me. Don't touch me." He says, "Don't touch me." So not sure what's going on here.
Third-party mediation counselling probably not in the cards for Niazi. Just comes in a bit heavy-handed, trying to calm the situation down, makes it worse. Let's have a look. That's lifted up in the air, and is it a catching opportunity? Don't think so. It's going to climb over the boundary. Well, if Raihan was steaming before, he won't be too much happier now. That one's gone into the past. Maximal 6 runs.
Well, that's another crossbar challenge. Oh dear, he goes up, up, up and away. And, well, if you thought that the bowler wasn't happy before, Rehan was even more unhappy. Look at that, crossbar challenge. And then, ends up. So we've still got these little digs, have we? Oh, misses out on this one.
Well, they filled the hole up.
Okay.
And
that's
it. It looks like it's filled up with, looks like lawn mowings. It just looks like, I don't know, I'd be curious. I don't want to do it, but if you could close my nose and my ears and my mouth, which is difficult, I'd like to dive in there because it looks pretty soft. 126 for 2 after 8.
Now, this partnership, by the way, is turning out to be the cracker. Well, I said at the time when they came together, these two had to stay there and put a good partnership together, and boy, have they. It's gone past 100 mark now, 116 they have put on, and they've got the team in a great position, 126 for 2. 12 balls to go. So, yeah, I didn't think they'd wait too much longer before the captain came back in. He probably would have liked to have held himself back for just one more, but I think he needs to bowl here now. Personally, I think he should have come on a little bit earlier. I think he needed to come on to try and break this partnership. But Anik Ahmed will now come back. Just making a slight adjustment to his field. He wants the man at third a bit finer, and he's going to be bowling to Munib Niazi, who too will be looking to get to his half-century. And it looks like he'll do it in style. It's up in the air. It will go all the way over. 6 runs. And well batted to Munib Niazi. Like Mubarak Hussain, he too brings up his half-century. Does it in 20 deliveries. Shaba, Shaba. Kitna sona. देख लो दोस्तों, आज स्वाद आ गया दोनों ने हुसैन और नियाज़ ने बहुत सोनी पार्टनरशिप अपनी इतने पूरी कर ली. And there's still plenty of time to go. Really nice shot. He's played this shot so well. Seems to bat with a lot of time, doesn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, he does. And really, this partnership has turned into a bit of a monster, hasn't it, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. 157 expected right now.
Better delivery, well played. Should be stopped and will be. And well, you can see Sharif Rihan threatening to throw it. Eventually does throw it. And oh dear, can you believe what's happened here? Well, he was threatening to throw it and the batter said, well, go on then. And he did. And it shouldn't have been an issue at all for the keeper, Bomic, but it ends up being, and they're going to take an extra. That is not going to please anybody of the Roma Bangla Morning Sun setup. Not good standards there. It's a big swing and miss, and this time won't be any runs. Yeah, good ball there from Ahmed. Just loses his head. Look at the head of the batter. Loses his shape. Yeah, and he knows it as well. Head goes up. Arms all over the place. Just trying to hit the ball too hard. No footwork and no balance into this one. A shot that he has played very well.
Big walking woof from Niazi this time. Just love the big finish here. But like I said, this is where, from this point, they scored no more runs in the game yesterday. And so suddenly, okay, they're only in the 90s at that stage. But if that happens this time, a wicket or whatever, and suddenly you're chasing 130s. I mean, realistically, you'd be hoping Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 140s, they'll feel they've got the batting to do that, especially with all their top three available today.
Hello, Priya Sabu saying she's loving the Metal Shield banners around the ground. Well, thank you very much for that. Yeah, they do look sensational. I think all the branding looks great. Oh, that's too high for me. But this one is going to be, I'm sure, a 7-up. They'll have a look at this. I reckon that this is a naughty-warty one, and it goes all the way. Niazi pins it for 6, but I reckon it's 7. Let's have a look at the height on this. I mean, I know he's a long way out of his crease, but that ball is not coming down. I reckon that's a no-y.
Yeah, I know he's on the front foot, but it's flat. It's fast ball.
Yeah.
I don't think you can not call this no ball. Oh, they're not calling it.
I can't believe that. I cannot believe that.
Nah,
I know he's come
hit him
out
right in the belt.
Yeah,
that's a terrible call.
Yeah,
I've got to say, like,
when the ball's been bowled at that pace, I know we got a chance to see it one more time. When you're bowling at that much pace, you cannot say just because the batter's out this crease, you can't penalise him for it.
It's not dropping his pace on ball from Anik, who's pretty fast. It's a dangerous ball.
Yeah,
wouldn't be happy with that. Just have a look at it.
That ball's not coming down. Should never have got away with that.
It's a stinker, really. Anyway, this next one is going to be missed. So, yeah, probably just feel like cost him an extra ball. But
140 on the boards. I think that is now the end of the over. So 140 for 2. 6 balls still to come, of course. So the 150 shouldn't be an issue. I mean, ideally, you're looking 15. It's got to be. They'd love to get a magical one here, get 160 on the board, and really then believe that they're on their way. Gladiatori, the Gladiators, are getting their first win in this 2024 series. The first time of asking, first time we're seeing them, right? In the European Cricket Series, the Gladiatori.
Yeah, it is. Probably doesn't hurt them too much. So the way they're going at the moment, not getting that extra ball. We'll never know. Abdul's going to get one over. And it's going to be in the 10th.
Yeah, surprised really, as this one gets missed. I mean, Abdul just bowled the 1 over, and he took 3 for 2 in that win against Roma Capannelle. And when the seamers have been spraying around and being hit all over the place, they didn't go to him at all. Let's see if he's able to keep it quiet in the last. It's in the air, catching opportunity, and it's dropped. Oh dear, you got to be taking those. Down goes the chance, and well, that's disappointing from Mohammed Amin. It's a straightforward one, really. So another opportunity that Hussain presents, and they don't take him. He has, well, whatever Pooja Hussain has done this morning is work to treat, because they drop him again. Drop now on 67 as well.
So yeah, just trying to catch up on the chat. Now it's pretty hard to see the screens at the moment. I know some people might be putting a few questions in. I'm going to try and trying to address them in a second. First, see another ball which is hit towards the field. It does well to keep it inside. Does Raihan. He's going to have some work to do in the second innings, doesn't he? So, yeah, just having a look. I think Monica had a question. I'm trying to find it. I know some talk about promotion relegation in the ECCW. I think because that structure's changing every year, we don't want to make any kind of huge decisions until we kind of see what happens in that. But we'll obviously try and keep that fair every year. Had a question about Bilal. Yes, Monica, yeah, she loves Bilal. He picked up an injury on the weekend. So Bilal's actually playing for Roma CC this year. Bilal, of course, formerly seen him playing for Malta.
Yeah.
So he is in the squad, but he has unfortunately missed the first couple of games with an injury. So I guess we'll see if he's able to come back anytime soon. Roma CC will be playing the last match of the day today. So there you go, Monica. Hopefully that's helpful. And also, I saw Priya was in the chat. Of course, Priya's extra excited because she's part of the Team Europe squad.
Yeah.
Priya, of course, plays the cricket for Austria.
Yeah, I think we have one of the Austrian women's team players as part of our setup this time round.
Yeah, we do. We have Sriya here with us. She's built a bit like a high jumper, which was handy because she had to go get a ball from the other side of the fence yesterday. She did quite well, like a pole vaulter. Oh, well, shouldn't be a run here, but in 10th over, anything's possible. They're going to take one, and I think that's where they're going to leave it. So, look, 145 for 2. It's challenging, but yeah, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they chased 175 last year, so who's to say they can't chase 145, but, geez, they're going to have to bat out of their skin and probably replicate what you just saw there, that incredible partnership between Hussain there and Niazi, lifting Gladiatori to a more than competitive 145 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, wonderful partnership worth over 135 runs. This was a catch early on that had us all wondering what happened, but when we saw it second time round, we saw it went straight into his chest. He didn't get hands onto it at all. But the second time round, no issues at all. Took the catch. There was a slight worry when he went down for a little while, but the medics came on board, and I think it was just the pain and the initial shock of the impact, but he stayed on the pitch and he finished well. But then after those earlier wickets, there was that partnership, 135, really good partnership. But one thing I will say, and he commented, I think he just needed to do his role as a captain a little bit better there. When that partnership was developing, he didn't bring himself on and he didn't change up the pace and maybe to go to the slow bowlers. You just saw there the last over from Abdul. And it ends up being the best over in the match, only goes for 5. So sometimes when your seamers aren't working and you've got bowlers like Abdul and Nasar, who in the last match, by the way, Abdul took 3 for 2, you've got to call upon them. They didn't do so. And that means that they don't quite get to that 150. We thought they were looking, or should have been looking to about a 155. I even said if they go magical, they'll get the 160 on the board. Not to be. Finishes 145 for 2. So I think that I wouldn't say that they've sort of battered the opposition out of this. I think we've already seen on this pitch, and I know that Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they've got the batters that, especially if 2 of them can click. I know that Sharif is one of them, and Anik another. If they can both click, they can score runs pretty quickly as well. So we'll be excited. But yeah, lovely hitting from both of these guys. Hussain, though, has to be said, I know that this is where Bangla Morning Sun will be saying to themselves, look, we dropped them on 11, 19, 40 and 67. It's a partnership that we needed to break, because then after that, you'd have to say that Gladiatori might have struggled a little bit, but they just couldn't hold on to the catches that were presented by Hussain. He went on and made a very fine 70 with 7 sixes and 5 fours on his way. But Munim Niazi, I don't think he gave a chance. 60 he scores, or 27, 6 sixes and 3 fours. So we'll have a quick look at the scorecard. Here it is here. So failures there from Harpreet and Zadanan, but not from Hussain and Niazi. A great partnership from those two, worth 135. 7 extras, that's not too bad, just 5 wides and 2 leg byes. But on the bowling front, I think the seamers all sort of disappointed a little bit. Didn't quite get the ball in the right areas. Anik Ahmed, his first over was not bad at all, just 10. But he, I think, left it too late for him to come back. By that time, the batters were well set. And again, you got to give credit with due. I think Kadir Abdul, great last over, just the 5 runs from it. So these two teams will be back out there in the middle in around about 10 minutes time. It's going to be a bit of a run chase here for the boys that you would imagine like to come out in the morning and play some cricket. Well, they were good this morning. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they did get the wicket, that win first up against Roma Capannelle, but can they do it again here against Gladiatori? If not, Roma Gladiatori will win their first match on the European Cricket Network. Join us back soon in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 7.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks and welcome back. Yeah, big shout out of course to our partners, to of course HCL Software, and particularly Bizaway Travel helped to get me here pretty quickly as well, and of course to Paramatch, to Locker Lifestyles, Grizzly Bear Sports as well, of course, not just thanking them for the balls they provide as a ball partner, but also now I suppose we could call them the umpire partner as well, as the umpires, the Men in Blacks have now become the Grizzly men. 101 is the bonus point equation. That means, well, restrict to 101 or less, you get all the points here. That is a possibility, I suppose, if you bowl really well. But of course, I think at the moment here at Roma, Bangla Morning Sun are hoping that they can get the win. And they're a team that if they do click, probably could. They're one of the teams that could get to this score in 7 and take all the points. Remember, they've got Sheriff Rian in their side. Now, last year, in the 16 matches he played, he scored a staggering 620 runs. His highest was 87. So, he's really got to go well here. If he can get off to a good start, then, well, you don't know where they could get to. So, he's going to be good. And Nick Ahmed also got up to 400 last year, 418. But then after that, there's, well, let's just say, you're relying on some sort of dig deep batters are trying to really rally to try and get something on the board for you. They're not really being that comprehensive. So these top two are really the key bats. We know that. They need a good start. They need a good power play. And eyeing up their first win, Roma Gladiatori. With the ball, looks like they're going to start with the man who batted very well and was not out in the end on 60, Manub Niazi with the ball. And well, gets one through. Well, we were talking about left-handers today. It is, of course, the International Left-Handers Day today. And, of course, Niazi batted left-handed and batted very well as well, so did well for all the left-handers. But you see, with the ball, we talked a lot about this. With the ball, he is bowling right arm. In the air, fielder out there. Oh, wonderful. Oh, this is breathtaking. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it is not. It's a gladiator. That's right. As Roma Gladiatori bring up their first wicket. What a catch this is. This is absolutely sensational. Flying through the air is Sifat Amin. Sensational. What a catch. What a moment. What a start. And the key, the big, the important batter is on his way back already. Sharif Rihan will go. Remember, he was having a few issues when he was bowling, and there's the duck to follow him. It's going to be so the highest run scorer here last year gets a duck, and it's the perfect start for a Gladiatori here. What a catch. Quite outstanding. Just have a look at this again. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's Sifat Amin, one of the Gladiators. Sensational. Oh, yeah. You beauty. What a catch. What a moment. Look out for that on our socials. Great catch. Great moment. They send back the dangerous Rehan without scoring. And Niazi picks up the wicket. And now maybe he eyeing up a player of the match performance himself. Of course, bowling straight away after batting out there and scoring a fantastic half century. 60 of 27. And again, this time, it's over the top of that same fielder. That's 6 runs. They're not holding back. As, well, the new batter smashes this one away. 6 runs. Good hit, hard hit. And that's the captain, Anik Ahmed. So, he, as I said, 400 runs last year. Second highest run scorer. Question is, though, after him, who has to go? Mohsin, of course, we know he can turn it on. Didn't really manage to do it the last one. Places away, got to get down. I'm going to chase it and not going to get there. Yeah, you had to just go down a little bit earlier there. That's Jatindra Prakash is chasing that, but I think he needed to get down and get dirty and try to stop that before he ends up chasing it, because once you chase it, chances are the Grizzly's going to get there before you. So, attacking start then from the captain, and Hamid. Niazi once more. Short. Probably not where you want to be. That's not a good delivery. That will be one bounce, 4 runs. The umpire's just checking again, but I'm pretty sure that bounces before the rope. To be confirmed with the replay. But yeah, just too short. Bangs it into the deck. It's an easy hit for Nick Ahmed. Let's have a look here. Yeah, Cuatro carreras. Got to get the ball a little bit fuller. So it's been it's a great start with that catch that was taken there. Brilliant bit of fielding. But now they've got to keep it tidy. Sifat Amin gets brought into the circle because they're moving. Yeah, they're pushing long on back. They've got square leg back as well. That's a much better delivery, much better area. It's a good way to finish. 14 come off the first, but they do take the wicket of Rehan, which is the most important thing to do first, get the dangerous batter out the way. So well done to Niazi. Good with the bat and with the ball. 45 matches since that last golden ball. What an exciting one and a crazy one it was. Did get one in Bulgaria. Had a couple of matches. Not too many, to be honest. But did get a few matches which did go close to the wire. I thought we were going to get one leading up to finals day there, but it wasn't to be. Of course, congratulations to the Sophia Stars. And got to say, Sophia Stars winning, of course, the ECS there. But congratulations also to Gibraltar, who were just outstanding in the internationals and played 6-on-1-6 on the way to being crowned the winners against the home side Bulgaria and Serbia. Dot ball to start then from Zadran. And all Zadrans just tend to have long hair on the network, don't they? We have got a few Zadrans, and most of them tend to play in yellow as well. Hit hard and gone. Demolished. That's a biggie. Big 6. No doubt about that one, and that gets absolutely pumped out of the ground from Ahmed Mushin. Powerful strike. Of course, this is Shatamugul Zadran. First ball was okay. That's short as well, but catching opportunity and taken. Zadran has another, and he likes his celebration as well. A good catch taken by Rahan Mir, and Zadran loving it. I don't think the umpire is quite liking the celebration. You can see the batter is walking towards the umpire saying, I don't like that, you know. And Mohsin will have to go, but there's the catch. Tremendous catch taken. And I don't know if he got some of the celebration here from the bowler. So Mohsin not being a good morning for him. He went early in the last match and he's gone early in this one. Off he trots. Zadran picks up the wicket. So Mohsin hits one big 6 and then off he goes for 6. 6 or 3. So once again, both the openers gone early. Rahan doesn't get off the mark. 2 ball duck for him, but a great catch that took to remove him. Zadran very keen to get that field right. Very tight to Corden there on the offside. That's a dangerous shot to play, but he'll get away with it. That's going to be 4 runs. He's taken this right on middle stick. He's gone right across the line. And you can see, yeah, I like that. You can see that the fielder's saying to Zedran, hey, don't mind that because it's a risky shot to play. That's a Mohamed Naeem. Comes out and right across the line he goes there. Zedran won't mind that. Goes a bit wider. And I think this one does catch a bit of the bat. Yeah, to see the... Oh no, given us leg buys in the end. I thought it might have just caught a bit of the bat on the way through here. Yeah, I thought it might have just caught a bit of the bat and then gone upwards, but it's not the way the umpires see it. Right, Nick Ahmed, the captain, gets back on strike. Boy, has he got to have a good knock here. 14 or 4 so far. And too much width, and that's been elevated upwards in that backward point area. Well, when they're hitting it well, and they're hitting it for 6. So Zedran, like the over from Munib Niazi, does pick up a wicket, but also goes for a handful of runs. 16 come off the over. So 31 for 2. Nick Ahmed now looking to keep him going. That's the way it's looking at the moment. So you can see that Roma Bangla Morning Sun, the opportunity to go top is there, but could be drifting away from them. I mean, a point would still get them there, I suppose. We'll see them go top, but that's not what they had in mind, especially after a good win this morning against Roma Capannelle. Gladiatori, it'd be a great start for them. Remember, they will play their last and second match today against Roma Capannelle. That's match number 8 coming up next, the third in this match day 2. Just gets worked away, and I suppose that's the role really, I suppose, at the moment that Naeem has to play here. Just try to keep his captain on strike, and hopefully the captain can keep hitting the balls to the boundary. Little change in the field now. Mid-wicket goes back. Short, and well, this is where the batter is really teasing with you. I think that's 6 runs again. It's quite hard to tell, isn't it? Because from this end, we, like the umpires, can't really see the rope so well. But looking at where this bounces again, I think it probably just clears the boundary. You have a look at this here to find where the ball is actually sometimes there. The umpire's waiting for confirmation, but yeah, he's just brought that fielder in and pushed back mid-wicket, and then the batter has cleverly played the ball in that area. Nick Ahmed, we know he's a clever batter, he's a sensational batter as well. Still trying to confirm whether this is 4 or 6, I think, and in the end we'll be given a 6, yeah. I did think it was. Let's have a look at it there. Yeah, you see the ball just catching a rope. Good work there from Spring Media. Helping the umpires out, or I should say helping the third umpire out. It was a Beer. In the air. Oh, he slips. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, we saw a great catch taken earlier by Mir, but this time he slipped before the ball gets to him. I don't know if you're going to see this on the replay, but I saw it pan out right in front of me here. You see he's down on the deck already here. I can see what happens there. As the ball hit, he knows he's got to go forward and he's going to take it in front of him. He's got to get that dive forward in. But just as he starts to move, his right foot slips and down he goes. And then agonisingly, he's on the floor as the ball goes past him. 4 runs there. Keep moving this field around here. They are really following the ball here. Oh, I can't believe it. He's left it. He has left it. He has left it, and it has gone onto the stumps. Anik Ahmed can't believe it. Look at this. He's left this ball, is nipped back in, and caught the top of the stumps. Wow. I mean, I'm not saying once again that is the best ball you'll ever see. It does come back a little bit, but it's just a terrible decision from the batter. And the thing is, that's not like Anik Ahmed at all. He's an aggressive player. He likes to stroke the ball. And on one occasion, for some reason, he decides he's going to leave this ball and play a genuine leave. And, well, Niazi has got it to come back and hit the top of the stumps. Celebrations from him, but that is not good judgment at all from Anik Ahmed. The captain will depart, and you have to say, just like that, that this run chase is probably over. Surely they can't come back from this. He thought that Anik Ahmed had to stay there, but he'll go for 30 or just 8 deliveries. Can't believe he's left it. Cannot believe he's left that ball. Well, what an error in judgment. Niazi goes short, just gets played down. And you can see now already Roma Gladiatori are starting to put on the squeeze. I mean, the yellow of Gladiatori now homing in on the batters and homing in on their first victory. Niazi short but too wide, I think, this time. I don't know what Niazi is seeing. He's appealing for what? I don't know. Just look at them there. Look how close they are. And as Niazi comes in, they all come in. I don't know if we have a replay of this. I'm not sure what Niazi is so excited about. But maybe we'll go back to it here. Just have a look at this. Niazi certainly seems to be appealing for something. I mean, it's a wide delivery. The bat's probably nowhere near it. And Niazi's celebrating. But not out, Niazi. Not this time. He left to bowl it again. 2 for 26. Last ball off the power play. And he hits out at it, and it's going to go to the boundary. And once again, it's probably a little bit wide, a little bit short. So he's gone for runs. There's no doubt about that. He'll go for 30 off his 2 overs, but he has picked up 2 wickets. And the score at the end of the power play is 47 for 3. Yes, we're joined back by Vinny Sandu.
Oh, well, reminds me when I went down to the video shop and rented out When Good Leaves Go Bad, Volume 6. What was Anik thinking? He's the only player in history, I think, to be 30 off 7 and to be out shouldering arms. Just thought, okay, we'll let that one go past, but it had a little bit of seam on it, didn't it? You could definitely see the deviation. Wow, that's kind of crazy stuff, isn't it? 14 and over, still doable. We know RBMS once chased 175, but this isn't anything like that. Need a big partnership, though, don't they? So they're going to settle for a single here. But just looking at their lineup today, and no Chowdhury in the lineup. He was pretty key when they did chase that 175 down. Mostyn was the other one that was really important in that, and he's out. And so yeah, the fact that the top 3 is so big for them. The fact that all top 3 are out in the power play, even though that run rate's not out of control yet, so hard to see a path back. I think even that 102, I think as things progress, might be quite a challenging target as well. Take nothing away from someone like a Naeem, who I think is quite a good cricketer. Now you got a Min now there. Yeah, Gladiators, they certainly have had to work pretty hard to get in the W column at all so far in this tournament, but they might be eyeing off all 4 points here.
Zadran. Yeah, better areas. Could be another here. They like it. And the batter is not even waiting to be given. Zadran gets another slightly fuller. It's a big swing from Mohamed Naeem. He gets an edge on it. No mistake from Chandra Mumik, who holds on to the catch. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, you can see little edge there. His head spun around straight away, Naeem. And we'll probably get a good look at it here. By the way, you might have noticed that Mubarak Hussain does have the gloves. There's some chat that you might be giving him away to Harpreet, but no, it looks like he is in that position. And so Mubarak will take the catch. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun in a bit of a tight spot now, aren't they? Last year's finalists, 49 for 4.
Another one does go. Yeah, you can see big, thick edge. No issues there. Catch gets taken. Zadran, look at the joy from Zadran. He doesn't quite know what celebration he wants to get in there. Played away, and now you see, I don't think they have to really, well, once again, I don't know what tread that the fielder's got on out there. He just keeps on slipping, Dazamir. It's not the right ones. He's probably got them on for the wet, but it's dry now. He's slipping all over the place.
Just work out what was going on. Why I thought there might be Harpreet that was going to take the gloves, but actually the notice is that he will be the keeper for the next game. So Merak stays in that role for this one. It's against Roma Capannelle. We'll be seeing those two. Yeah, I think it's put 52 off. Well, now it's 51 off 37. No, I think that's probably going to be the closer inflection point. This one should be out as well. If he can find it, good luck. He's gone full on zombie style there. Didn't want to risk the retinas. And Zadram, well, he'll be spitting chips as well. He could have had a third wicket there. Instead, it's the end of the fourth over. It's 52 for 4.
Yeah, wickets keep falling, and that's the problem. If you look, there's been a wicket in every over. 14 for 1, 31 for 2 at the end of the second, 47 for 3, and now 52 for 4. They just can't stop the wickets falling. That's been the issue. Roma Gladiatori, 2 matches yesterday, 2 defeats. This would be a good one for them to win, getting a bit of revenge over the Roma Bangla Morning Sun. A new bowler gets ready. They're going to go with Safid. I mean, what a catch, Vinny, that he took.
Oh,
what a catch. And that changed everything, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. Especially the importance of those top 3. It's a good shot, though, to start the over. It's going to run away. And, in fact, it's gone all the way. It's gone maximal for Abdul. So they're going to have to fight here. Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Yeah. I mean, every top 3 is important. But just when you look at Roma Bangla Morning Sun and this makeup of their lineup, thought at least one of them, maybe 2, have to go big to get 140s on this pitch, which, to be honest, I think it's a good pitch. It's consistent.
Yeah.
It's got something in it for the bowlers, got a bit of zip in it, bit of seam you saw there to get Anik Ahmed. But that catch, I mean, stop the voting. There's your HCL Software Player of the Day. As Corey would normally say something like, even if it's the first over, he'd probably say, you might as well pack the bat and ball up and go home now. You're not going to beat that. And even, like, I'm not saying it was drowning in mayonnaise, but it had a little bit of a sprinkling of the vinaigrette on it, didn't it? The little kind of the jump and the pencil roll at the end. It was great television. Right now, it's just proper horn job from Abdul. He said, I've had about enough of this. I'm just going to keep going for it. And, I suppose if you still aim at that 146, you should drag yourself up to 102. You don't want to get too hyper-focused on just saving the point. And look, it wasn't really unexpected game last year. It was against Royal Roma, actually, when they chased that 175. And really, it was Mohsin and Chowdhury who were batting in the middle order that pulled them over the line. So, yeah, certainly at a crossroads. I guess we'll see if he can consistently have that kind of hitting.
Yeah, Kadir, of course. He's bowler who's completely underutilised. He bowled brilliantly in their first match. He only got the 1 over in the last. It was the last over, the best over of the match. Only went for 5. Now he's trying to do it with the bat, and he could get another Maximo here. He will do. It's another one that smashes into the boundary banners, and 6 more. So Kadir Abdul, just like that, getting them right back in this match.
He goes deep in the crease. He says, okay, I'm going to use the bit of bouncer to my advantage. Get lots of little length on it. Smashes it like this little cameo from Abdul. Good science for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. It's almost like they need someone to play an absolute heater. You can't hear me at the moment.
Here we go. Big one, and just an inside edge. But it'll take a single. I don't mind that at all. It means he'll go back on strike, and if he's got the hot hands at the moment, he might as well stay there. So they get to the halfway point. 71 it will be. And that's a good opportunity for us to invite you into our new home, and I'm liking it. It's good.
I really have a name for it. Okay, this is something I don't want to bring up until you're back.
Yeah.
We have the cube.
Yeah.
We probably will still have the cube sometimes. This is like a tent. It's a rectangular tent. What's the name? Is it like the commentary cave?
Yeah.
What is it? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, we need a name.
It's called the tent.
Yeah.
Or the box. I mean, it's been done.
Yeah, we can't have the box. It's not a box, really. You mentioned it's more rectangle. And, yeah, we need a name.
Now I've said cave, I kind of like it because it's kind of dark in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, is there something like the hive? We do get a few bees and bugs in here. But tell us what you think we need to call our new commentary house. All right? Start the voting. This one is going to be wide. First up, start the 6th over. Go back to run a ball for the point. So I think they're going okay as far as that goes.
Muktia Singh is coming on here. Singh didn't have the worst of days yesterday, actually, when you have a look at his day. And he's having and asking the question. The umpire is unmoved. Well, they're excited about it.
Well, he's ended up 7 stumps outside off, but I think he's probably moonwalked forwards a bit. Let's have a look. It does get a long way outside. He hits him outside the line. Probably not as... Actually, no, it's pretty much where he hit it. He's saying, look, you can't give that out. Meanwhile, his partner's saying, hey, do you want to run? He's like, no, I can't run because I'm trying to show the umpire how far outside off stump I was. We achieved that. They weren't able to achieve a run.
Muktia, it's going to be too wide outside the off. As Hussain has to leap and stretch to stop this. Yeah, let us know what you think in the chat. So we're looking for names for our new home here. And... trying to describe it, I suppose it is a bit of a, it's a cross between a tent and a marquee, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too high, and that is probably going to be 5 a minimum. Got the feeling there's probably, I think there was one missed out in the earlier match, but I think again this has to be.
Oh, he's on the walk this time.
But still, that's very high.
So okay,
if they call this one, then they should have called the last.
So, yeah, even like if you draw a bow there, I think it's waist high. I know he's out of his crease, but he hits it pretty much at the chest.
Yeah.
I just feel this, again, I mean, there was the one that was missed in the first half, so you might be saying, well, it's 1 each and let's get on with the game. But I got to say, that's too high for me. I don't think it's coming down below the waist.
1 each. Maybe they've said, all right, well, let's...
we've had the 2 wrongs but make a right debate several times, haven't we?
Yeah.
But... I haven't seen any movement from the umpires yet.
Yeah,
There's a lot of hand waving, but I don't see any no ball signals.
I think they want another ball out here because that ball was put back in the pocket. There you go. That one's thrown back. They don't like that one and say we need another one. So, not sure. It hit the boundary fence with a bit of might, and it maybe took.
I got to say, I can let that slide, but that's a no ball.
Yeah, both of them were no.
If he's standing at the crease, it's hitting him in the hip at least.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway. It is what it is.
Better come back there from Muktia Singh. That's where he needs to be. You don't want to be bowling too many loose deliveries. You don't want to give the opportunity for the batters all of a sudden to get 2 big overs and get back in this match. It's the rate's about 15. You want to keep it at that. In fact, you want it to be growing bigger. But both of these guys have shown they're more than capable of hitting the ball. But Kadir Abdul, 25, he's moved on 2 of 11 deliveries. He can hit the ball. And it goes after this one. They hesitate, but will get a single.
Anyway, we can leave that one behind. That kind of ties that height thing up nicely. But then the other thing is, if there's doubt, it's meant to go to the batter. So I know that the doubt was kind of created by the batter from when he hit the ball, but...
Umpires sometimes think, because they see the batters coming out the crease, they tend to favour on the bowler side. But
I've got one for you then.
When the ball is coming at that pace, it ain't dipping.
I'll give you something. I thought of it right now. First, I watch this ball, which is going to be smashed straight, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! What a shot by Amin. Well, he joins the party now. They're not giving up. About 15 and over required. This is a good straight blast. Steps, walks at the bowler, puts him straight back over his head.
Cracking shot. Go on, tell me more. So what's your...
You know you got the 5-foot lines where little dinks for the protected area?
Yeah.
I would consider amending the playing condition, right? All right, up in the air, fielder, back to the ball, slips again, catches. Well, there you go. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Amin, he's put it back in the zone. We saw Sifat take a spectacular one. Well, this one's kind of different. It was almost like he was caught on the treadmill and was being pushed backwards, but luckily he found some traction at the right time, takes the catch, stays inside, and that's the end of a little cameo from Amin, who goes for 12, 84 for 5.
Well, fielders now, they're rubbing it in. They're catching, doing the moonwalk now. What a catch that is. He does a little bit of moonwalk and takes the catch to just when the batting side were coming back in. Up in the air, and here we go, moonwalk. Thank you very much, and still takes the catch. Nicely held. And I don't know what he was saying to himself there, but he holds on to the catch.
Well,
Nice one.
It is true. You don't get to field in spikes like you normally would when you play cricket. So you don't have as much traction with the rubber spikes. By the way, some rubber studs they are normally. By the way, players use different kinds of footwear. Some of them just wear the kind of your regular tennis shoes or your sneakers, and they're the ones that really do start slipping with. I'll get to what I was saying, though. Maybe we should make it that if you contact the ball forward of that 5-foot line, that you don't get a no ball for height. You know, that's one thing that I know. The reason I say that is first we see Prakash continuing. Swing and a miss to start the 7th over. Abdul is still there. In indoor cricket, at the action cricket level, because you only have to run half the pitch, you're not entitled to any height no balls unless you are, if you're out of your crease at all.
Yeah.
So so it's a bit funny. Another short ball gets past, and it is because it's really tough for the umpire to judge those ones, and they're up in the chair. So I'm not saying it needs to be exactly the same, but I do kind of agree with the principle that if you're so far out of your crease, then you kind of lose your right to that call because you've shortened the pitch. You've made a conscious choice to do that. Right, up in the air. Don't think this is carrying. Fielder comes around to us. That's very high. He's going to knock it down. I think that's ended up going for 4. Abdul riding his luck. He's at least got a boundary here. We'll see how many in a moment.
Yeah, well, I like the intent. I mean, he's just trying to smash every ball to the boundary because that's what they sort of kind of need here. And that's going to be, I think, 4 runs. Yeah, it is 4. And disappointing. I mean, disappointing you don't take the catch, but I think he'd be more disappointed that he's not able to keep the ball on the right side of the rope as far as his team's concerned. So Gladiatori give 4 more away here.
I will just qualify what I said is that if you're bowling a ball that you're even in the conversation for is it too high or not for height, it can be dangerous, right? Up in the air, this one's going to be a thick edge. That'll fly away. Abdul's really flying the flag here. I've been pretty impressed with him so far in this tournament. We've seen him kind of performing with the ball when required. Probably a guy we don't talk about a lot. I mean, he's played 10 matches before this season in a kind of 3-year period. Didn't see him last year at all. But this score now 34. It's gone past his best score of 20 not out. He scored then against Royal Roma in yesterday's play. And also he scored 20 not out against Royal Roma in 2022. But yeah, he's doing a pretty good job here, I think.
Well, he's keeping him in the match, that's for sure. There's now, see that Jitendra Prakash has got to try and get himself back. Oh, that is lodged. Oh, that is mammoth. What a strike. Well, what a way to get to 40. Well, that's probably one of the biggest hits we've had. We've seen some practice nets over there. Well, he's got a long way to go fetch this. What a hit. That's a monster strike. Bang. 6 runs.
Yeah, smashes that one away.
Hello to Jacob, who's joining us. I hope you're well. I hope you've had a good day. And I tell you who's having a wonderful day. And that is this guy, Kadir Abdul. Now he moves to 46. He's on verge of a very, very quick half century here. It will be his first on the European Cricket Network. He'll have to wait just a little bit longer. Well, that over started with 2 dots. And then it went 4, 4, 6, and 6. 20 come from it. And just like that, well, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they're in this match. 104 for 5, needing what they need here, 42 of 18 balls.
Let's have a look what's coming up. Capannelle have kind of rung the changes, haven't they? Zaboran comes in for them. Michele Moratini as well comes in. The Italian stallion will be out there for Roma Capannelle, who needs to turn things around. For Gladiatori, I mean, they're on a bit of a heater. They've won the toss. They're going to bat first in that game. They'll be feeling really good about their chances in that, I think. That one's coming up. It's listed to start in 15 minutes. This one's running a bit late, so it probably will be a bit of a delay to that. Here's Harpreet. And that's another change you might have noticed there, is that Harpreet will actually be doing the keeping for Gladiatori in the next match.
Yeah, Harpreet starts with a wide, but he knows, he probably feels that if he can get one good over in, or somebody gets one good over in at the 3 to go, that wins them the match. Oh, he bangs this one in short. And works a treat. That's another difference between, I mean, we've talked about the difference between the outfields between here and Bulgaria, of course. Here very green and lush and smooth and easy to dive on. Bulgaria wasn't. But the pitch, Bulgaria, the pitch had a lot of life, and a lot of this length that we're seeing bowled here would have probably gone over and bouncing over the heads of the batters. That one gets played away, won't be a boundary, but I think that's the right thing to do as far as Ali's concerned. Abbas Ali take the single and then give the strike here to Kadir Abdul, who is swinging hard but connecting and keeping his team's hopes alive. Harpreet needs to see the back of him. And bowling there won't help. That's going to be a half century, and it's quite a remarkable half century as well. It comes up in just 19 deliveries as Kadir Abdul goes to 52. Well batted indeed. बहुत बताया, बहुत अच्छी batting as he देखी है Abdul को, and he ain't finished yet. He goes again, and he has Polota, say smash. They're just not bowling the right line. And Kadir Abdul is not only keeping his team in this, but Roma Bangla Morning Sun are probably now thinking that they could go all the way and win this match. 28 of 14. And if this man Kadir stays there, they're going to do it. Oh, unbelievable stuff. Harpreet, the captain, has got to get one full and straight. In the air, but it won't carry. And they'll just take the single. I think you just settled for that at the moment. Say, right, okay, look, so far this over is going fine. 14, 15 off it. We'll take that. So we've got the 15 we need. And now we'll just take some bonus runs of this, the last ball off it. 119 for 5. Abbas Ali. Wow, they take the single. Personally, wouldn't have done that, but then having said that, I think you're still ahead. Partnerships are everything. You've got to have faith in Abbas Ali as well, and I think that's what Abdul is thinking. Well, give me the strike right back. 120 on the board. They're needing, look at that, 26 to win of 12 deliveries. So even though the big guns have departed, they're still in this. Remember, we had Rehan go for a 2-ball dart. Mohsin hit a big 6, and when he went, and then when Anik Ahmed went, when he was bowled by Niazi, when he left one, I thought surely that's curtains. But they're still in this. Short, and he does the right thing, takes a single. I think there's an opportunity there just to make a change in the field so they don't allow these easy singles. Maybe you just get mid-wicket to come up. Obviously going to have to push him back now. So Prakash bowling the over. Abdul, 59 of 21. They need to see the back of him. In the air, and this one also will go all the way. It's 6 more. Every ball he's hit so far has ended up going to the boundary. It's been quite incredible what we're seeing here. It really is. His strike rate is almost at 300. 8 sixes now and 3 fours. And now a wide. Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They looked well and truly out of this contest when their captain was out for 30.
Yeah, it's been such a turnaround, hasn't it? Abdul 65 and motoring. But this, we see all the time, you know, teams will fight their way into a winning position, but can they get that last kind of push across the line? There's so much pressure on Abdul right now. If there's one wicket here, completely changes the face of this match. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, what is it about them and unlikely chasers? Goes after this, and that's going to be another boundary. There's nobody out there, Rico. So Abdul moves to 69, and he gets some 4 closer.
Yeah, I can't believe they've left that area free. They've just packed out the leg side, but left nobody out there. We've seen 2 catches taken out there by Sifat Amin, and nobody there. And that's why that's 4 more runs. And that probably would have been another wide. So Prakash is trying to sneak these ones in, but he's not going to plan. 13 of 9 balls. They're almost there.
Not there yet, though. Steps across, bangs one down the ground for 1. Interesting couple of balls here for Ali. I'd say with Abdul going so well, I think Ali can afford to probably be quite attacking here. You know, there's 2 to come, which is kind of an awkward number because you just take 1 and give him the strike back, but then he'll want the strike back again. So if I mean, Ali's a pretty good hitter. I'd give him the license to look to go for it. They put the third back, probably expecting a big swing. An edge might fly down there. 2 to come, steps across, gets a fair piece of it. Kind of gets the gap as well. Niazi's not going to get there. It's 4 runs. Well, they've almost done it now. I mean, 8 off 7. Ali does get the boundary. Have a look at the Banglers. They are up and about.
Yeah, well, they look dead and buried, it has to be said, especially when all the top batters were gone and when Anik Ahmed decided to leave one and he saw his off stump rocked back. From somehow, well, we know why. It's because of that innings from Abdul. This one is wide. It's hit away. The chase is on. He won't get there. There's going to be 4 more. So 4 required off the last over. And you get the feeling that with Kadir Abdul on strike, they'll do it more or less of the first ball or so because he has been outstanding. 70 or 24. I mentioned him with the ball. He was outstanding in the first game. He took 3 for 2 in the 1 over he got. Then they still had no faith in him in this match. Only got the last over, and that was when he thought, well, I don't know who else to give it to. You can have it. Only went for 5, so he helped them big time there. And now, as a result of that, he's gone out there, he smashed the ball all over the place, and he's eyeing up a player of the match performance. Bowler coming on to bowl will be Mukhtar Singh, but he's only got 4 runs to play with. Mukhtar Singh saying, "Kitne chahiye?" Well, 4 is how many are required. And well, Abdul will do it with just 1 swing.
Yeah, we could. He's 70. It's going to be a memorable one. Is there another twist though? Can someone bowl almost the perfect over? Mukhtar's charged with that. He hasn't bowled badly. 4 runs to win it. Oh, now look at that. Mookie pulled out once. Abdul's little mind game. If anything, I think this works against Abdul.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have to be playing cheap little games now. Boundary wins it for the Banglers. Miss first up, and they're going to run, or are they? Well, he doesn't want it. Didn't want to give up the strike.
Well, there's going to be a run out here, and Kadir doesn't leave his crease, so it will be Abbas that will have to go.
Just curious here about who gets home first, and does he stay home? He does get home first, but does he ever leave? Oh, I think he stays in just. So yeah, it will be thought. But you see how he just moved? But he almost left his crease. If he left his crease even for a moment, then actually he would have been the one run out. So he does get back just before. And yeah, from there, it's pretty clear cut. But interesting that he wasn't interested. I actually think it's probably makes sense. I don't know, first ball of the over, later in the over, it might be getting closer.
I think you take it. It's a single, it means 3. And I think Abbas has already shown, I mean, he scored 11 or 6, that he's not going to be swinging and missing. He's not like a tail ender who's out there. But he's still got the main man on strike. He still knows that one hit from him would finish the match. Oh, it's called a wide.
Yeah, it was. It was.
So just like Prakash, he's been toying with that line, and yeah, no doubt about it, it does go the wrong side of it. So one more gets knocked off there, so 3. That one would have been a wide as well, but it doesn't matter. It'll be sent away, and he holds the pose, so the photos can be taken of the player of the match in his highest score ever on the network. Look at the way that the Roma Bangla Morning Sun boys have run onto the field to congratulate Kadir Abdul, because that has been quite a remarkable performance. And in fact, they're going to carry him off the pitch. Have a look at this. Have you ever seen anything quite like it? Good job, he's only a small person, but he's a small person, but he hits the ball big. That was quite unbelievable. They never looked in it. At one point, I think the rate went to about 16 to 17 required, but he never gave up. He kept on punishing the bad balls and putting it to the boundary. 76 not out of 26 balls, 9 sixes and 4 fours. That's your player of the match there without doubt. Kadir Abdul has given victory to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. A match that it looked like they were out of it, but I did say at the halfway point though Gladiatori had got 145 on the mark, they didn't actually close the door. They didn't get the 15 they should have been looking for in that last over to take it to that 160 kind of score. And as a result of that, one batter, I said, had to get in. It wasn't the man we expected. It was Kadir Abdul, player of the match performance, and what a victory. Have a look at some of these highlights here. They were chasing balls all over the place. Of course, the wicket early on with that Superman catch really from Amin was sensational, and we will talk about that a lot. This also was another great catch by, at that time, Rahan Mir. And they picked up those 2 wickets. And then, of course, the captain was the key man. We know how good he is. Already he played some outstanding shots. And then he decides to do that. He was on 30, 3 sixes, 3 fours of just 8 balls. And then, yeah, just leaves it. And we thought then, well, surely that's the end of it. But look, positive from Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They never gave up. They came out there. They kept trying. They kept pushing. Zadran took another wicket here. And this, then again, we thought, now what? Who's going to stand up now? And it was the unlikely man in that of Kadir. It was just marvellous hitting from Kadir Abdul. And it's quite astonishing, really, that before that knock, he'd never really gone on to big scores. But just look at the business there. He just was one of those days, and sometimes we have him. He just got out there, and every time he connected, it stayed hit. That was a nice catch. And just again, you thought, oh, maybe things will change there, as we saw Mohammed Amin being caught again by Safat there out on the boundary. He went for 12, but Abbas Ali, I suppose he just ended up by having the best seat in the house, sitting at the other end and seeing that little man there, the little maestro maybe, the little pocket rocket, hit the ball to all parts of the ground, Kadir Abdul, and getting a win for his side. And what a win it is, an unexpected one. So once again, Roma Bangla Morning Sun show that when it comes to chasing, they're the team to do it. That one smashed away pretty well as well. And just got the feeling there that Roma Gladiatori, they were a little bit shell-shocked. They didn't really know what to do. They threw the ball to different options. But one thing for me is they just missed the spin. They didn't have that genuine spinner who could just toss the ball up there. They got this at the very start of that last over when 4 was required. But then there was the wide, and then he held the pose beautifully to finish it with 6 more. And then he was literally carried off the field. And look at them there, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I think it doesn't get any better than that. So they've still got one more match to play today. Of course, that one won't be easy against Royal Roma, who won both of their matches yesterday. So a difficult match to come up, but a win like that has confidence oozing in you. So after winning 1 and losing 2 in the spin, now they're 1-2 in the spin, and they're looking a pretty decent side as well. A quick look at that scorecard, 30 for Anik Ahmed, the captain. They were important runs, but that knock from Kadir Abdul, 76 of 26 deliveries. Quite remarkable, especially when you think how many boundaries he smashed there as well. 9 sixes and 4 fours. On the bowling front, well, it has to be said that Zadran, 2 for 21, bowled pretty well. Niazi as well, 2 for 30. At the time, I was talking about him sealing off, but looked like to be a player of the match performance. Looked like they were going to win, but it wasn't to be. 42 coming off Jatindra, and then I think also there the captain Harpreet be disappointed with his spell as well. So good finish. It's going to be a win for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They've certainly had a very good morning. So news, give you an update. I think the next match once again just running about 10 minutes behind the scheduled time. So join us in about 10 minutes time when we come back for the third match of this match day 2. Match number 8 features Roma Capannelle taking on Roma Gladiatori. Gladiatori will be disappointed with that, but they're going to have to put that behind them and come out once again in a positive frame of mind to see if they can register their first win playing in the European Cricket Network against Roma Capannelle, or are Roma Capannelle going to register their first win in this 2024 series. Join me, Rico for Vinny Sandy, when we return in around 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here. Day 2 of this European Cricket Series in Rome. And coming up, we have Roma Capannelle taking on Roma Gladiatori. It's another Roma derby. These two teams have had contrasting days so far. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The Sheriff, Charles Croucher, at the other end with the two teams.
Welcome to the toss for match 8 with Roma Capannelle versus Roma Gladiatori. Roma Gladiatori to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We have bat fast.
So Roma Gladiatori have won the toss. They want to have a bat. No surprises there, really. We saw a really good partnership by Mubarak Hussain and Munib Niasi set up a pretty competitive score. So they kind of want to put their best foot forward. And obviously they haven't had the best start to the tournament. They certainly have the ability to put some big runs on the board. I think they're very competitive. Roma Capannelle, well, they kind of fought the good fight, didn't they, in the first half of their first game this morning, and actually fought back from a pretty tough position, but with the bat just didn't click at all, and they were stuck in the 50s after all of that. So this needs someone to click at the top. Maybe it's Hamza. I thought he bowled really well. Obviously, with the hat trick as well. So, I mean, they had some highlights in there, but they just need someone to stand up with the bat. At least they'll know exactly how many they'll need in the second innings of this one. Rico, full standing by. Let's get ready for match 8. I can tell you in this Roma derby, it is the Gladiators that want to have a hit first after winning the toss. Rico, over to you.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. I must say, looking pretty dashing. I haven't really talked to him about his shirts, but I've noticed he's obviously found a new outlet for some of these funky shirts of his. I'm liking that. Stands out well in the middle there of this Roma cricket ground. So here we are, ready to do it again. Both these two teams would have been disappointed with the matches that they've been involved with so far this morning. I think probably Roma Capannelle more so than the Gladiatori. The reason for that, of course, at least Roma Capannelle, they really struggled with the Gladiators. They knew they should have got a win. So they've got some form. They've got batters in good form. For them, it's easier. Right, do the same thing again, but this time we've got to hold on maybe to get a win. But Gladiatori, so that's the way they'll be feeling. Roma Capannelle just didn't happen, did it, with the batting. But I think they know that. I think they know that. We know that. And we know that they will get better. So let's see how they perform this time. Of course, they have got the hat-trick man in their side. And that, of course, was Anjuya Bandara Naike. He was absolutely fantastic, taking that 4 for 19, including the hat-trick. So he'll be hoping to be in form again. But you can see there are no surprises there. Roma Capannelle are not big-time underdogs in this one, 11 to 89%. But hey, look, the way that last match went, don't forget that the underdogs, it was Roma Bangla Morning Sun, especially after the first 4 or 5 overs, but they came back and registered a win. So the same thing can happen again here. Hello to Kroom, who joins in the chat, and hello to Helix. I hope you're all well, and I hope you're looking forward to, well, what hopefully will be another very good match. The pitch looking outstanding. Very warm now. Temperatures now, we are up into the 30s. So I'll see some youngsters coming into the box, and a good old friend of mine. Well, it's so good to see a happy, smiling face as well. And they're all turning up here, and I'm sure that momentarily, Vinny Sandu will introduce some of the guests that are coming into. Well, again, no name for where we are. We need to get one pretty soon because we're going to have to start to refer it to something. So keep those suggestions coming in. We're, of course, looking for a name for a new, well, at the moment, let's just refer it to as a tent. A new tent. It's pretty big. It's a rectangular. It's got a lot of branding on it. And just gets played away nicely. They'll take a single here. With Gladiator. Of course, Roma Gladiators. Gladiatori, the way to say it here in Italian. So off the mark with the single. Of course, these two Mubarak Hussain. He's got Zadran out with him again. Of course, Zadran wasn't able to click with the bat last time. He's hoping that he can on this occasion. Hussain, well, he's got a charmed life so far. He was dropped on 4 occasions on his way to that 70. And be hoping to, well, maybe not, well, I guess either way, whichever way he does it, he'll be hoping to get runs again. If it's by luck, so be it. So Zadran tries and wants to get a single there. Badar is the bowler. Oh, well, he's got him, and look at that. The stumps go all the way. Badar gets the wicket, and Zadran, it's not going to be good from him. Wasn't able really to get going in the last match, and it's another dismissal. Zadran plays all around this. He's going to go for a duck. Have a look at this. Done by the flight. Sees the ball lofted up, gives himself a bit of room, and it creates the gap, but leaves the gap, and the ball hits the stumps, knocks them over. Here we go. Here you go, the stumps. It's una bomba! And Zadran, a long, lonely walk back as he's going to get quacked off. So it's not the start, really, that they wanted. Gladiatori wanting their first victory. He's right behind you. He goes into the fence and disappears. Here we go. We'll take a look at it again. It's an ugly shot, really. Tries to give some room. Gets done by the slower delivery, and didn't he like it, did Safi Badar. He loved his moment there. So 1 for 1. Badar gets the breakthrough. And that now brings Munib Niazi out there. These two were pretty key in the last one, and they'll be key here again. Niazi, the left-hander, batted very well. And was hoping probably for a little bit of rest before he came out there. It was not to be. So him and Hussain back together. They put 135 partnership on together in that last match. Gets played away nicely. Roma Capannelle searching for a victory, searching to bounce back in only their second match. I know Vinny was saying at the time when they didn't quite find their form in the first. They struggled to 53 for 8, chasing 117. It was the first match. It'll get better as matches progress. This gets played away. It will just be a single. So Niazi gets off the mark. Field has to change round. A breeze to the relief, I think, to a lot of people around the ground. Not just the players, but of course the match officials and others around the ground. The breeze picking up, and that's good news. On the leg side, but is it going down leg? Certainly looked it to me, but it's worth having a look again. It's a big appeal here from Safi, but I think this probably just going down to miss. It's moving away, and yeah, I think that's a pretty good call. I think by the time the ball continues to travel, I think that might have just missed the leg. So I can see why the umpire hasn't given it, but at the same time, I can see why there's a big call. So end of the over, and well, Gladiatori, it's not a good start. They're 2 for 1 at the end of the first. As Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the commentator's position.
We don't have a name for our new house yet. We had the ice cube. Sometimes we used to call that the marshmallow as well. Before that, what do we have? We had a lot of tents that actually died before we got a chance to give them names. There's a few tent graveyards around Europe.
Called them skeletons, I think.
Milan tent graveyard, big one there. I think there's a museum there now about it. Vienna's another one. Anyway, over 2. And this is Farouk Khan who's bowling. And actually, we've got Farouk's brother Yusuf in here with us in the commentary box. We've also got Gyan Kirby, the younger Kirby. Of course, Dane Kirby, his dad's playing in this game. And also we've got Alfonso Jayaraja, former Italian captain. And he doesn't seem this old, because that's why I think it's weird to say it, but I have to say it. He's the oldest active ECS cricketer. I'm going to have a guess at the age in a minute. Someone's going to be speared down the leg side. Is it 76 now? 77. He's walking stick 77.
Yeah.
I know he's in the squad. He's typically not in the first 11 chosen, but if someone doesn't play, you got your stuff here ready to go, right?
Alfonso will always be ready. I remember way back, about 4 or 5 years ago now when we first met. And Alfonso gave us a tour of
former Italian captain.
Yeah.
I was alive when you were captaining Italy, by the way, just so you know, even in 1984. This is pulled away. And also we've got, so we've kind of got the young and the old here, don't we? I don't like using the word old, but I only say it in a respectful sense because I hope I still have the passion and the skills in the game that Alfonso's got when I'm that age.
Yeah, Alfonso took us for the crew for a tour around his place, and it was like walking into a museum. I mean, all the memorabilia that Alfonso has. I'll never forget that time. We had a wonderful time there at the Roma Capannelle.
Roma Capannelle.
You've never been,
have
you?
I haven't, but I have seen it a lot.
Yeah.
Quickly, here's Farouk bowling pretty good over here. Fool's the key here. Can't do too much with that either, Hussein. These are the two that did all the damage in the last game for Roma Gladiatori as well. But I will say that I still remember the first ever golden ball on Italian soil was at the Roma Capannelle ground back in 2020.
You're correct.
Bangla CC versus Roma CC, and it went for a Maximo.
Yeah, it was
onto the racetrack.
It was an incredible match. It really was. Once again, full. Good line being bowled here by Roma Capannelle. I think it has to be said that Roma Capannelle, when it comes to their bowling and fielding, they're not going to have too many issues. They're good in that department. The department where they're still learning from is just getting the aggression in their play when it comes to the batting. But it will come.
Yeah, I agree. They bowled pretty well to these two. To hold these two to both 2 or 4. It's one of those things, you've built all this pressure and it's taken kind of minutes and minutes to build up pressure, but a moment can break it. Don't want to bowl a bad ball here.
Well, that's out. That is out. He goes with the short delivery. It's quick, it's fast, it's into the body, gets a bit of the bat. The catch gets taken, and it's another one that goes. What a delivery, what a moment. And they get the wicket of Manu Niazi, who will go for 2. And what a breakthrough. What a breakthrough.
And it's nice to see another batter walking. You know, he gets a little edge on that. He knows a bit of a surprise shorter ball. And he's still asking, is that out? Come on, it's got to be out. It's got to be out. Meanwhile, Niazi's about on the 30-metre circle. He's already given it up. So they get some reward. You know, Yusuf's happy here in the commentary box that Farouk's got a wicket. They break that partnership before it can hatch. What a start this is for Roma Capannelle. To be honest, they had this kind of power play when they were batting in the last game. But just a little touch, simple catch. Passaretti, I mean, he's a really experienced guy. He's a former Italian international as well. And he still does a really good job with the gloves, doesn't he? 5 for 2 now, Gladiators in the second over.
Yeah, Gabriel Passaretti, no mistakes from him, takes the catch. What a moment this is, and what a comeback. And considering their last match, Roma Capannelle, you'd expect them maybe to be a little bit flat, but at the moment, is Roma Gladiatori, that other flatter of the two, still probably thinking about how they lost that last match against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. In comes Khan once more. That's a good delivery, but that's nicely played. Just a little clip around the pads. It's a big chase on the Iba, but can't get there. That'll be 4 runs as the captain Harpreet gets off the mark.
Yeah, actually quite a good shot. Again, I like this length, but it just gets a bit leg stumpish, allows the batter to turn the bat on it, and no fine leg back on the boundary. Nice try by Karthik, but he couldn't quite chase it down. End of the second over, 9 for 2. Well, Rico, we're going to do another over together, but then I have to get Gyan on because it's a bit of a tradition here. Although one tradition that we don't want to continue is his dad's penchant for scoring ducks. 5 of them last year, 4 of them golden. We've put the ducks away, though. And hopefully Gyan can bring some good luck for his dad in this one. Anyway, maybe we'll get a bowl during this innings. This Safi.
Up in the air, and that was going to go all the way. That's going to be 6 months. And, well, the youngsters are fighting over to get their hands on this ball. Off they go. Well, you might even catch them on a bit of the camera here, doing a bit of running to get this one. There's a big hit. He gets plenty of this. And it's going to be 6 runs, and that's what they need here. Hossein, we know he's capable of doing it. Scored 70 not out of 27 deliveries.
Geez, Yusuf's got a good arm on him. Gyan was there for the relay, but he just fired it over his head back over the fence. But, we'll have a word with Gyan. I've already asked the chat for a few questions. Gyan, he's 11 years old now, and normally action happens when he's in the commentary box. There was an incident last year.
Shots, that's just beautifully played. It's just lovely timing, using the pace here from Badar, who comes on for his second. Not going as well as the first so far. Well, that's back-to-back 6s. And this one, well, he just eased this to the boundary.
Jeez, it's a really good shot, isn't it? It really wasn't too much wrong with the ball. It was kind of tramline, fairly full. But again, that's the difference between a Yorker and something that has some length on it. It had like a metre of length. It was enough for Hussain to be able to kind of crack the wrists underneath it.
Oh, well, that is a monster strike. Bolle, kinna sola. Que grande, que guay, que genial. Well, they say bel corpo up here in Italia to this one. That has gone a long way.
Matter of time till the ambulance got hit, and here it is. Luckily, it's one bounce. Watch it here. Bang, bang. Here comes the ball. Yoink. Knock, knock. I mean, if the ambulance gets hit, who saves the people in the ambulance? That's the question. What a shot by Hussain, though. That was powerful.
Well, he goes for another one. There's nobody out there. That's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So boundaries galore here as this over from Safi Badar is going big. 6, 6, 6. Well, a little bit of Calypso-style Caribbean cricket. And then the next ball hits for 4 as well. So it's gone magical already, 22. As you can see that the Gladiatori looking to get themselves out of trouble. Now that's high in the air. This one will go all the way as well. The young men will be after this as well. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sola que grande. That is sweet. Out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more. 1 and over.
Well, there's Garn. There's a bit of multitasking happening with our young commentary box viewers.
Did you say they're coming on next? They're going to be out of breath.
I was
they
going to
ain't
say.
going to yell at all.
Nah, they're very fit.
Ball
Tell
to
you
go.
what, Hussain's changed this power play, hasn't he? Just in the space of this over. It's gone 4, 6, 6, 4, 6. In fact, the last 6 balls since the wicket have all gone to the boundary. Most of them over. Last ball, the third.
He plays his out in the op, but this time no run, so he's going to finish with a dot. But plenty came off that over. After his first over, only went for 2. 28 come off that one. And at the end of 3 overs, Vinny is 37 for 2.
Well, you know, with due respect, Rick, I'm going to get you to hand the headphones over because that was a real momentum shifter. So we need to change something up for Roma Capannelle. Let's be honest, they've had a bit of a rough day so far. But, yeah, it's good to see a lot of the viewers. I remember Garn from last year, and I did say it would be good to get him in the commentary box for a little bit of a stint. We've got Yusuf here. We've got Alfonso here as well. But Garn's a real good budding young cricketer. And Garn Kirby, welcome back to the commentary box.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and it's been a little while.
It's been over almost a year.
Yeah, it's a lot of change in Italy, regarding cricket and everything.
Yeah, tell me about what's been going on recently. First, we might just have a look who's having a bowl. It looks like this is Farouk Khan who's going to get a second over. And Yusuf's here, right? This is Farouk's brother who's in with us right now. Farouk is bowling over Quattro. I like the length he's bowling pretty full at the moment. So tell us what's been going on in the last few months, the last year or so.
So I've started playing under 15.
Under 15s, but you're only 11, right?
Yeah, but under 15 comes first.
Okay.
And then like September's like the under 13.
Oh, great.
Thin.
Hold on. So when you're playing under 15s, there must be a fair few players that are bigger than you.
Yeah. This probably normally it's about 4, 5, 14-year-olds, and then the rest are like 12, 13.
Okay. And so did you play under 15s last week? How did you go?
I went well, made 22 or 38.
That's pretty good.
In juniors, targets are a bit lower.
Okay.
In T20, so we were chasing 90, which is like hundreds of par.
Yeah.
So it was just under par. Openers smashed it. Then I came in and it was about 4th over, batted into it, and that's.
Well, it's going to actually be an edge that's going to fly over the field. That's a bit unlucky. That's Zaiborang down there. I mean, sometimes you can be too fast. And Farouk, with the pace of that edge has gone for 6. Have you hit your first 6 yet? That's another question.
No.
You'll enjoy the day. I was a bit older than you. I think I was 14, and I felt so strong when I hit my first 6. But anyway, stick to what you're doing at the moment.
So it was 22 or 38.
Yeah.
Came in at 4, normally 3, but came in at 4.
Mm-hmm.
And batted from about 4th over. So it was actually a bit of T10 at the start of the innings.
It was kind of aggressive, was it? Here's Farouk gets smashed. It's a chase for your dad. Does a really good job. We'll call that one in, Garn. That was a good bit of fielding, wasn't it?
Yeah. You don't see it often these days, but when he does it.
I bet that your dad's pretty quick when he wants to be around the house. No, that was well done by Dane. And that, of course, is Garn's dad. So I think it's nice that you're complimentary about him. It's probably smart for you. So I'll come back to it in a minute. Let's just watch this ball from Farouk. He's bowled a really good spell, I think. 16 conceded off just 10 balls. Does have a wicket. Goes a bit too full, slower ball that time, but well picked by the batter. Hussain goes maximal 6 runs.
I think he doesn't often bowl slow ball, so when he bowls a bit unnatural.
I didn't mind the thinking of it. Yeah, I suppose just trying to get it right. So tell me how your game went. So you ended up making 22 not out.
Yeah, so we had a big partnership with number 3, batted for a long time, and then we went into about maybe 4 overs. We needed 14 maybe. I think, which is like pretty hard.
Yeah, you're feeling pressure at that stage. Yeah, so, I remember it's like.
So, and then so then another wicket fell, another one, and then we needed.
Oh, hold on. Well, that's going to go out of the ground. That's a big uppercut from Hussain. He's having such a good couple of games. You know what it's like when you're in form. Batting seems easy. He's making it look easy right now.
And then we at that 4 over mark, like 4 overs to go mark. Then they're hitting the lid with a ball.
You were hitting the lid?
In the lid.
Yeah, in the helmet?
No, in the lid.
On the leg.
But
okay,
it was
good.
actually... It wasn't the pad. It was behind the pad.
Oh.
When the ball came throw in from the boundary.
Oh, so the throw hit you?
Yeah, the throw and hit me in the
Did
back.
you cry?
No.
Okay, it's good.
It was. So then had to nearly start again in a way.
Yeah.
Because you have to get used to it.
You had to learn how to bat with one good leg.
Yeah. So then I'll step ahead to the last over. Last over needed 3 runs.
Yep.
Hit a single.
Yep.
And then the other team hit 2 twos. So then we won the match.
Bang, bang. Well, yeah, what a story. I've got some questions for you already. Asked the people in the chat, obviously, once again. Most of them that were watching last year, or in fact, all of them that were watching last year here in Rome, they remember you. There's Michele Moratini. He's a crowd favourite as well. Italian stallion coming in. See if he can break this partnership over number 5. Pretty good ball first up. He's got that real fast bowler's mentality. Okay, that's awesome. So, yeah, it must have been a good feeling when you're walking off the ground with your partner.
Yeah.
And with the winning run.
Yeah, struggling off.
Struggling off.
But yeah, it was good because it was also a very hot day that day, probably nearly 40. A bit like it's even hotter than today.
Yeah,
so it's
I know. At
hard.
this time of the year, it's very, 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 very hot here in Rome, isn't it? All right, Harpreet on strike, 12 off 5. Big swing right off the end of the bat, actually. They'll struggle through for a single. So, actually, that was one of the questions that came into the chat, saying, hey, Gyan, great to have you back on commentary. How does it feel to play in Italy with the weather being so hot? That's from Nad K. He's another young viewer who's tuning in.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, but I think it's just really hot. But like, it always goes from like 30, and then just 1 week just shoots up to 40.
Yeah, cricket's a summer sport.
Yeah.
That's what I always come back to. Here's Hussain on strike. Oh, Michelle's completely lost the handle of that one. That's slipped out. No one was any danger there, but will be a no ball. Free hit to come. Just completely slipped. You can see that. Actually, pretty good stop by Gabriele Passaretti down the leg side. Yeah, I remember back in my day as well in Australia, we'd sometimes play 40 degrees plus. And we only ever used to get drinks every hour. There was none of this extra drinks.
That's the same thing.
We're so thirsty. I was a wicket keeper, so I couldn't feel near the boundary. Yeah. Everyone else was grabbing drinks and having extra water. I was just fantasizing for the next drinks break. All right, free hit.
Oh, that's well played in the gap, and it's stopped.
Yeah, very good stop, actually. That's Gulam down there who makes the stop. Yeah, more questions coming in. And, okay, we got to address the elephant in the room, or should I say the ducks in the room. A few people talking about your dad scoring 5 ducks last year. He avoided Derek so far this morning. Do you think that your dad can turn it around this year? Keep the Dereks away?
Well, I hope so, first in. And
I like that confidence.
That's the... I think it's just... not last year before that happened, when he I think just a bit too slow.
It happens.
So then overcorrect.
Yeah.
And then... But then this, as you saw, the careful get off the mark today.
Yeah, the careful get off the mark. That's true. Look, every innings is different. You know, even it's interesting because this never happened when I was playing either. You might bat 2 or 3 times in a day, have different innings. So Moratini digs this one in. But yeah, slightly off speed, pretty well bowled, gets a dot. Yeah, so yeah, I'm quietly confident for him, pretty quietly. But no, your dad, he's a good dad to you, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He helps you a lot with your cricket, I know. I was also going to say that we actually spent a day off. When I had my day off last year, you took me to the beach.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? We'll talk about that in a second. Is this down leg side?
We've actually found we actually have a new beach. We have a new beach which is right at the end of like, it's near where we were, but it's like actual like sand just a whole way.
Yeah.
And it's really good because like you can get the difference from like where all the people are, medium people, then low people.
Yeah, I enjoyed that little beach cricket we had as well.
Oh.
That's pretty well hit, but straight at your dad. There's Dane doing the job. End of the 5th over, and the score is 63 for 2. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. And yeah, it's Vinny Sandhu here, and I've got Yusuf here. This is Farouk's brother. We've got Gyan Kirby with me, and somewhere up the back, can we see that? It is. It's Alfonso Jayaraja, the godfather of really Italian cricket, but Roma Capannelle in particular. Welcome so much to our new commentary box. We don't have a name for it yet, but we're working on it. But yeah, Gyan, of course. Yeah, we went and played some beach cricket last year, didn't we, on a very hot day?
Oh, very hot.
You batted incredibly well. I felt I was bowling you for about an hour, but that was a really fun day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good day, and I think the other thing is that this time it's a lot more hot. Like that time was in September.
Yeah, that's true.
And you always have this. You actually come at probably the hottest time.
Can I ask you to do something? Because your dad's coming on. Turn around. I noticed that you've got. Hold on, I'm gonna lift you up. You've got the number 14 on. I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Because here's Kirby, Dane Kirby, number 4, and he's going to start by bowling a bouncer that's going to get Harpreet in the head. Hopefully he's all right there. Well, let that be a warning. Yeah, just tries to kind of press front foot, but it gets big. And, well, this is really important this day and age. Wear a helmet. In fact, since last year, we've made helmets compulsory. Any time you're batting, I know it would be like that for juniors as well. But, yeah, hopefully Harpreet's all right there. Did you know your dad had that kind of pace in him?
He's talked to me about it. That's for sure. Like he still does now. He still has the pace, but just not as like he used to bowl pretty quick.
I know that your dad grew up in the Dennis Lilly era, but right now he thinks he's Dennis Lilly. He's just come on first ball and he's hit a guy who's been batting really well in the helmet. Let's see if he can get a bit fuller though. That's pretty well bowled. It's going to be called a wide. Here's something. I know you follow the ECN cricket a lot, Gyan, but this has to be completely outside the line when it passes the crease. I don't know. I feel that's probably over the line.
Yeah, I think like 3/4 outside and a little bit inside.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a harsh call. Again, it's a slight adjustment. We have changed that rule since last year to give the bowlers a little bit more room to work with, in theory at least. Anyway, I'll have to re-bowl it. Yeah. Pretty well bowled, pretty straight.
You don't often see that, do you? Defense of a ball in the arc.
Yeah, I think he was just happy just to preserve his wicket. Probably feels he's having a tough minute, Harpreet, so he's happy to get to the other end. Hussain obviously batting really well. He's on 44, and he's hit 6 sixes already in this innings. So yeah, more questions for Gyan. I'm absolutely loving the interaction, and everyone is quite proud of the job you do as well on the commentary. Here's Dad.
Oh.
Down the leg side. That one will be re-bowled. Yeah, and so, yeah, Santosh, remembering that, Gyan, you're very knowledgeable. So give us your thoughts, not just on ECN cricket, but just in cricket in the last year. Did you watch the T20 World Cup, for example?
Yeah, I did.
What were your thoughts?
There were some interesting pitches.
Yeah.
Like that one in the New York, it looked like it's actually a little bit more bounce than this one.
Yeah, it was kind of inconsistent, wasn't it? Which made it tough for short form cricket. A little late cut this time. One hand, one bounce. Well, that's out in the backyard. Not here though. Hussain will have to eat a dot. What do you think? I mean, you're from the new generation.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, do you think that cricket could become more established in the United States where there's so much competition from baseball and basketball and American football? Do you think there's a market for it there?
Yeah, and also like, yeah, there's a lot in the US, especially because like, wait.
Yeah, better wait. There's the slow ball in the air. Should be gone. No, it just seemed to climb over Safi there.
I think if that was Kevin, that was a catch.
Yeah, that's true.
Considering the height.
Well, Kevin could have probably caught it in his hair. But yeah, Kevin is fielding in the outfield, not in the infield. Yeah, it was an interesting World Cup. Certainly unusual because of the location.
Yeah, and Yeah, and also, I think T20 is just.
Well, this is in the air. No one back there, so no justice. It's going to fly away. And, well, we might try and pick this one up. But, yeah, I think not so sure we'll be able to tell from the replay. We'll have a look. It flies away, and it bounces pretty close to the line. I think it's just out of shot there. So, yeah, you're going to have to probably go with the on-field call here.
Which was.
Which we're about to find out, because we're about to see it again. So,
And it is.
What are you feeling here, 4 or 6? I know that Dane wants it only to be a 4. That's the lesser of two evils. But, well, maybe just give it a 5. It's tough. They're not going to get a better look at it. So they're going to have to go with whatever they saw with their human eyes. And the fielder's saying, well, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Well, it's got to be at least 4. If you're not sure, there's no real clear benefit of the doubt here. Normally, you probably give it a 4. Unless you're sure at 6, they're going to give it 4. So fair enough. Yeah, so what about some of your highlights of the World Cup? I mean, obviously, some of the lesser-known nations punching above their weight. This has actually hit pretty well. That's going to beat the fielder as well. So Harpreet gets some revenge. He'll get 4 runs there. End of the 6th over, 75
Yeah,
for 2.
and I found also the final was really interesting because both teams have never won somehow. Somehow they've never won.
Yeah.
Which is, sometimes you have to feel for South Africa as well because they're a good team. They just don't, in the final moment, they just, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I've got a question for you. So when you see T20 cricket like the World Cup, and I know you watch a lot of T10 as well, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that T20 is slow or fast form of the game?
Oh.
Or kind of in the middle?
I think if you talk about, that's actually way back.
Yeah, it has gone way back over the 10s. It's going to be 50 for Hussain. He brings it up off 18 balls. Moratini comes back, bowled a pretty good first over, went for 5. He's already gone for more than that in this over. But really, he's just a good hitter of the cricket ball, isn't he?
I think for people from maybe my generation.
Your generation, yeah.
I reckon it's like a little bit like longer. But I think for people like my dad, it's probably short.
They feel short. Yeah, I'm hearing it.
Oh,
that's an amazing shot. He's tried to dig this out, and I think he's chopped it through his legs. Well, back in the 1800s, even before your dad was born, this used to be a shot called the draw shot, and people would play it on purpose. I don't know if that's on purpose, but it's a good result. It's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, so I got Garn with me. Probably be in for another over or so. So if you've got any more questions for Garn, I've got so much I want to ask you about it, actually. So did you follow the Italy team in the World Cup qualifiers? Of course, they were here a couple of months ago.
Yeah, they were. It was good. Like we also saw. I don't know if many people know this, but Joe Burns was actually playing for the Italian team.
I know. And this is going to disappear. Well,
just like he would.
New balls, please. Hussain's absolutely smoked that one into the practice nets. Maybe over. Maximal time. He swings his way into the 60s. Joe Burns. And do you know how he went in his first game of the tournament?
Yeah.
Golden duck. So it just shows it happens to everyone. Golden duck. Did come back with, I think, a century later in the tournament.
Yeah, he got a century in the final.
And did you know that Vasu, who's scoring for us over there, he's the captain of Romania, and he was the other captain. Oh, not that Joe Burns was captaining, but he was the Romanian captain in that final.
Shorter ball, he goes for something different, and it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, I mean, he's still getting a bit short. If in doubt, I think Yorker. I know you got to hit your spots, but that's going to disappear as well. Hussain is just on an absolute heater here. But you're able to get Niazi for just 2. You're able to get Zadran without scoring. But Hussain is kind of the fish that got away, and he's still there. 67 off 21, building a big score. So how about you? Let's talk maybe about your ambitions. So going forward, I know you love watching ECN cricket, and we love having you on ECN. I'll just wait for Moratini to come in with this ball. And let me tell you something that's new that we're planning next year is we're planning, you know how there's like Team Europe women are about to play in the Melter Shield. We're planning a Team Europe under 23 versus British and Irish under 23. And I know that you're still a lot younger than that, but that'd be something pretty cool.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that idea, and like it's a very good one because it's Europe. It's all pretty evenly based out.
Yeah, true.
Where if you did let's say a team Australia versus a team New Zealand, it would the level would be a lot different.
It'd be interesting no matter what, I think. End of the 7th over, Moratini gets a bit stubborn, takes another one in, does get a dot last ball, 92 for 7. And just a reminder, with so much happening on ECN, I know it can be hard to keep track because we have something like 1,700 plus matches a year at the moment. So, of course, you can get in touch with us, Vinny Sandu. You can get me at Mr. Maximo on Instagram. Often check that to just get back to some questions that people have. And, of course, Rico's back with me today. Rico and I, we don't get to commentate together very often because we have so many more matches now in a year. And obviously, we have to try and stagger it a little bit. But we've got a few good young commentators coming through. We had the young guns, Charlie and Nish, last week. They're both in their 20s. And so, Gyan, I hope you have a long career in the game with your playing. But if not, I think you're a natural commentator. I've said that before. So tell me, what are your ambitions for cricket? What would you like to do in the game? I know you're still very young.
I think if it's a lot of options. I reckon it's a similar thing. How Joe Burns did it was like Australia then Italy.
Yeah.
Like similar thing to that. So like you can play for Australia, then play for Italy. Or
you could even play for Italy, then Australia, then Italy. I think to play international cricket at any level is something you've got to realise that out of all the millions and millions and millions of cricketers around the world, very, very few, less than 1%, will ever get anywhere close to playing international cricket. So I think that's something that you really have to realise. Hamza bowled really well this morning. I'm a bit surprised it's taken this long for him to come on. Well, Harpreet's got no sense of sentimentality because he's just going to smash that one towards the ambulance again. I think this one might have bounced off the front tyre, but it's 6 runs to start the 8th over, and the 100 comes up for Roma Gladiatori. I think Hamza will stick to his guns, though. I really like his bowling. I think he likes to slow it down. Back to live action now. This next one is up in the block hole. Pretty good comeback. This is a good contest, I think, with Hamza, who I think's been the best bowler for Roma Capannelle today, taking on Mubarak. When you've got a bowler like Hamza, I'm a bit surprised you wait till the 8th over to bring him on.
Yeah, I think there's just a few new bowlers that have been named for this match. So, but yeah, that's the same shot.
Yeah, it's good bowling. His accuracy's been excellent today. I know we're going to have to say goodbye to the end of this over. But I also want to ask you, just away from cricket, how's Italy going? How's your Italian going? Because it was pretty good last time I was here. Have you been speaking it more?
Yeah, I've been speaking it more with friends and stuff.
Yeah, I know that at your age, picking up languages comes pretty easily. There's the hair farmer, Kevin. Okay, go on, give us a couple of balls. You take the lead in Italian then. Okay?
Okay.
Come on, you do this very well. You got to the end of the over. All right?
Okay. Ecco Amir Hamza che adesso lancerà sono 2 palle rimaste e quello va molto indietro, 6 punti sarà una palla rimasta per Amir Hamza ed ecco che arriva l'aeroplano, perché quello è come un aeroplano e questa sarà l'ultima palla dell'over, 112. È un full toss e poi lancia e niente run out, un punto. E fine dell'over.
Well, Gyan, I got to say, that was fantastico. It's been great to have you in. Again, look, under the watchful eye of the Godfather as well. So it's great to see the generations coming together. And I want to say a big thank you to Gyan Kirby. I know that you're not going anywhere because Roma Capannelle still have a game after this. But yeah, it's a tradition now that we're in the commentary box together. And let's not forget, remember last year the ball came in and Corey was eating the watermelon. Do you remember that? And he said he was trying to save you and he was just eating the watermelon. I remember that really well. Luckily, we haven't had any balls flying in this year. But yeah, Gyan, you're a star. Looking forward to hearing from you again soon. Anyway, Hussein is actually on for a ton here. He's moved to 81. Well, that's Jared. He's after it. The ambulance needs to be moved. That's the 3rd time it's almost been hit. And really, this has been quite brutal hitting from Hussein. Yeah, well, I got quite a few words of Garn's Italian in there as well. But could we have another 100? Well, that gets him 6 closer. That one's a sight screen basher. Bang! Maximo, 87 now for Hussein. And it's been a crazy year on ECN. 2 years ago, we had 13 centuries in the year. Last year, we had 58. This year, we've had over 100 hundreds. We had 100 hundreds come up in Bulgaria last week. And that one's in the air. That's probably going, or is it? Back to the line, and 6 more. Maximo Hussein into the 90s. Rico Fool has rejoined us, and we could have a little bit of history here. Could this be the first century of this European Cricket Series, Rome 2024?
Well, Mubarak Hussein doing a fantastic job. And hang on, let's hold the horses. He goes down the ground again, and it will be another Maximo. He moves to 99. 99 of just, that was ball number 30. The hitting here is insane. Are we going to see another magical moment here on the European Cricket Network? Well, I had the pleasure of having a hat-trick in my first match. Are we going to see a century here now as well? Goes for it, doesn't hold back, fielder on the boundary, and he's going to be caught. He's going to be caught on 99. He wants to go for the big shot rather than just take the single. He doesn't want to try and just tickle this away. He says, I hit it hard, this is what I do. A man who was shot 4 times in the last match, I bet he wished he had some of that luck in this one. 99, but no mistakes there from the fielder. The catch gets taken. We will not get that 100 in the end.
Well, it was good enough for Bradman. He ends up with 99, and to tell you what, he would have done anything for another metre on that. It would have been over for 6, but he's batted so well. It's the cruelest score, I think, except for 0. When you're batting, to get 99. Obviously, we've seen it happen sometimes. Mubarak again goes for broke. Pretty good catch. I mean, it's easy to knock that one over the boundary. But, yeah, Amir Hamza with a brilliant bit of fielding there. 99. Can you believe it? Oh, it makes me think of some of the 99s we've seen. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, her best score is 99, not out. We'll see her in the Melton Shield. Taranjeet Singh, I know, has got a 99.
He's a man who's never scored a century on the network, and you just get the feeling. For me, I just thought, take the single, relish the opportunity, but he thought, no, I'll continue the way I started. His highest score before then was 79, scored back in 2022, so he doesn't get there. Now, that's an interesting one on the time front, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, well, anyway, it's Mukhtar who's going to get a single first ball, end of the over. 138 for 3. I was reading your mind because he wasn't ready to face.
Yeah.
Right now, that could have gone very badly. Anyway, it's the end of the over. And now it's 138 for 3. Yeah, he wasn't ready because his helmet wasn't right. And that's a bit of a letter of the law. If he wasn't ready to face, then probably should have been a 5-run penalty, but don't think it was applied that time.
Yeah, well, it's quite fitting, really, that the man who took a hat-trick earlier, Bandara Naika, was the man that comes in and breaks the heart of Hussein, who gets out on 99. It's a nice catch there taken in the deep as well. Would have been a bit of pressure on Amir Hamza, but he holds on to it. So Mubarak Hussein, 99. I bet he's in the scorer's tent already saying, can you check every one of those? Make sure maybe one of those buys or one of those extras was down to me.
And you know, it was Bandara Naika who took that hat-trick this morning. It was able to get him, although that over ended up going for 25. Kirby's back. And pretty good ball first up. He's 80 yard. I think Dane might have been in the gym.
Well, we haven't had a big finish to an innings, have we? That's where teams, even when they look like they can score big runs, end up a little bit shy.
Gladiatori yesterday, they had a ridiculous finish of 47, I mentioned, in the last 2 overs. 43 in the last 9 balls. But the other game, they scored 0 in the last 9 balls. So you just never know what you're going to get. Harpreet, he's still there. Kirby littered him earlier. Right now, it's going to be smashed out of the ground. Maximo time. That's another one for the ball retrievers. Lucky we brought them over here, Rico.
They've been busy, haven't they? Busy. And, well, what a great bit of commentary that was from the young man as well. He's got some talent, hasn't he?
Bowled Kirby, fielded Kirby. The problem was that Garn is not on the field. Yeah, I was going to ask you what you thought of Garn.
Young Garn is a young gun. Let's just put it that way. He certainly is. And another gun who's out there is mashing it for sixes. Harpreet, well, I said we've had some not good finishes from teams when they've been batting. Well, Harpreet's making sure that this time that Gladiatori do get a big finish. Remember in the last match, they finished on 145 when really they should have got to that one, at least to 155, 160. They're making sure that this time they get all the extra runs that can get them the victory that they're after.
Can find the Yorker back to basics.
Oh, well, this is just clubbed. He's clubbing at the moment. He's a good man to go clubbing with because he's just smashing balls for sixes and he's hitting them for fun.
All right, Roma Gladiatori, kings of the big finish, even though they didn't even have any finish yesterday in one of the games, but this has been a bit of a crazy finish, really. Just been raining sixes, and even with Hussain going for 99, Harpreet stepped up to the plate. 2 to come.
Oh, he sneaked it in. He has. I mean, you can see that Harpreet does whatever he can to make the umpire give a wide here.
That's not a wide.
But that's never a wide.
It's over the line. And even if a bit of it's over the line, it's not a wide. Good to see that call. Harpreet, is he going to join the Heartbreak Club? He's on 49. We've already had a 99. Here's the last ball.
Probably will be expecting it again to be wider outside the off. Will he jump across? He doesn't, but he gets an edge. And that will get him his 50. So 50 for him. 53, he finishes off 21 deliveries. Well done to Harpreet. Missed out on a 50 yesterday, but gets it here. And they also push on past the 160 score. 161, not quite the highest score that we've seen in this series. Of course, Roma CC put 165 on the board yesterday against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, but still a very healthy score.
113 to keep a point. I mean, even from the get-go, if you do that, at least you might get something out of the game. But you know, it's a funny thing. Not that 99s are funny, but you know when you're kind of getting a pasting, just to have something petty go your way, like to have the other guy get out for 99.
Yeah.
I reckon at least it gives them something there, Roma Capannelle. But hey, you got to take your hat off. Gladiatori, I said at the start of the game, a bit like the Wall Street banks of the late 2000s, they were too big to keep failing. And they have put on a bit of a show here. 161 off the 10 overs. Shadabgul Zadran, they decided to open with him again, but he hasn't really worked out at the top. Maybe it's time for him to go back into the middle order there. He went for a 2-baller. And Niazi didn't fire, he was out. But yeah, Gladiatori just seemed to find a way to build significant partnerships. And they've turned into some pretty big scores today.
Yeah, one thing that I find a little bit interesting there is Bandaranaika, the hat-trick man, took 4 wickets, of course, in that last bat. Only gets the 1 over in it, which is a bit of a surprise. All right, he does go for 25, but bearing in mind he's bowling over number 9, you know the batter's going to go after you. So a little bit surprised there. I just get the feeling here that some of the teams that have got some good spinners in their side, they just haven't used them at the right time. And maybe that could have been the way here, especially after getting those earlier wickets. And you thought for a moment that they were going to be in a spot of bother here at Gladiatori, especially when they did lose the likes of Zadran, then also of Nazi quite early on. Of course, the two of them only making a combined score of just 2 between them in the 7 balls that they faced. But I was very, very impressed with that partnership there. It was quite an outstanding one. Over 100 runs came together with a score of 5, and that wicket then, of course, of Hussain fell on 99 when they'd already gone past a 100-run partnership. But what a knock it was from him. I mean, 99. Remember, he's followed it up from a very good 70 that he scored not out in the first match. So if you like, a lot of people would say, come on, he was 70 not out in the first game, giving a run from the other one, let him have his 100. It doesn't work that way. 99, but look, of 31 balls, 14 sixes and 2 fours as well. And they just didn't know how to stop him. The balls were sailing all over the place. And, well, even he was coming up with some from trick shots as well. That one, he pulls, smashes it away. And I suppose you can understand. I know that I was saying, well, look, you would think that he would just say, I'm on 99, save in the moment, get the run, and then go back to hitting it big again. Because there was plenty of time, wasn't there? But he just thought, it's the way I bat. I'm not going to change it just because there's an opportunity of getting 100. If I'm going to get it, I'm going to get it my way. It's in the air, and it wasn't to be. Well, that one went where he wanted it to go, but they all didn't. This one's another one down the ground. It was sixes galore. He was close. He wanted to do it his way, but he weren't able to do it. A really good catch in the end. So Heartbreak, Hamza takes the catch, Mubarak was saying 99, but I must admit, he didn't look too disappointed when he was walking off, and that's why I wanted a quick chat to see if he has scored a century before. He hadn't. That's the highest score that he has scored on the network. Before that, you have to go back to 2022 when he scored 77. So still, thing is, though, the way that he's playing, you get the feeling you may get another opportunity. It really was a tremendous knock. And take nothing away there from Harpreet as well, the captain, 53 of 21. Both of them came together when the team were really struggling. So well done to Harpreet as well. Question is now, can they put a good performance in the field? I think that was the issue in that loss in the earlier match when they took on Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They got 145, which you thought, okay, it was a bit, you thought it could have been more, probably should have been more, with only 5 coming off of that last over. But they didn't bowl very well. They bowled too short, and the Harpreet himself was guilty of that. So this time round, they've got the extra runs. So maybe this time around they believe that they can bring up their first win on the European Cricket Network. That's what the Roma Gladiators are hoping to do. Quick look at the bowling figures there. I think a respectable from Safi Badar to picked up, of course, that very crucial wicket early on. And also not too bad from Farouk Khan, but a little bit of pain there for Dane Kirby. 35 he went for, and 1 over then there from Bandaranaika going magical. But he only gets the 1 over, and it's the over number 9 as well. So you'd expect a spinner to get a little bit of tap later on the innings. So Roma Gladiatori, they're trying again to win the first match on the European Cricket Network. They weren't able to yesterday. Remember when they played 2 matches and they lost both those matches. Well, they came close this morning, weren't quite able to do it. Can they do it now this time round? Join me, Rico Full and Vinny Sandhu when we return in 10 minutes time for maybe a little bit of history for the Gladiators.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching the European Cricket Series, the start of day 2. I've already seen one match already, second match in the day. And we've seen once again that Roma Gladiatori have put the runs on the board. 145 wasn't enough in match number 7. In this, the third match of the day, they've gone a bit further, 161. That means that the bonus point equation looks like this. If they can restrict Roma Capannelle, a team that have had some issues with the batting, to 112 or less, they could pick up that valuable bonus point. And for a team that's still looking for their first success in the series, that 1 point could be pretty valuable here. Remember, we're seeing the same sort of format as what we just come from Bulgaria. So all these teams will play each other twice, and it's all about finishing in the top 4. But of course, finishing the top 2, then you give yourself a double chance to get into the final. So points at this stage in the group stage is very important, especially if you can get bonus points. Of course, in Bulgaria, I think when you look back at that series, I think it's the most number of teams that have been picking up bonus points that we've seen. I think more teams were picking up 4 points than 3 from their victories. Okay, we're ready to go. Amanpreet Singh is going to start with the ball. I just had a stat there from Vinny saying 60% of the matches in Bulgaria were where the teams picked up the bonus point, whereas the average normally is around 40. So that just goes to show the feeling that I had. It was some matches very much one-sided, of course. But then we do know in Bulgaria that there was about 2 teams there that had a lot of new players in, a lot of national players. And that's one thing I was speaking to Alfonso here as well, and he was saying that with Roma Capannelle, that they continue, and I remember this from when I was at Roma Capannelle those 5 years ago, they continue to ensure that they always have at least 5, sometimes more, in this case 7 nationals that are playing on the side. It's something that they take a lot of pride in doing. I know they do that in all their domestic fixtures as well. So you will see a lot of Italian nationals playing in the side. It's good bowling here at the moment. It's getting this ball to sort of bounce to an uncomfortable level, and now a pick up and throw, and they're going to go upstairs and have a look at this. Let's have a look here. I mean, it does very well, does Singh, to get there, gets it, and look, there's hardly any running. We've seen something close to this before. He could be in trouble here. Oh, he just makes it. But once again, batters ball watching and not really concentrating getting in, and that's Kevin this time who's doing that. Kakuwala. I can understand you wanting to, it's hot out there. You only want to sort of exert yourself if you have to, but yeah, you want to make sure I think I'll do it the other way. Run hard, get in, and then get in early and have a bit of time to breathe and chill before the next ball. Short in the air. This one will go to the boundary. And I think it will go all the way as well. Yeah, it does. 6 runs, nice shot. So a little bit of firepower from Ghulam Amir. First 6 that's been hit by Roma Campanelli. Don't remember in their last innings. Well, we had to wait a fair time before they hit a boundary. So the first 6 in their campaign this time round for Roma Campanelli. And it comes from the bat of Ghulam Amir. Good hit, good shot, solid stroke. Now that's a good reply, full and straight. Well, this time it has to be dug out. He only made the one in the last match to Ghulam, so we haven't seen the best of him. Maybe he's the powerful hitter that Campanelli need to get them started. Amanpreet Singh there, not a bad start from him. That's well hit, and that will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Quattro mas. Gets a little bit of width this time from Amanpreet Singh. And Amir is onto it pretty quickly. That's another good stroke. Good hit. Yeah, a little bit too much width. Bit short, so he's able to get right onto this. Are they making a change here? Yeah, they do make a change in the field. They do follow the ball a bit. We've seen this from them a few times. And now that's probably just not going to carry. As that's been hit towards Zadran. Who takes it on the bounce. No runs. And 11 will come off that first over from Amanpreet. So 11 without loss. Kevin. Remember he did almost bat all the way through in the last match. Played some nice shots. He was out, I think, going for the 6 that we never saw in the innings. He can bat, we know that. Got to 27 of 28 deliveries. But he'll know himself that he needs to just try and go at a slightly faster rate. But if he's got somebody out there with him that can score at a healthy rate, that'll certainly mean that he can probably focus a little bit more, not trying to hit the ball too hard, but trying to time the ball as well. Short from Zadran, but oh, straight into the hands, but in and out. And it could have been a great catch there from Mukhtar Singh. Saves the boundaries as Zadran stares at him doing the double teapot. So short one, swings hard into the hands, but it doesn't stick. It gets away. Shadamul Zadran disappointed. Doesn't have a wicket there. In he comes again. That one's whacked high in the air. Singh is chasing, but he might as well forget it. It crashes into the stronger together banner as it rebounds back into the field of play. And Ghulam Amir, I'm liking this from Ghulam. Positive. You've got to be positive. Look, that rate is just under the 17s here. So you've got to be attacking. Remember, they have another match here today as well. So they need to keep improving continuously as Zadran gets this one past the outside edge of Amir. Good comeback from Zadran. Busy little player. Short. Gets played out on the onside. There is a fielder on the boundary at mid-wicket. It's just an easy stop. Good areas. Good comeback after being hit for that boundary from Zadran. It's a busy little bowler, and he doesn't take a big run up or anything, does he? It's just a couple of steps, a little shuffle, and usually that shoulder sometimes tends to drop it just a little bit short. But when he's outside that off stump, that's where he creates these problems. Now he uses the feet really well. That's a really nice shot. He just feels that he knows he's got to get this one away. That's Kevin. Doesn't want to be the batter that is putting his team under pressure. It had to be a big shot here, and it was. So 12 coming off the over. But even with that boundary, the second in it, they're still short of where they need to be. 23 without loss after 2, so 11 and 12. And again, when you're not hitting the targets, if you like, when you're not hitting that 17, the rate will just keep falling, or keep rising, I should say. And that's exactly what it's doing here. They want to be determined that this time there's no mistakes. They were cruising to victory against Roma Morning Bangla Sun in the last match, and somehow it went all pear-shaped. Well bowled, beautiful delivery, really good ball this from Niazi. He's a top player, and I think he's going to be instrumental in their success if they're to go into finals day and finish well in the group stages. Roma Gladiatori, that's a good delivery from him. Doesn't try and bowl too fast. I've said this before, I think, on this pitch. If you just keep your nice little rhythm when you're bowling, don't try and bowl too fast. Don't try to hit the ball too hard into the deck. Let the ball do the work, and that's exactly what he's done here. Just bowl that nice and full. And after an exciting little start there from Ghulam Amir, he gets to 17 of 8 balls, 2 6s and a 4 before he has to depart. But out to a good ball there from Niazi. Vinny Sandhu joins us back in the commentary position.
Good to be back. Good to be back. And Niazi gets a wicket. Hey, we know Muktia Singh. I'm going to throw one out there. He makes me think of something. I've just given away the answer. But do you know the largest shirt number in history? You know, occasionally we see like 4-digit ones. We call them pin codes.
Yeah.
1 second, isn't it, Niazi? It's coming into Amir Hamza. No good this morning. First one crashed into the pad. Here's the highest shirt number in ECN history. Muktia Singh.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Because you would have been here, right, perhaps, in 2020. Had the 6 6s on his back.
Yeah, I was here. I seem to remember there was a bit of an issue with him as well when he was coming on to bowl or something, and something happened. But yeah, and I remember as this one gets played away, we sort of asked him, well, what's the number? And he says, you know, it's what I like to do, hit the ball for 6. Unfortunately,
he saw 7 runs in the series.
Fortunately, when he batted, I don't think he hit a single 6. But when he came on to bowl, he was being smashed for 6s. So we actually thought it was the other way around.
It's a little bit of ECN history. We've created our own history, haven't we, over the last few years?
Of course. Good pickup, good throw.
But you know what's funny
cricket.
is now he wears number 11, which is maybe where they ended up wanting to bat him.
Oh, the thing is also, now that we've shown that, there's probably teams out there that are looking that with tournaments coming up thinking, all right.
Do you think we'll go 6 6 6 6 6 7?
We're going to have a number with more.
Because I love
6 6s.
When I have new commentators with you, I'm like, have a guess. They're like, is that the biggest number we ever had? I'm like, have a guess what it is.
Elevated in the air, fielder coming in, and will take a very good, comfortable catch. And, well, from the locks, I can tell you that is probably Zedran. Nice catch taken. Another one goes as a second wicket in the over for Munib Niazi. Good catch. You can see that gap is just not staying underneath that hair. Well, he's got hair like that. You might as well show it. So the cap comes off, takes a catch, and that's going to be the end now of Kevin as well. So nice to see that at least he is trying to elevate and get big runs there. Tries to go over the mid-wicket area, but finds the fielder. Zedran takes a catch, and Kevin is going to depart for just 6.
Yeah, nice catch by Zedran on the run. And Roma Capannelle found it pretty hard going. His Dane, though. And this is one of those ones, you know, I think if they could get the point, at least they'll feel like, okay, we've got something out of the game. Let's see, you know, if we can turn that into something more. They still have another game today, don't forget. So Niazi's on the verge of a double wicket maiden here. Just need to try and find some positives. Dane Kirby, again, we know he can bat, but we know sometimes he struggles to get off the mark. Is Niazi?
Oh, he spoils his figures here. Does Niaz? Niazi just sprays this down the leg side. So that's going to be a wide. So the only runs that come off this over, so it won't be a double wicket maiden. He could still get another wicket, though.
Yeah, could do. 3 for 1. Still pretty good. Come on, Dane. Yeah, Yeah, it's a bit nervous. I'm always just happy to see him. Not a player I'd love to see get off the mark more than Dane. Anytime you get 5 ducks in a series. Anyway, you're on your own now. He'll retain the strike. Roma Capannelle, 26 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, he gets off the mark. Very good over there, though, as you'd expect there from a very good, talented player. And Munib Niazi, of course, we were talking, and we started talking earlier, didn't we, Vinny, about the day. It's a day that's recognised as International Left-Handers Day. And, of course, Munib Niazi, very good, solid left-hander.
Yeah, he's a good left-hander. As I mentioned earlier, I didn't really get to finish it, that they don't really make right-handed catches mitts because you don't have left-handed catches in baseball.
Saying, yeah.
I think they do make them, but they're pretty freakish if you get one. And it's all to do with sometimes having to throw to third base, which is on your left, compared to, and it's quite difficult for left-handers to throw across their body. So, and so it's one of those things. Not that there's no rule that says you can't have a left-handed catcher, but just from a young age, if you're left-handed, they say, well, nah, that's off the table for you.
Really?
Yeah, they're like, no, go. There are certain positions where it's an advantage to be left-handed. So, first base is one of those positions where we'll often find left-handers. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I was trying to think of sports where there's nothing against the rules, but it's just not done that way. Hockey used to be one you used to have to play it right-handed, and you still kind of do. Talking about field hockey. But they've allowed more left-handed style shots. But the whole thing is in field hockey, you have a flat side of the stick and a round side of the stick, and you have to use the flat side of the stick, and they're all like that. You can't buy a stick that's
goes the
a
other
left-handed
way.
stick. So you can turn it around and kind of hit it with the hook. But
So what? I mean, interesting thing why that is, though, right? I mean, you would have thought that. Chance, and well, this one gets hit pretty straight back to, well, another contender for Papa Smurf lookalike on the network.
Well, I just realised, I was like, who's that? It's Anil Kumar with a beard. Oh, well, Anil's a guy we know him very well, but I was just, who's this guy that's coming? It's Anil. And he's gone full kind of bad Santa.
Anil Kumar.
This is going to take some getting used to.
Anil Kumar's probably, I'll tell you what. This is going to be not out because, first of all, it will go for 6. It's a great one-handed catch, but it's probably a 7-up. I like to see this again slowed down. That looks a bit high to me.
Yeah, he's saying, hey.
That's definitely a no ball, yeah. That's got to be called. Has to be called. It's about his shoulder when it's hitting it. Got to be a no-y. If this is not a no-y, then I'm going out there and I'm shaving his beard.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to come back to the beard in a second.
And then he could have better run. That's a no ball.
It has to be.
It cannot not call that.
I'm already confident it's going to be a no ball. There's the call. I didn't even know Anil was able to grow hair of any type. So the fact that he's gotten the grey beard...
He's probably saying it doesn't grow on top, so I'll grow it down below.
I'm going to give it a tug and see if it's real. I think he's bought that from the shops. It's incognito. So Anil Kumar is the kind of guy that, just making eye contact with you feel a bit uneasy. Again, I don't think that's wide either. That's straight over the line. I've been pretty harsh on those, to be fair to most of the teams, but still, no matter where we go, it seems it's just taking a long time for umpires to adjust to the new regulations. Anyway, Anil gave it the full teapot.
Well, that's high, but I think this one is okay, but it's still going to go all the way over. And, well, one of the ball retrievers doesn't take the catch either. So that is going to be 6 runs. Yeah, another full toss. But this one seems slightly different. It is on the way down. The batter also attacks the ball, gets clobbered away. Anil Kumar, it's got a pretty decent record playing here. That's a better delivery. Yeah. That's where he needs to be.
That's what he's going. I mean, I do like that he's trying to go full. I think that's the odds. But Roma Capannelle can certainly use the runs.
Didn't bowl and play too many matches last year, of course, just the 5. But back in 2021, took 11 because 19 on the network, and he can be pretty useful with the bat as well. Oh dear! Now this one is one that will challenge the umpires again. It's definitely 6 runs. Well, he's bowling pies as Anil Kumar. And he might have grown a beard, but, he's grown a liking to bowling some full tosses as well. This could be his second. Let's have a look where this is.
It's not quite as high, but I still think it could be a no ball. Here it comes. Have a look about the H on the together, right? Oh.
You might get away with it, you know.
I still feel that's a no ball. You know, I think it's about waist high, and he's super lucky to get away with that, in my opinion. Maybe it's... Yeah, well, he hits the pitch this time. Well played. I don't know. I feel that's the exact sort of one that's meant to be a no ball. He's standing at the crease. He's playing it at the crease.
I think
you're trying to draw a bow that it might, and if it hits him, it might hit him in the box. And that's still in the spirit of cricket. It's not what fast bowls are meant to do. Anyway, the 50's up for Roma Capannelle. Last ball for Anil Kumar. And that's going to disappear out of the ground. Well, I mean, Hamza didn't fire earlier, and he's bringing the Maximos for Roma Capannelle. And that over ends up going supersonic. To be honest, it could have been even more.
Yeah.
31 coming off that. And the score at the end of the fourth over is 57 for 2.
Well, Anil Kumar, he may have wanted to surprise everybody, and, well, he sort of disguised himself with the beard. Well, we all know who he is now because, well, I don't know if you had one yesterday, but that's a supersonic over. Well, maybe that's the first in this series. 31 come from it. Maybe the beard just doesn't work, and that might be shaved off tonight now. So 57 for 2 at the end of 4, and then all of a sudden, the innings is looking much healthier thanks to that over. That's going to be a big wide as Munib Niazi, after bowling a very, very good over, comes back. He picked up 2 wickets, of course, in his over. That went for just 3. Now he's probably feeling he needs to get another good over in here pretty quickly. Niazi, after not a good one there. Up in the air, just chipped up. It would bounce just once before. A very good fielder. Sifat Amin gets to the ball. Sifat, I wonder if he's made a change to his footwear, because though his catching was great, his footwork, well, he was sliding around all over the place. But yeah, look at those figures from Niazi. 2 for 4.
Pretty good, isn't it? He's had a good all-round day. He missed out with the bat, but that's what good teams do. Your other batters pick you up.
Shot, gone, big 6. Applause from the Capannelle bench. Just saying to Amir Hamza, come on, keep on going, let's get ourselves to a score. And yeah, let's try to get the victory under our belt. But first things first, make safe the point. Still needing the 17, so that hasn't changed too much. As he once again, that's a better delivery. Yeah. Full, straight, well blocked out, but they will take the single.
Yeah, it's just back in that length right, I think. Wayne's in the chat. Hello, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. He's a big Zadran fan. So Zadran last year for Roma Gladiatori, he was kind of like, I don't know how to describe him, but he was like bulletproof. He had all these injuries, could barely walk, just kept going out there. I think he won a lot of fans. He's also got that kind of, he's got that warrior mentality. It just comes through.
In the slot and gets punished. That's a hit me ball. To be fair, there's going to be 6 more. And how about that for Dane Kirby? Well, once he gets off the mark, perhaps Kirby can go on to bigger and better things. That's a really nice shot.
Yeah, well, Dane's handing out the pain in 2024. New year, new Dane. To be fair, he did have a couple of innings of note last year in the end. That one crashes into the We Are Roma cricket sign. And look, hit Kirby, fielded Kirby. Yeah, fantastic.
Watched by young Kirby as well, who comes running in to see a replay of a 6 there, hit by his father. Well, that's hit really well as well, but it's a very casual, one-handed pickup there from Zadran, the man who was just talking about.
Yeah, that was a pretty well-struck shot as well. This is the previous one. I know that Gyan's quickly raced into the commentary box. It was pretty well fielded. Here we go. Look at that. Good technique, one-hand pickup, good footwork, hurls it back. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. Hey, Gyan, while you're here, I've got another question for you. Okay. Your dad wears number 4. You normally wear number 4, but you've taped a 1 onto your shirt. And now there's a follow-up question. That's more of Statement of fact. This will be the end of the over, and pretty good finish from Niazi. 2 for 18, his figures. 5 overs in, it's 73 for 2. These are some of the upcoming events, of course, including the Melville Shield, which will be not this weekend but next. We have the Valletta Cup in Malta and some T20 cricket from the Netherlands before Austria, Croatia at the ECC in 2 divisions, and also Malta straight after that. 4 weeks. Why did you tape a 1 onto your shirt to make yourself 14?
Because the ruling.
Yeah, the rule.
If you take the twins out, you have to have a different number.
Is it? So, okay, so you actually were asked to. So, Dave, I don't know if you heard that, but Jan said that because he's wearing a Roma Capannelle shirt number 4, if he's allowed to carry the drinks out, but he can't have the same number as one of the players, so he's taped a 1 on. I thought maybe you were going to make your debut out there.
Well, I reckon we need to tell him that the record is 6 sixes. Maybe we can ask him to do a number with 7 digits on the bat, and that would be the highest numbers we've then seen on the network. You reckon we can?
I can show. While Gant's here, we can show him that. Here's Prakash.
Oh, well, they will take the run. I don't mind this. Take whatever you can get. So, yeah, I mean, have a look at this.
Let's not give him any ideas, though. That's the highest shirt number we've ever had on ECN with the 6 sixes. And I was talking about the fact that Gianni hasn't hit a 6 yet, but the day's coming that he will.
Yeah.
Right? But set your sights high. I mean, I once hit 5 in an over, and I just, you know that you'll never do it. Luckily, it wasn't 5 in a row, and I missed the 6th.
Okay.
But I just got to tell you this. Whoa. Oh. Well, that almost bounced another fielder. It's almost blown Prakash's fingers off. It's in the end.
He saves 4 runs.
Yeah, do you call that a drop catch? Not really.
This has been blasted. He does very well to get there, actually.
So I'd had a broken finger, and it was a bit of a thing. I got to play like quite a lower grade of cricket than I was normally playing, but I had a broken finger. Nah, it's shocker. It might have been ankle, can't remember. Oh, that's a good shot. That's up and over the top. Hamza going to help himself to 6. Maximo. This is more like it from Roma Capannelle. And whether it's good enough to win this game or not, don't know. At least they're showing that they can compete with the bat.
Yeah, that's good. Look, little shuffle across first. Gets down pretty low. Gets right underneath this. Good swing of the bat. Good contact. Yeah, a boundary. Another boundary. So
basically, because, you know, we had 2-day cricket normally, Saturday. And I was kind of fit for like the second Saturday of one of the games.
He's coming around the wicket, so that makes it a lot harder to get this decision. The ball has to really, for me, hit him full on. So just have a look at this.
My suspicion, just without seeing it, is that it pitched outside next stump from that angle. And, well, it doesn't. If anything, it's missing off.
Yeah, if anything's going to go on.
Pretty close, to be fair. But I think it's just a bit of doubt.
You've got to go with the angle from the bowler. That ball is never going to straighten. It's always going away. So good call.
It kind of threatened to straighten, though. But, yeah, I think it's a good decision. Benefit of the doubt. Next one, pushed out. So, anyway, so basically I got to play a level of cricket. And I'm talking like 4 or 5 levels below what I was playing as a keeper, where I wasn't really a bat. But, of course, because it was the second week of the game and I hadn't played for X weeks, I was allowed to play. So it was a bit of a funny one. It was a 30-over game. And, of course, they're like, okay, we've got our batters, number 6. I was like, okay, cool. When I came in, the guy was on like 35 I was batting with. He finished on like 41 and I made 104 or something.
Okay.
But in this innings, I've gone 6, 1 over, went 6, 6, 6, 6, straight up in the air. Didn't even run. The bowler has just literally right next to me, just bang, dropped it.
Yeah.
And then the last ball was a kind of a wide one, a slice over point for 6. And it was funny because it's one of those things where it's like, oh, where's this guy come from? It's like, well, this is. And the bowler was saying to my batting partner, like, where am I going to bowl to this guy? And he said, to be honest, I don't see where you're going to bowl. He's not going to hit 6. But the fact I've hit 5 sixes in an over is so close. But to be honest, I never should have had the 6th ball because I should have been out. It was a proper goober that the guy dropped. But yeah, those are the days. Back when 6s were real 6s.
All right, so where we go to here, 82 for 2, 4 overs to go. Still needing that 31 for a point. Now they should get to that because that's going just under the 8s. But of course the win, you're needing 80 in 24. That rate now goes to magical every over. So that looks unlikely. But I like the fact that the hustle is on here. There's a different vibe about this batting from Roma Campanelle.
They just needed a couple of guys to click in the top order. It didn't happen last time. So, you know, right now they're being pretty competitive. 30 off 23 for a point. But, I mean, even this they got guys that are in, they're playing take strokes. They're going to get lucky there. They're going to get 4. Well, Roma Capannelle coming to life. We haven't seen too many kind of ground fielding errors in this series, have we? But Ryan Mia has made a bit of a meal of that one.
Yeah, and there shouldn't be really, because it's a beautiful outfielder fielder. And, well, there was a little bit of a roar coming from the commentary position there. It wasn't us.
We stay neutral.
It was a bit of the Roma Campanelle fan club that's in here. Mukhtar Singh, a little bit short this time. Now that one hasn't quite got it out the middle, and it won't go to the boundary.
Should have got 2 there.
Yeah, they should have. They thought about it, hesitated. Just didn't run the first one hard enough. Didn't commit to it.
Bit of fatigue coming at this stage probably as well. I was just going to say that game that I played in, whatever it was, 7th grade or 5th grade, whatever it was. All my team was like, oh, we should have batted this guy a bit higher. Anyway.
Launched, gone, big 6. Well, the boys will be after another one. There's a race to get to it. Who's going to get there first? Oh, well, a little bit of competitive fielding.
We've got some of the most enthusiastic ball retrievers in the business. Let's get a vest on them. Let's get them around the ground. Let's get them some occasional drinks as well, probably more than occasional in this heat. That's okay, boys. Good to see you both pretty keen to get hold of the Grizzly. Geez, that was a great shot. Great footwork there from Kirby. Gets another go.
This one gets played away for a single. Kirby, I get the feeling here, he's actually enjoying himself out there. I think the pressure has gone a little bit now. He's feeling that he's hitting the ball pretty well. And he knows that even though the win, all right, it's a possibility, though unlikely, but at least they're going to get something to show for this game. Well, keep hitting balls like that. If they keep being put in that way, they may even get this win. That's going to be... Oh, no.
That one's gone into the wormhole. That one's gone back to 400 BC, Rico.
It's gone down.
Do you want to get that one?
Oh, no.
I told you, I don't know what... They filled the archaeological dig with, I think, just grass clippings. Very soft.
It's gone.
That was golf. It's a pretty difficult second shot. Anyway, into the over. And so 101 for 2. So it's coming up. We got Roma Bangla Morning Sun. What a ridiculous chase they pulled off. Kadir Abdul was incredible in that last game. Royal Roma, well, they were red hot yesterday. Remember, they snapped Roma CC's 21-match streak. Had 2 wins out of 2. You've got century holders from last year, Luckenwall in there, Gagandeep Singh. You've got fair bit of the Asian Latina guys that we saw last year. Probably 5 or 6 of those in the team. They're looking strong. They're coming up next. And I guess we'll see if we're back on time. That's meant to start in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, and of course, the 2 from 2 yesterday. And let's see how they can... Only got that 1 match today, though. Just the 1 match. 77 is the partnership here. Hamza 44. Kirby pets this one away as well. That's another great hit. Tell you what, Dane Kirby here and Amir Hamza, you basically, if you're going to get this score and you're going to go at the 20s, you have to pour over. You got 2 batters. Both of them are going strong. Both are in. And we know and we've learned already that Roma Gladiatori, they don't really have too much of the depth in their bowling. They're going to use the bowlers they've got. Now, 1 or 2 of them are bowled okay, but the others have gone for a lot of runs. They need a good over here to make this match secure and safe. Prakash, round the wicket. Short, up in the air. Now, this one could be the big moment. It's in the air, catching opportunity and taken. No hassle there as Singh holds on to the catch and Prakash gets the wicket. An important breakthrough. Dane Kirby, 32 of 14. A very good, much improved knock from him in that partnership. Well done. 4 sixes on his way to that 32, but that's exactly what Gladiatori needed. That wicket coming at the right time for them.
Yeah, it's been a good innings from Dane. He tries to get on with it, just couldn't quite get it in the middle. But yeah, it's partly just an attitude thing, you know, and not attitude, more like a mindset.
Yeah.
Of okay, you know, let's back ourselves. Let's not be so careful with some of our shot selections. How many times we see guys trying to whack the ball and it gets edged for 4 or 6? But that is possible because they're trying to hit the ball hard. They're trying to hit the ball with some intent. So 107 for 3. It looks like they've done pretty much enough to get the point. Question is, dare to dream. Could they end up chasing 55 more? Here's Moratini, the Italian stallion, coming in at number 5. First hit of the tournament for him.
Well, he gets a
Smart
little
batting.
bit fortunate here.
Well, you know what? Martini's a big fast bowler, and I bet this has happened to him so many times.
Yeah.
So he'd be like, yeah, damn right I should be able to get balls like that. It's a pretty good ball, actually, from Prakash, but no justice for him. It goes to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, every time you say his name, the Martini, you feel like saying shaken but not stirred, don't you? It's certainly got a cocktail sound to it. But Martini, yeah, nice to see him out there. And goes down the ground, could be his second boundary. Well, there's nothing that you could say it was a bit edgy or risky about this. It's just a lovely shot straight through the ground. And once again, you can see Roma Campanelli, they're liking this. So these are those Italian nationals in the side that they take so much pride in having in there. Always they have more than 5. And I was, of course, speaking to Fonzo, who was telling us about that behind the scenes earlier. It's a good shot. And that's another. That's going to go all the way. So even though they do get the important wicket there, Kirby, now you can see there that Martini comes in and he goes boom, boom, boom as well. So, well, they're not giving this up, you know. They're not giving it up. All right, that rate just once again went above the 20 mark. They brought it back to 19 wicket goes. And now, well, with those boundaries, it comes back down again now. What a finish we're going to have here. So Prakash, he's gone for a few. 1 for 29 with the ball to go. Big ball this. Can they get another boundary? No, they can't. This one gets through him, hits the top of the stumps. That's the areas to be. Get that ball, so it's going to crash into the top of the barrels. So, but I like that from Martini, you know. He's played, it may not sound it, but those three balls that he hit 14 off could be crucial in this match. And of course, it does mean that he has got his team that vital point as well. 121 for 4 at the end of 8.
Yeah, so, yeah, productive innings is what I'd call it from Martini. Has that intent. 14 off 4. Just kind of keeps the dream alive. Like I said, now they have done enough to at least hold on to their point in this game. So that's something that wasn't a slam dunk. Remember what they made earlier. I hate to bring it up because it'll probably give you chills if you're a Roma Capannelle supporter, but they scored 53 in the 10 overs. And that was against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who, to be honest, they haven't had one of the most penetrating attacks in the series here last couple of years. But anyway, look, we've seen it done from here, haven't we? 41 required of the last 2. They'll need a magical finish. And look, Hamza's the guy you want him striking this situation.
He's 44 not out of 14.
Honestly, I'm probably not taking ones. It's over. If you're serious about giving this a tilt, Hamza's going to have to do pretty much all of it. And nothing against Orang, who's out there, but I think you have to start thinking, right, how am I going to get 40 runs? That's going to help, make it 39. So 40 runs is basically 2 6s and 2 4s and over. That's without running. 2 6s, 2 4s and over. It's a long shot, but I mean, he's a guy who's been hitting the ball well. We know what he can do. He's
been hitting it beautifully, and this match is not done yet. Until they see the back of Hamza, this match is still alive. Okay, gets this one through Zadran. Sometimes goes, that's his go-to ball, that shorter one. We've seen him being uppercut and being put away. It doesn't go over the head there, you can see. So that's one for the over. Another dot. Huge deliveries. Dot balls are like gold dust.
Well, Zadran's got party pooper written all over his face. You run into that, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. 9th over, saying, yeah, you want to have that little, you got the pilot light on to win the game. Well, bad news for you. It's just not going to be too easy for you. It's be a wide. I'll have to bowl that one again. So I'm calling 38 for the tie here. Probably was a wide.
Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do there, Zadran. He says, look, I'm going to go for those areas. I've got it wrong twice, but I have got it right twice as well. So 2 dots, 2 wides. Now this one's been clipped away, and it will go. Well, for 4 or 6 4 signalled by the umpires. So good hit. Gets one away. This one is a little bit, I think he's expecting that shorter delivery. So he steps across. He gets that one away. So Zadran here probably needs to think about getting that ball maybe just a bit fuller here. And the element of surprise, maybe. Little shuffle. And he goes fuller, and the batter gets his away. It's going to be 6 more. The game is still on. And Hamza brings up a fantastic half-century, but he ain't done yet. Half-century, he says, yep, that's good. Comes in 18 deliveries. बहुत बढ़िया बैटिंग करती है पर कहना है मेरा काम हाले पूरा नहीं हो गया मैं गेम जितनी है.
The Dream needed 4 boundaries in the over. Got 2 of them. This is trouble though, or is it? Probably falls safely. Everyone running in, but maybe a single. So they do take the single. Now Orang, you'd love a bonus boundary here. Yeah, how many to go in the over? Just 1 to go in the over. So Orang, you're not taking a single here. So Orang, maybe it's the time for him to try and ramp or do something funky. He's got to find a way to hit a 4 or a 6. Last ball of the 9th.
That's probably out. If that's full and straight and hit the pads, that's...
Taking the run, that's not smart at this stage.
I don't know why you take the run. Also, I don't know why this is not out.
Isn't this plum?
I have to see this again. Why is this not given? I mean, if that is not hit, that's got to be plum. That is plum as you get.
That's so...
That has got to be as plum as you get. I mean, the only thing the umpire...
He's given it a run, so he reckons there's an edge on it.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, only the umpire will know that, but we don't see bat on this at all, I've got to say.
I mean, it goes close to bat. Give the umpire the benefit there. He said it's an inside edge. You know, I know he hasn't. He's given it a leg by. I withdraw my comment. Don't take the run, though. Don't take the run there. And that's just probably Hamza not thinking. Because you need 27 off 6, and we got Orang on strike, who's certainly not the kind of boundary hitter that Hamza is. You'd much rather need 28 and have a prayer with Hamza on strike.
That was an
also
error.
Unbelievably LBW.
It's a plumber's decision I've seen not given.
And we were ready to bail him out, saying there might have been
when he said he called it runs, I thought, fair play.
We were ready to bail him out, saying, he's giving it a run. And, oh no, hold it. They've changed it back to a run. He must have heard us.
I reckon.
So it's been given a
reckon
run.
That's been done.
Orang's off the mark by kicking one in front of the off stump.
I think that's been done on tactical reasons. Anyway.
Need to have a supersonic finish basically here. Here we go. It's going to start with a wide. Even there, I mean, I know it's hard to put yourself in these situations. I would have probably run if I was Hamza, get Orang to stay safe, steal the strike back.
As soon as this ball is bowled, if it's going to the keeper, you go. You'll get there. All right. Orang may not, but you get to the striker's end. Wow, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. It's been put away. Well, we take it back. He smashed this for 6, everybody. Wow.
Well, take it back. Never doubted Orang. Don't worry about that. He has confidence in himself. Where does this bounce? Because the fielder's out of position.
It's 6. This is 6.
Let's have a look.
This goes all the way.
Yeah, it goes over him. Bounce. Yeah, easily over the boundary. Goes by a metre.
That was a glorious shot, you know.
Never doubted the man. Can he do it again?
Slow ball, good delivery, but they will take and rotate the strike, so they get 1 here. Keep an eye on what's required here. 19 now then of 4 balls.
Hard to believe this is the same side that spluttered to 53 earlier on today. They're 143. All right, Hamza, over to you.
Oh, that could be a wide. It is a wide. It's too high. It goes over the head. So it's another extra. Well, the extras are costing them big time here.
Smart batting. Hamza was going to flirt at that, but there's probably no point because he knew it was over his head. If it happens again, he could do it because it'd be a no ball. Still, boundary or bust really here for Roma Capannelle.
Slower, gone, bomb, hit, huge, 6 more. This game is going all the way down to the wire. That has been absolutely crunched. So now we get to 12 of 3 balls. 12 of 3. Mukhtar Singh, I have to admit, very surprised that he got given the ball again here to have a bowl. I don't know.
Remember that shirt that he used to wear?
Bowled? Yeah.
Just saying. All right, game's alive here. 12 off 3. No matter what happens, game's still alive. Can Hamza double down?
Oh, well, that one could be the one that wins in the match, as long as he doesn't bowl a no ball or something here.
Look, now it's basically 2 6s to win. That's it. If there's no extras, Hamza was ropeable, and that time he does turn it down. And interesting, because if he'd run, then it would have been 6 and a 4.
He knows what he's got to do. He's got to pump both of these out of the ground.
Maximo or nothing.
Hit hard. Fielder in front. Doesn't make the mistake, and it is Sifat Amin, who takes the catch. He's a great catcher of the ball. The only thing I think Roma Capannelle were hoping for here is one that bounces out of his hands and goes over for 6. It doesn't happen. Doesn't quite get under it. Well, they've had a huge scare here. Have Roma Gladiatori. But it goes to show just why they need to get to these 160 scores. Because 140, 150s are not enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good innings. Look, no matter what happens, I know it's going to be a tough one to swallow for Roma Capannelle, but they've really shown a competitiveness with the bat that gives them a lot more hope. And I'm glad if they've had a shocker like they had in the first game, they've had it first game, and there's still 13 more matches. And you're seeing different guys stepping up as well. Hamza, 61 of 22. Sifat's got such a good pair of hands, though, doesn't he? And he saves the game, basically. You need to see a 7-up or something. Last ball coming up, or not.
Not. It's another wide. Well.
But, I mean, Roma Capannelle can take all kinds of confidence out of this performance because, to be honest, their bowling and their fielding has been pretty good.
Yeah.
Just they had a bit of an off 10 overs here against Gladiators. Last ball, take 2.
Slower one gets played away. It should be just a simple single that they'll finish with 152. But, of course, it's a huge improvement from a team that only scored 53 chasing 117 in their earlier match, and they've almost trebled what they made. So fair play to them there, but you can see that there's still plenty of work to be done there for Roma Gladiatori. This time they get the win, but they needed to get all of those extra runs to get past the 160 to do so. But well done to them. Roma Gladiatori winning their first match on the European Cricket Network.
Let's see what's coming up then. Raw Roma have arrived. And geez, they played really well yesterday. They're 2-0, taking on Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who pulled off an unlikely chase last time that we saw them back in match number 7. They were able to chase down 146 against Gladiatori. That match coming up, and we're not sure exactly when it'll start. Probably maybe 5 minutes late, but there's a chance it might start on time if we're very organised. Looking forward to that with Roma Bangla Morning Sun wanting to chase again, winning the toss, and bowling takes through the highlights. Roma Capannelle, and they haven't quite necessarily had the starts they would have liked, or at least this time they're able to kick on and fight their way to a very good score, over 150, but ultimately not enough to get the win here in match 8.
Yeah, but one thing that we did learn, and they will learn from this as well, Roma Capannelle, is the likes of Kevin this time. Look, he was aggressive, he got 6, he got out. It didn't matter. He didn't too many deliveries. You could say the same there for Amir as well. Played some nice shots, but didn't give up, got out. Doesn't matter, because you've got to be that way. You're far better off having a go, not chewing up too many deliveries, because somebody might click, and in their case, somebody did click. Amir Hamza, and also Dave Kirby played beautifully, didn't they? Dan Kirby, 32 of 14, but Amir Hamza, 61 of 22. Kept him in it right the way until, 2 balls to go, 2 sixes there at the end. Could have done it, but a good catch once again from the safe hands of Sifat Amin, who has been absolutely sensational. A very good game of cricket, high-scoring one, 161 to 152. Totally enjoyable. And Roma Capannelle, they'll be much better for that one. Remember, we will see them again. We'll see them play the last match of the day. Won't be an easy one, though, when they take on Roma CC.
Yeah, that'll be a good one too. So many good games here. Look, the way things look with Roma Capannelle, after that first kind of implosion with the bat, you're like, oh, this could be a long series for them. But they have so much hope, I think, out of this. And really, a lot of these games are toss-ups that we're going to see over the next couple of weeks. So the fact that they're able to kind of produce that kind of performance, like I said, I know they'll be frustrated. They score 152, can't quite win the game. But no credit to Gladiatori. I think when the going got tough, they were able to find a way to just make some breakthroughs and hold a couple of crucial catches down the stretch.
Yeah, but you can see that the issues that they will have is that if they don't score these, if they don't put big scores on the board, then their bowling just lets them down a little bit. What I was saying at the time there, towards the end of that game, is we didn't see Harpreet have a bowl this time round. The captain almost gives himself an over 2. He doesn't this time round, but again, that again shows to me that the weakness really there for the Gladiators is in their bowling and fielding. So they need, as they did this time around, every single one of those 160 runs to make sure that they did get the win. And that, even then, wasn't guaranteed. So, well, there he is. Well, Papa Smurf, with the new look there for our man Anil Kumar, but not one that did him a lot of good because his one over did go for 31. We'll see a little bit more of the bowling figures in a minute. Let's take a look at the batting first. Amir Hamza, 61, well batted, 32 for Dane Kirby.
Yeah, it was a pretty entertaining game. Like I said, Roma Capannelle, they'll get a chance to have another go because they've got a pretty tough one, let's be honest, against Roma CC. But Roma CC, we saw that they weren't bulletproof last night, going down for a bit of a surprise loss to Royal Roma. Hamza was outstanding, though, 61. I also think Kirby's contribution pretty invaluable. But even the ones that didn't get a lot of runs, like Gulam in there, like Moratini, even like Orang, they were scoring at a good rate, even if they didn't last too long. And that's why, you add the sum of those parts, end up with 152. So pretty good figures there for Niazi, 2 for 18. Pretty important, I think, that he didn't go for that many because some people did. Prakash with 2 wickets and Mukhtar Singh with 1. Ultimately, they do enough, Gladiatori, to get the win. So we've got a break, and it's just a 5-minute delay to the next game. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into that one. Pretty sad to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN with Rico Full. We'll get comfy. Still 2 matches to go here on day 2. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. We've still got 2 games to go here on day 2 of this European Cricket Series in Italy, and Roma Cricket Ground is the current scene of the European Cricket Series. Now we've got match number 9 coming up, and we're going to see Roma Bangla Morning Sun taking on Royal Roma, who are here for the first time today. They were very impressive yesterday, I do have to say that. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The Sheriff, Charles Croucher, in charge with the coin and the 2 captains.
Welcome to the toss for match 9 with Roma Bangla. Match 9 with Roma Bangla Morning Sun versus Royal Roma. Royal Roma to call. Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
So Roma Bangla Morning Sun have won the toss, and no surprises, they want to bowl first. They're going to get to chase, and what a chase we saw pulled off in match number 8. It just shows you that this game can change really quickly. It's been something that has kind of punctuated the first day and a half of play, with games seemingly going one way, and sometimes they can take a hard turn. So Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they were able to kind of pull off that chase. That was even with the big 3 falling pretty early. I think Kabir was sensational in that one. Royal Roma though, well, they kind of remind me of a bunch of dangerous chemicals that shouldn't be stored together, but they've got the kind of batting order that can just go kaboom. And actually they snapped the second best streak of all time. Roma CC had won 21 games in a row dating back to 2022. That's until Royal Roma snapped that streak yesterday. So they're 2-0. They will play in this game, and I think they can be fairly confident. I think another really tough contest to call. Rico Full, let's get ready for match number 9. I can tell you that Roma Bangla Morning Sun, or they'll be hoping they can do it again. Bowling first, they'll be on the chase in the race for match 9.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and looking outstanding out there in the middle, and of course the background of this ground looks beautiful as well. Loving the new branding there. Just look at that, looks absolutely magnificent, doesn't it? Well done to everybody that's worked hard, but behind the scenes there, you see a combination of those banners, the Stronger Together, Let's Play Cricket, and of course the mental shield that it will be coming up here, and that will be here before you know it, straight after the end of this European Cricket Series. This is what we have in store for you now. Roma Bangla Morning Sun are looking to make it 3 wins out of 3 in the day. So Rehan hoping he can come back to form. Anik Ahmed has been in sensational form. And what about that innings from Kadir Abdul? I wonder if he'll get his quota of 2 overs in this match as well. Royal Roma, a couple of names that I know really well there. I know Charanjit Singh, certainly one to look out for. He was in good form yesterday. And because of the form they were in good yesterday, they're unbeaten, of course, won both their matches yesterday. 61% to 39 that they are in favour this time round. But of course, yesterday, Charanjit Singh, 28 he made. And there was good performances there from also Sukhbir Singh, not only within the wickets, but scoring runs. So they're hoping to carry on in good form. Hachmat Dinsa, 34, also took wickets as well. So good all-round performances from a number of those players. So looking to continue in good form and make it 3 wins out of 3. Won't be easy though, because they're up against a team that, well, just to say, their confidence must be flowing pretty high at the moment. Came back well, did Roma Bangla Morning Sun after losing 2 matches on the spin yesterday. Ready to go. The umpires for this one, umpire Miller, Rugbir. Umpire ready is the third, and here we go. Here's the first. And Ahmed fires this down the leg side and doesn't get the cleaners of contacts, but that ball will still go all the way to the boundary. In fact, it's given us leg by, so it doesn't get any of the bat at all. That's pretty high up. I reckon that might have just caught something like the arm then, because it doesn't look like it caught the pad, because that ball certainly does bounce a fair bit. A run straight away, and a chance for me to have a first look at the kits here of Royal Roma. The splash of the yellow and the sky blue. Nice looking tops, and liking the black pants and the stripe down them as well. Oh, big wild swing this time from Sukhbir Singh. Swing and a miss. Sukhbir is out there with Kawani Lakanwal, who also, Lakanwal was in good form yesterday, scored 25 of 11 in the win against their same opposition yesterday. So just to remind you, these two teams did play yesterday. Roma Bangla Morning Sun batted first, got 119 on the board. Anik Ahmed scored a half century, and Kadir Abdul was in the runs yesterday as well, 20 of 12. But Roy Roma, thanks to Chanjit Singh. Oh, he's dropped it. This is a drop. This is off the bottom edge of the bat, and it's a straightforward catch. I can't believe he's put this one down, Chandra Bhomik. Let's have a look. It's straight in and straight out. Real disappointment for the bowler. You've got to be taking those, the captain and the bowler, Anik Ahmed. Can't believe it. Catch goes down. Go back and have a look at that. So Singh hasn't got off the mark yet, by the way. Gets dropped on 0. Plays this one away. Fielder just gets a hand to it. And that's Bhuyan makes a stop. He'll get a single. So Singh dropped on 0. You'll have to. That was Sukhbir as well, who we know can be super aggressive. Sukhbir Singh. Some changes now to the field slightly. Oh, wow. Why has this caught him? Does this get caught in the helmet? Does this ball get stuck in the grill? Let's have a look at this. It does, you know. That has got stuck. Well, he is chewing on the grizzly. Have a look at this. The ball has gone into the grill. Now, they're going to have to... that's got him right on the grill. Then the umpires have to do... I've got to do a little concussion test here, surely. Look where that ends up. He is... You know when they say he's sniffing it? Well, he's literally not just sniffing it, he's tasting it. He's having... we've just had lunch. He's having a grizzly for lunch. Well, he seems okay, but I would like the umpires to just go over and give him a thorough check over. You've got to, I think that is worthy of a concussion test. Well, he says I'm all right. And if you want to know if I'm all right, that is the biggest 6 you will ever see. Well, let's cue both of these balls together if you can. The ball before was have a sniff of this. I'm going to hit you in the grill. How about that? Face to face with the grizzly. And then the next ball is the opportunity for the batter to say, all right then, if that's the way you want to play, take this. And that one gets smashed. Kawani Lakanwal pumps the next one for a humongous 6. That is brutal. That is massive. He couldn't hit a ball further if you tried. It brings us to the end of the first over. 11 come from it. Anik Ahmed. Well, he thinks he's softened up the batter. In fact, he's turned him into a beast. If that one gets walloped. Sukhbir back on strike. A little bit lucky actually still to be there after he was dropped of a very routine catch behind the stumps. Sukhbir Singh was dropped on 0 as he gets ready to face. This is Mohammed Amin, the bowler over number 2. To Sukhbir. And, well, this one also, I think, comes off the bat as well. That's 4 runs. That's an unusual... I don't know where that hits him. It's almost like it hits the bat and just sort of dies. Yeah, there you go. This time the keeper has no play on it, but more lucky runs. This time 4 of them off the edge. Sukhbir, pretty lucky at the moment. Back to the bowler. Well, that one's a big wide. Tries to keep Sukhbir Singh outside the off. Doesn't succeed. So he's going to have to bowl this one again. They're all Roma. Good team to watch when they're playing well, Royal Roma. You heard Vinny saying there that picked up a few other players as well. You're going to see a lot of them. But good players. All of them know this format pretty well as well. And that's what they got going for them. Oh, that's a lazy looking shot there from Singh. Needs to do better there. Sukhbir Singh just plays right over the top of this, and he's a little bit slow, if I'm honest, going for that shot. So another one gets through. Sukhbir not quite getting going here. Well, he gets hold of this, not clean out the middle. Interested is the fielder. I will pick it up, Anik Ahmed, and just keep it to a single. Chases that well. Again, another example of how the ball here not quite as quick as some of the grounds. This one, when it hits the deck, rather than run away from the fielder, it gives him a chance. And Ahmed makes the save. $17 then off the 10 balls that we've had so far. 2 more here to come from him in. He's bowled pretty tidy so far. And once again, he's targeting the batters outside the off. This time, it's Lakanwal who gets beaten out there. Garwani Lakanwal, somebody that we have seen him before, has scored a century actually. He scored 114 against Asian Latina back in 2023. Didn't really play too many matches last year, just a couple. So we know he's somebody that when he gets going can score runs. Oh, this one gets away, got to recover. It does well. Batters will take a couple there to Anik Ahmed, who attacks the ball. He always does like to do that. But on this occasion, I think the ball, or the bounce really, just gets the better of him just there, gets away from him. And he has to scramble back and stop the ball going over the boundary. So 2 runs do come off the last. So it's 19 with that loss after 2 as Maximo comes back into our commentary position.
Well, I know the Roma Bangla Morning Sun fans will enjoy seeing them on the top of the ladder. Having said that, they've had a pretty big schedule, haven't they? 6 matches in the first 2 days. But it feels like a big game early, doesn't it? Royal Roma would love to go 3 out of 3. Had that good win over Roma CC last night. But Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they're just a team that never says die, aren't they? They had a bit of an off game yesterday, admittedly, to Roma CC, where they didn't even pick up a point. But yeah, they had that 175 chase last year, chasing the 140s today when the big 3 fell pretty quickly. So Kabir pulled them out of a mess. And, Roma, they're another kind of yo-yo team, I think. You know, they can beat anyone, but they could probably lose to anyone as well if they have a bit of an off game. So, yeah, good to see them. Not quite the royal blue, but they've gone for the kind of sky blue and yellow number this year. So last year they had the kind of black with a bit of pink. And do you remember, I might have to try and dig this one up, but the Asian Latina game versus Royal Roma, and Asian Latina were actually down to 1%. They were no hope. And they just kept clawing their way back on the chase. And Corey kept just saying, it's the hope that kills you. It's the hope that kills you. Because they just wouldn't die, right? And then it came back. It was an amazing finish that Asian Latina needed 1 to tie 2 to win last ball, right? That's a good shot. That's lifted up and over the leg side. Maximo for Sukhbir. Well, it was dropped. It was a bit of a regulation. Maybe we can just stay on that the wall over there, because they know the plans to have the clubhouse here one day. It reminds me of Back to the Future. You know how they show what it'll be like in the future? There we go. Look over here. That's what one day, the big club rooms, everyone enjoy it. Maybe a bit of a grandstand. I love they've even got cars there. But I'll tell you what happened that last ball. And when I say it, you'll definitely remember. Hit. Chance, not quite. Doesn't carry to Anik. tough one to come forward to. Does well, I guess, to block it. We know he's a very good fielder.
Yeah.
So last ball was a swing and a miss. The keeper threw it, and the bowler in his follow-through, it hit his leg and deflected onto the stumps at the other end, and it meant that Royal Roma won by a run.
I do remember that. He had no idea about
it. And then the celebrations. It went proper viral, that one. So, yeah, those two teams basically combining now to be Royal Roma. Can't beat them, join them. Oh, that's another good shot. Just leans on this one. And that's going to go in the same direction. That's another one that might rattle the wall. Like, in Back to the Future 3, how he has to drive the DeLorean at the wall.
To get back there?
Yeah, that's the future over there.
Well,
there we go. Look at
There's
it.
that wall again there.
They're having fun, aren't they?
It's a little bit of everything there.
Yeah.
Like you say, they've got the
there's plenty of room in the
spectators
grandstand.
there as well.
Yeah. I like it.
One day. These two, very similar in the way that they bat and complement each other well, but never seen rushed or panicked when they play their shots, do they?
No, not really. Gets a bit of bat on this, will get a single. I'm just worried about over there, if we look closely, what if we find a you or me in the future? Like, and you've got an Anil Kumar type beard.
They could add that to it, actually. Maybe put all the commentators in there.
Hey, look who's popped in. It's Nate from Tennessee. Hey, Nate.
Hello, Nate.
How are you? Saying, cold one on me tonight, boys. Well, it is pretty hot here. I'm even going to do a Fahrenheit conversion for you, because I know that you probably struggle with the Celsius. But it's about 94 degrees here, Nate. And it's been a hot one, bit of a dusty one. Field's in great shape, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nate, he's a guy, I remember he started watching ECS cricket, I think, in Barcelona a couple of years ago. And yeah, Nate, did you know that the World Cup was in the US? Wonder if you followed that at all. And also, cricket's on the program for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. End of the third over hits, 33 without loss. He's a big Punjab Warriors supporter, remember. And then those were the days of, Puneet.
Yeah.
Puneet then launching a few sixes into
Puneet.
down Barcelona. That was amazing.
Yeah, I still remember that day. We were saying, Puneet was in a bit of the wars. They were bowling well too, and there was us.
But
saying,
remember, we thought that was as hard as he could hit. It was about 2 metres short of the boundary.
Yeah.
And then one game he just went right off. He started hitting him over the wall.
Yeah, he went crazy, did Puneet.
That's 3.5 years ago now.
Yeah.
Scary. We just had our 5th birthday. Yeah, I mean, first I've been with you since we had our 5th birthday.
Happy
birthday, us.
Yeah, happy birthday
ECM.
to us. That was there in right at the beginning there of us in Bulgaria, up in the air. He'll do well to get there, the fielder, and he just can't. And he's running in hard, coming in from the boundary. He sort of gets there, but I think here that Safiul Islam at the last moment, if he just could have sprung forward a little bit, he would have taken that close to the body.
Wasn't comfortable diving. He's got a good pair of hands.
Yeah.
But he had to reach so far from his face to get that. Saif puts it down. I mean, Anik heard the call, respected the call, but he's probably in a better position to take that. He's probably more comfortable taking that kind of ball. But, yeah, I mean, he's motoring them through at the moment. Yeah, so the other thing is, I believe that we have, I might have to just do a check, but I think we've gone past 6,000 matches now. Did you know that? Yeah.
6,000, we've gone
I believe that we have gone past 6,000 matches. Hold, please. I'm going to have a check.
This one, I think it's gone right over the stumps as he's giving himself.
Yeah.
So you can see both these guys like it shorter.
During Bulgaria, we went past 6,000 matches.
Wow.
6,000.
It's just, unprecedented, really.
It's crazy, is what it is.
Have you got any statistics there up to date of how many teams have featured so far and players?
I can estimate for you.
Okay.
But it's something like, I think it's something like 500 and something teams. And then something like approaching 8,000 players have played. And you know, one thing I really like is that every year there's an evolution and we're able to expand what we're doing and kind of reach more cricket, reach more people. That's pretty well bowled by him in as well. I won't get a run there. So, for example, it was a while before we had ECIW cricket. We had, didn't have a lot of women's cricket because, it's a little bit behind where men's cricket is in Europe. But it's amazing how we've been able to incorporate a lot of women's cricket onto the network, and including our first ever ECSW last weekend, which was, by the way, absolutely crazy. Golden ball on the first day of ECSW. Hit in the air and over the top. Maximo says Carreras. Well, Mr. Baywatch was on patrol, but I think he was a bit asleep at the wheel there, having a chat with Sriya. But luckily the ball got through. Don't know how much of this we've got, but have a look. He's having a good old-fashioned chin wag. And, well, let's just say Alistair wasn't necessarily in bodyguard mode then. End of the over. It's 42 without loss.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much you caught of that in Croatia, but the ECSW had a 68-68 tie. We were worried about this start time as well because we looked, okay, the sunset is 8:22. The game should finish at 8:20. Yeah, that'll be fine, won't it? It wasn't that fine because it went all the way down to a last ball and then it went to a golden ball. Reminded me of Portugal a bit in the final.
It was, I was watching it and I watched it again a few times. I mean, yours and Corey's commentary for it was quite unbelievable. But the running, that thing that got me.
Parallel running.
Is the running was just, and when they needed the one to tie the scores, right?
Yeah.
Just the bowler is nowhere near bowling and the non-strike is taken off.
She didn't back up at all in the golden ball, on the last ball of the game. Then got the instructions. You need to run. Yeah. I think we paused it. I'll show you that.
She was like, I mean, we often say we don't like the mancads, or as we say now, the run out from the bowler because we think, sometimes they're not really trying to gain an advantage. She definitely was gaining an advantage.
It didn't matter though in the end because essentially it was caught off the goal ball. Even then, for no reason, the fielder that caught it threw it the stumps and actually threw it for 4. But luckily the game was over. I'm gonna try and find this one for you.
It was, but the scenes they're amazing. And that really is what sport is all about. When you go back and watch those matches, one of many that we've been able to see, right high up in the air. I don't think anybody's getting to this as well. How far does it go? I think it's probably bounces before the rope. Yeah, it does. 4 runs.
Yeah, you can see. That's that golden ball was something else, wasn't it? But hey, what about Corey? Hey, I worked out it would have been about 500 or 600 games since he'd even commentated a T10. Did some of the T20 stuff in the Netherlands. Yeah. Does a great job. But in T10 cricket, it had been since Portugal, straight just after Western Shield, since he'd done a T10. One game, he did one game with me, and it was a golden ball. So maybe he's the real golden ball magnet. He hasn't done that many, though. Lifted up in the air. Hey, speaking of golden balls, though, Anik's going to have a big shot. I reckon that would have been out if it had hit. This is why he does what he does. Even though occasionally he might overrun one. He gave away a run on a misfield earlier. Occasionally, once in a blue moon, it'll get past him for 4. But he loves just making the batter work for every single run.
Yeah, and this one, I think if we get a chance to, again, this would have been out. I don't think the batter's making this. He's very good at that. So, and they're not wild throws either. They're like proper throws. He's got 3 men backing up there. Why not?
Yeah, good teams throw the ball around. They back themselves to back it up. In the air and 6. It's going to climb over the top, over the fence as well. Maximo says Carreras with Royal Roma having gone past the 50, approaching the halfway point of this innings. Hey, one thing I did yesterday, because I got in a bit of a tangent, we were talking golden balls a bit, which makes sense because we love them. But I did a bit of a deep dive on grounds and who's had the most golden balls by location.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a bit of a quiz. Oh, that looks high to me. He likes the idea of calling this. Anytime you're pulling a full ball like this, I got a feeling this is going to be high.
Yeah, you can have a look at the batter. They're saying, "Hey, umpire, check this. I think it's too high." So let's have a look here. And
yeah, I mean, look. Go again just before it hits it. Yeah, to me that's got to be. It's got to be. Look, just look at how he's playing it. This is actually sometimes a better view because it actually shows you actually where he's playing the ball from.
Yeah, and he's in the crease. He's not coming down the crease, so he's playing it off the back foot. So
I think you got to call that one.
Yeah, I don't think you really need to see anything else on that. That's a no ball. It's too high.
I'm waiting. Anybody? No way. Yeah, okay. I thought he was. He's going to call it. That's good. It's belly button high. I don't know how high his belly button is, but anyway, free hit coming up. Remember when he was dropped?
Yeah.
I know that Roma Bangla Morning Sun don't want to think about it. Bomik's a pretty good keeper as well, and wouldn't happen too often. Free hit coming up. Mosen bowling. No full toss. Hit pretty hard. But Anik, yeah, sensibly just keeps that one in the field of play. So, okay, most location for most golden balls on ECN with 8. Guess what it is? It's an easy one. I'm sure you'll get it.
With what places we've had golden balls?
Yeah. Come on.
No, now you're testing me. Most
Rico,
we've had
you're
Malta.
overthinking it. Normally
Malta?
I'm used... Okay.
Malta's had a lot.
Wait for it.
What?
I'm going to give you another guess, right? Where do you think we've played the most matches is one location on ECN?
We played a lot in Barcelona.
Yeah,
we
that's
played
true.
a fair few in
Dana's
Cyprus.
laughing here. And
Cyprus,
she should,
we went to
she
Cyprus
should laugh.
because I've had plenty in Cyprus myself.
Yeah. Think a bit more where, like, probably they've got a room named after you at this hotel because you've spent so much time there. Have a think about it.
Well, I did say Malta. I spent a lot of time in Malta.
Okay. I'm going to leave you hanging for a little while. Okay. Okay. It starts with C and ends with oval. Are you with me now? You with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Kartama Oval.
Kartama Oval.
All right, that's okay.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. Kartama, I'm thinking ECS is here.
Yeah, I know.
That's why. I mean, Kartama Oval, yeah, of course.
Luckily,
Luckily, cricket's here. But outside of Kartama Oval, where is it outside
you
of that?
are right. Malta has 7
Thank
golden
you.
balls. Okay. No, thank you.
And what's Cyprus, by the way?
Cyprus is up there. Cyprus.
Gotta be close to it.
Gibsonus. There's a few actually that are... I'll actually give you the whole list, right?
Cyprus has got to be up there. Yeah, Kartama Oval. I was thinking you're talking European Cricket Series.
Yeah,
but
I know
okay.
what you're thinking.
In general, Kartama Oval.
No one ever said that. If you're on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you're sitting back down and you're probably a meme. Okay. Anyway, here's Kadir Abdul.
57.
He's going to bowl over number 6. Lift it up. That's
big.
well struck. Well, that was almost as big as the clanger that Rico just came up with about 30 seconds ago. But that is maximal. 6 runs. Good footwork. All right. Rico, come back to me. All right. So Kartama Oval, 8.
Yeah.
By the way, one of them is an ECS. Do you remember that one?
Yeah,
the Madrid derby.
It was the first time we saw Madrid United lose one.
Just before the monsoon.
Yeah, Madrid.
Madrid United have 3 golden balls. They're one of 5 teams to have played in 3 golden balls. Another one is here this week, and that's Roma CC. They've also had 3 golden balls. Could they be the first team to have 4 golden balls? Okay, Marsa is second with 7 golden balls.
Yeah.
Then there's one that has 6, and that is one of the ones you mentioned.
Cyprus?
Nope. Barcelona. Wrong again.
Cyprus is one less.
I really walked into that one.
Cyprus one less.
It's always such a good game show host.
Shot.
Well, this is actually a bit more end of the bat than I originally thought, but it will bang into the fence. It's maximal 6 more. This partnership continues to climb. So yeah, I walked into that on purpose. But yeah, Barcelona 6.
Yeah.
And then you've got Ipsonus in Cyprus with 4.
See, I mentioned all of them.
Yeah, just not in the right order, but okay.
Malta first, I said.
Okay.
Barcelona, Cyprus. Oh, this is just pure hitting now. They went for a period of time, these two. We'll just move away from the gold balls for a moment. These two went for a period of time where they were sort of averaging just the 1 boundary per over. We saw that in over 1, over 2. There was 2 in over 3, 1 in over 4, 2 in over 5. They needed to go bigger, and this is what they're trying to do here now, trying to get more boundaries so they can get to that bigger score around that 150 mark.
Just going back to the chat, Nate, again, big thanks for the 20. We'll put that to good use. But he's mentioning Pepsi and the Turbinator. And yeah, those were the days. All right, in the air, I think it's going to travel as well. When Luckenwell gets in this mood, you better watch out. You better move your car a bit further away. This is the guy that scored 100 last year. Right now, he rockets into the 40s with another Maximo.
Yeah, and that's the thing. These two, they haven't lost a wicket, and up until now, they haven't really sort of batted in a way that you're thinking, yeah, they're going to go and score big scores here, because they haven't really taken on the bowlers, but they've probably decided we'll carry on this way to the halfway point, and then we'll press the button. They're definitely pressing it here now. Good
comeback, I think, from Abdul. He's having a pretty good day himself. I know he's not having the best over here. Anik once again throws indiscriminately. And that'll be a single, and that should take us to the end of the over. So 26 coming off that one. Pretty good one for Royal Roma, who went up and away at 83 without loss. Okay, we'll have a bit more fun.
Yeah.
I can tell you that 26 different grounds have been home to a golden ball. So that's another interesting one. 26 different locations we've had. 64 golden balls. There are 5 grounds that have had 3. I'm going to let you just throw stuff at the wall now and see what sticks. So we've already talked about Cardamom Oval 8, Master 7, Montjuic in Barcelona 6, Ipsonis in Cyprus 4. 5 grounds have had 3. And one of them I'll give almost one of them you've just come from. I'll give you that one for free.
Okay.
Do you remember where you've come from?
Yeah, do Bulgaria.
Okay. Because I know
the other one has to
I know at the airport when they ask you where have you come from.
That's always a norm. They just, you travel so much, you go blank. Bulgaria, Germany has to have had as well.
It has, but no one location has
no one location.
All right, watch out.
All right, where's this coming?
It's going well. Raihan's have to go back to the line. He's going to drop it. Good pair of hands, but just misjudged it. He was a little bit... Oh, now they're going to give away an overthrow. Junaid was too busy teapotting to see the ball coming in. Now they might get another overthrow again. Well, it's chaos at the Roma cricket ground right now. Raihan spikes it. And Abbas Ali kind of overcome with grief, just completely ignores as it runs down the middle of the pitch.
Yeah,
They'll get 2.
It's not good standards there, really. All right, I know you're disappointed you dropped the catch, but I think the throw just allowed the batters, or the spike into the ground, allowed the batters to take another.
I say this quietly because he's right here, but Raihan's had a bit of the red mist today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I
don't know what happened when he was bowling, actually.
I think well, this could be gone. This has been taken. Has he put it down? No, he has taken it. So, Lakamal's going to go. Pretty handy time for a wicket. So, it actually does cost them nothing except 2 runs. Check it out here. I mean, had to go loaders, right? Thought with his reaction that maybe he'd put this down, but Andy, he takes it without too much of a fuss. I want to be a real stickler. Look at him put the ball almost on the ground, but probably can't say anything conclusive about that. Lakamal just missed out on his 50, goes for 46 off 19 balls, and the score fifth is 85 for 1.
Yeah, also they do bring Ali back, who gets the wicket. Good time to get a wicket. It was just at a point where that momentum just started to be picked up there from Royal Roma. All right, so let's go back to this. So we mentioned, Bulgaria has had 3. And where else? Let's think of some of the other places where we probably have had. So Germany not in one location. Definitely here. Here is one. Roma.
Yes, Roma Cricket Ground is one. 3 golden balls. All featuring Roma CC.
Okay.
No, sorry, pardon me. All except 1.
Okay,
featuring
now I'm
Roma CC.
thinking others. What? I don't think Romania. I don't think Romania is that known for it at that model.
Not Romania.
Hungary.
Romania's had 1. Hungary hasn't had any.
Hungary, and it's called the GB ground, isn't it? It's got the right initials, but Hungary hasn't had any.
I'll tell you. I'll give you a clue.
Portugal.
One of them is a place that you only went to for the first time this year.
Only went to the first time this year. Czechia then, obviously.
Yeah, Czechia, Vinosh Cricket Ground. 3 golden balls.
Yeah,
all featuring United, the Golden Ball Kings.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got that one. I'll give you clues. We're about to have the Meltool Shield, right? That's your whole clue. There's a second half of that sentence, but that'll give it away. It's Abbas. Knocked past him for a single.
How's that a clue? We're about to have the
cryptic. So we're about to have the Meltool Shield, which is who plays in the Meltool Shield?
All right, we got the
Team Europe.
Yeah, Team Europe, and we have got the Roses this time, the British and Irish.
Yes. Okay.
Roses.
Well, okay, we haven't had the Roses.
Okay. We're talking now, the Rock. Are we going that way?
Well, you're right, but that's a fluke because that's
Why
not
is that a fluke? You haven't even counted that one, have you?
No. Okay. So Europa point is
so that's one up on you then.
Yeah, but the clue I was trying to give you. Well, where was the Western Shield held?
That was at the SGC.
It's the only other shield we've got.
But I said Portugal.
Did you say Portugal?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just not listening very well.
You didn't listen.
Okay, well done.
Did say Portugal.
I have to run the tape back on that. If Dinah says that you said it, I believe you.
Did I say Portugal? There, thank you very much.
Portugal's in there.
Yeah.
But by Portugal, I mean Santarém.
Yeah,
because actually, Miranda de Corvo has had 2 golden balls. So we've had 5 in Portugal. That's pretty well hit. That's going to scream away to the boundary. That's a little bit of power there. Gangadeep Singh's has the arms that, what are they called? Is it Ludus?
Oh, the Ludus, yeah.
Ludus.
The big biceps, yeah.
He's built, isn't he? As that'll take us to the end of the over. It's 91 for 1. I know that Wayne, I think, is going to rickroll me here. Anyway, firstly, we're going to go to the ECC and tell you that Italy are in, what we think's the group of death with Netherlands 11, Jersey, and Italy in Group D. But, I mean, I was just saying, I know I had a conversation with Piers Fletcher, who's the Dutch coach. I said, well, what do you think? It's a pretty tough draw. What do you think? He's like, I welcome it. If we can get through that, we're in great position to run and win the whole thing.
Very
Means
good
we're playing
point,
well.
yeah.
If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best, as they say in the classics. And Italy have a proud history. They did make Championship Week last time around. You know, they'll finally get to play Jersey. Remember, they were meant to play, and then one of the all-time great storms came in and flooded the commentary box in Khartoum. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And, of course, the Challenger division is something brand new as well. Another trophy on the line. Here's Mosen coming back for over number 8, and he's going to get pumped over the fielder, and it's going to be 6 to Sukhbir Singh. And we had that life early, but he's made the most of it. He moves up to 40.
Yeah, runs flying. That last over from Abbas Ali, not bad one at all. Of course, did pick up the breakthrough, got the key wicket, but the run's still flowing. So they're still eyeing up this 150 score. That's what they're looking to get to here.
Can I say quick hellos?
Roma.
Quick hellos to John Gray, who's popped in. Hello to Wazza as well. Nad K said he was enjoying our game show-esque conversation.
Vinny, we're seeing something that we don't normally see out there now. I don't know if this has got past the likes of the Sheriff, but usually when you're playing white ball cricket,
but
I'm not saying they're pure white.
They're black pads. At what point do they become white?
They're more white than black, those.
The spray paint job is slowly but surely wearing up. They're like, I guess they're great. They're half black, half white. They're fine. There's no doubt.
Nothing wrong with those.
Yeah, that is black. Those
ones,
they're just kind of a bit rustic. Swing and a miss.
Well, I suppose they're a bit like my hair. My hair started off like the ones at that end, like that, but now they look a bit like the ones at the other end from the non-striker.
Just because we're having so much fun, let me tell you all the other Golden Ball grounds. 2 each. Sporting Alfaz, Landskrona, Krefeld, Miranda de Corvo in Portugal, Dresden, Milan Cricket Ground, and Dreux. Of course, we had 2 there.
Yeah, Dreux, yeah, 2.
In pretty quick succession. You were on that. As this one will just be a single. That'll bring Sukhbir back on strike. And then you've got, how many? You've got 10 grounds. They've only had 1, including Mladost in Croatia from last week. But also there's Gothenburg from 2020, Roma Capannelle from 2020.
Yeah.
Moravlesia in Romania. That was also from 2020. Haven't had one since. Saban in Austria has had 1. I remember that because it was on my 40th birthday. Nosbori, which is the Albizami ground in Sweden, has had 1. I think that was the Golden Ball where 20 wickets were lost in the game, which was also a first. Sparta in the Netherlands, Mechelen in Belgium, Ginebrescia earlier this year, and also Tallinn, where we had the Malta versus Estonia ECI Golden Ball.
Yeah.
And of course, 3 here. 2 have involved Roma CC. 1 was in the ECIs last year. Remember, it's the first time we ever had a no ball.
Yeah.
I was just jumping on the plane to ECC, and Nish had it under control. And that's when I first tested, you know, when you're meant to turn off your phone. And then I was like, oh, this is... If this turns out to be a Golden Ball, I'm going to be stretching that. 101 for 1 after 8. So, and then, okay, last ball did turn out to be a Golden Ball. Joy Pereira needed to hit a 6 to make it a tie. And I was like, all right, is this happening? And then, please turn off your phones. The plane will be taking off momentarily. And I'm kind of, like, I don't want to bring down the whole plane. Okay, so, I mean, I was willing to keep it on until the moment we left Earth. Yeah. I feel like that's the moment that you can push it till. Because I don't want any inquiries coming back on me. And Mr. Sandhu was watching the European Cricket Network, which interfered with the systems on the plane.
You could have just said that you're watching a movie that you downloaded earlier. They wouldn't know, would they?
Yeah, try and explain that to someone struggling to get out of their seat at the crash site. Anyway, this is going to be 4 runs to start the 9th over. I don't mean to go too dark. But you know, they did experiments on Mythbusters about this. You know, like at the gas station, at the petrol station. Yeah. You know, you have to take your phone. You can't have your phone there. So what they did is they just put like 100 phones on in a car, and they tried to see if anything would happen.
No,
nothing happened. But anyway,
that was maybe last.
You don't want to be the first to find out otherwise.
I first turned up in Spain. I was only there, I think I just arrived because I drove the first time and I was trying to fill up at the petrol station. We were getting no joy at all. And this lady who was in the booth, of course, was making all sorts of gestures to me. In the end, He came on the intercom, and of course by then I didn't really speak good Spanish, and she was still rambling on and on. Then somebody else came by, somebody who just was filling up next to me, and he said, "You're not allowed to. She's not allowed to press the button to allow you to fuel because you've got your headlights on."
Oh, really?
So I thought, well, it's a thing in a lot of
Could be a
places, by the way.
kaboom.
So I said, "Oh, okay." And at the same time, the two other people that were filling up at the booth were smoking. So I thought, well, I can't.
Check this out.
I can't get fuel because my lights are on, but they were smoking away, filling up petrol. And the one who came and told me had a cigarette in his hand as well.
Now, check out this, the old foot fielding. Oh, guys, if you're going to do it well. Let's have a look at it. It looks clean to me. Just where's his other foot before he touches line? Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
hold
no,
on a
that's
second.
not okay. He's on the rope.
Hold on a second.
He's walking the rope there.
But we had one of these the other day in Bulgaria. We want to see, does it leave his foot before his foot lands, in which case he's probably okay. So see, look, that's where he hits the foot, and he hasn't touched the rope yet. So I actually got a feeling it might be okay. Because has he already...
As long as it's not rolling up his leg here.
Yeah, but we can't really tell. That's kind of inconclusive.
What about the back foot?
I think that's pretty inconclusive
Where's
as
the
well.
back foot?
I'm
Yeah.
going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say it's not 4. I'm not saying it might... I'm just saying the decision is inconclusive because I think it's bounced off. He hasn't quite touched it, or has he? I think he kicks it once.
Let's
So
have a
I
look here.
think it's a clean kick.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
so if it's a clean kick, is he on the rope there? I mean, we
I
can't
don't know about
tell.
that back foot.
We
That's
can't
what
tell.
I think you might, because I don't know if the rope moves
All
there.
right, we're
but
back. So
I
what
think
did they
they
give it?
decided not
Yeah,
to
and I think under the principles, that's correct because you need to be sure it's 4. And that was like really suspicious.
Yeah.
But it wasn't conclusive because the other foot, you can't see what's behind it. You can, the picture suggests it, but it's 2-dimensional. And then the other one was just like it looked like a clean kick. So there. Well done to our crew. Okay. Anyway, we're back. That was a great story, by the way. Right, this one is going to test the field. In fact, it's right into the gap, and it's going to be 4. Sukbir keeps on keeping on, moves to 46.
Yeah, they, again, apart from one big over, and that was the over from Kadir Abdul, which went for 26. Even though they haven't lost too many wickets, they just haven't been able to really get after the bowling as regular as they would like to. And that's why I think they're way behind where they would have liked to be here.
It's going to be a good contest no matter what, I think, second half. And it gets horned out of the ground, a little bit too short. Just some length to work with, really. And that's going to be 50 for Sukhbir Singh. Slams that one away over the fence. Well, the pads are weathered, so's this player. But he's got experience, he's got power. And he brings up 50 in 26 balls.
Yeah, he definitely does have the power. It's the area that he's gone to most of the time. Big hit once again on the leg side. 6 more, well batted. And that 50's come up in just 26 deliveries. But of course, still got a lot of work to do here. It's the end of the over. It's 118 for 1. Can they get a good magical finish here to get them to a sort of score that they'll be looking to defend against the Roma Bangla Morning Sun?
So I was going to say that Wayne's actually brought up something that I enjoy watching. Have you ever watched on YouTube a game show fail compilation? Or, people with silly answers? There's some really good ones in there. Especially some of the old dating game ones. Or, where you meant to, your husband or wife, they ask you questions about each other. That's hit pretty well as well. It's going to blast past Muhammad Amin. 4 runs from big Gaggandeep to start the 10th over.
Gaggandeep's got to keep blasting. Yeah, I think I've seen some of those. One of the ones that I think are classic is like Family Fortunes.
Oh, yeah. There's some good ones.
The answer's got nothing to do with what the question is. And, there's some classical ones out there. Islam is the bowler. And this one should be stopped. Gaggandeep will find the safe hands of the fielder. No runs.
Can I tell you, Family Fortunes, as you call it, because you grew up in the UK, right?
Yeah.
We called it Family Feud. In America, it's called Family Feud. But it's the same game, all right? Now, can I tell you what annoys me about the American version? That Steve Harvey guy, he's had a few issues when he was hosting the Miss Universe. We won't go into that. Said the wrong name. We've all been there. Hold on one second. There it goes after this. Enough on that to get it out of the ground as well. Maximo for Sukbir, who just continues to swing the bat. Takes his team up to 129. But here's the thing. There's been various hosts in Australia. But one thing is, you know when you go to the board, you go, okay, your answer is corn.
Yeah.
Survey says, and then they put it on the board. Now, in England, do they say survey says? Or do they just go, let's see?
They do say they say, and our survey says, and it normally goes, bing,
all right,
or
well, back to the cricket for a second. That's almost ambulance time, but Sukbir is just going to pump another 6. He goes, Maximo. I tell you what, Chandra is probably going to be looking at the gloves at the end of this saying, where did it all go wrong? Because he really should have caught him very early in this innings. And Sukbir, well, he's having a bit of fun out there now. Okay, they do. So they say survey says. But in America, they just yell the answer at the board.
Yeah.
The guy's like, corn!
Really?
Every time. Go watch it. Corn! And like, you know, sometimes answer things that don't really make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I get to buy another 30 seconds. And then the other thing is Wheel of Fortune. You know?
Wheel of Fortune.
How they're like,
yeah.
they're like, is there an A or whatever? And normally you have to say like, oh, N for Nelly. And that you clarify your letter by saying a word, right? Yeah, don't worry. I'm getting on a rant here. Oh, that's hit it pretty well as well. That's no fun if you're fielding. At least the end is near. This one has gone all the way as well. Maximo.
This is an outrageous shot, isn't it? Ah, that is just beautiful.
He's been brutal here.
Dropped on a dolly, you got to say, behind the stumps on 0.
Say N for Nelly, please. F for Fred. Whatever. Be creative. F for frog. I don't care. In America, they yell the letters at the board. They're like, N! Probably don't use that one as an example. Anyway, here's the last ball coming up. It's in the air. Surely it's got to be done now. Vomic, well, he gets his kind of revenge. He does catch him in the end, but it's 70 for Sukbir, and he's lifted Royal Roma up to 141. All right, that was a pretty hard task for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, but they chased down more than this in the earlier game, and that was really without their top 3 fighting or firing. So I'm looking forward to seeing the second half of this, but Royal Roma, I think with their bowling attack and the kind of bowling pressure that they put on the park yesterday, they'll be pretty confident they've got enough runs on the board with 141.
Yeah, but we have seen, look, let's just go back to a little bit earlier when the Gladiators put 145 on the board. Roma Bangla Morning Sun did get there, and they did get the win. So I'd still say they haven't quite slammed the door shut on this contest. It's still left open. And let's just see how their openers get on. Well, this was the start here, and you got to say it was a pretty solid batting, wasn't it, from the 2 openers, from Sukbir Singh and Lankanwal. But you got to say, if you don't take those catches when they're straightforward and they're presented to you as that one was from Sukbir Singh, then you are going to get punished. And Sukbir, it took his time really to start getting in that super aggressive hitting mode. But when he did help his team to register this score of 141.
Yeah, look, never give a sucker an even break. I remember that's an expression I heard growing up, and really, Sukbir was pretty brutal on the bowling. Take nothing away from Luckenwell. I mean, he was a bit of a beast out there as well. 6 sixes, doesn't even bother hitting a 4 in his 46 off just 19. And they were really off to the races, weren't they? 85, the first 2 put on, and we saw them combined for 14 sixes in the innings. That was a good catch from Bomic that eventually would end the innings of Luckenwal, but it would be until the last ball when they'd get another one. It's just good footwork, good kind of solid technical base of their strokes a lot of the time as well, but just a freedom about their batting. And we didn't even see, for example, Charanjit Singh, who would have come in next. We didn't see Mohsin, who can whack it around. Rajvinder in there as well. And we saw one thing with Royal Roma yesterday. Even Onkar Singh came out at number 10 and danced and hit a really pure 6, one of the best of the day. So they've got that depth in their batting that gives them the confidence to go for their shots and not worry too much about the consequences.
Yeah, I think that they're that sort of side, aren't they? When you look at some of the names that you mentioned there and some of those guys that we haven't even seen out there this time around, they're a team that really they're made for this sort of format. They go out there, they're super aggressive, they try and score runs quickly. And if one doesn't click, somebody else will at the end. I mean, that's that a little bit of, well, I'll get to you eventually, is what Bomic is saying there. But he's added 70 runs from the time when he should have gone. And that does make a huge difference to the way that score looks. But yeah, just have a look at that. The number of players that don't go out there. There's no Charanjit Singh. He wasn't required. Even someone like Hashmat Dinsa, who we know yesterday scored some good runs. And yeah, plenty of batters. Rajwinder Singh, a very hard-hitting guy, is the captain. Captain too. On the bowling front, it didn't quite go to plan this time. I mean, even the introduction of Kadir Abdul wasn't enough to make any impact. Any comment as you'd expect from him. The international player still did bowl very well. No wickets, just 24. And also Mohammed Amin, as well as Abbas Ali. Can't complain about those figures, but a little bit. Those two there, Kadir Abdul and also Safiullah Islam, both came magical in their 1 overs. 141 then. But like I said, and I said this in that match earlier in the day when Roma Gladiatori played Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 145 was the score that was posted by the Gladiators. It wasn't enough, and I don't know about this one as well. You've got good batters in there. Sharif, you would say Rehan is probably pretty key to get off to a good start this one. He didn't quite come up trumps in the last match, and if you can get somewhere like his captain, Anik Ahmed, to stay with him there for about 5 or 6 overs, this could be a very interesting game. So we're going to leave you with the match summary out there. 141 for 2. So 142 will be the chase. And let's see if the team that won 2 out of 2 yesterday, if Royal Roma can do the same here today. Only play just the one match. They'd love to go back to base with a win under their belt. Join me, Rika Full and Vinny Sandhu when we return in 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers. And looking forward to another exciting and interesting run chase here. The Royal Roma have put 141 on the board. Once again, losing just 2 wickets, I still feel that they probably could have pushed on just a little bit more and try to get to that 150 plus score. But let's see if this is going to be enough. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they would have been saying to themselves, certainly their captain, and he came in, well, look, we can do this. We've done it once before, we can do it again. Of course, on this International Left-Handers Day. And this is also the day, back in time, back in 1975, on this day, one of the fastest bowlers of all time is born. So it was Shoaib Akhtar, born on this day in 1975, was twice going past the 100 miles per hour barrier. Though the figures remain unofficial, but he generated as much interest for his bowling action as his attitude to the game. But when he was on song, Shoaib was a fearful proposition, that's for sure. Shoaib Akhtar, born on this day back in 1975. They're ready to start here. And it's going to be Hashmat Dinsa, who looked like he was going to bowl the first ball, but doesn't feel right about it. So it goes back to his mark. Yeah, certainly enjoyed. I think I've always enjoyed watching the best of the fast bowlers bowl. I think there's nothing, that's why, as Vinny said to you guys already, nothing excites me more than a bowler bowling with some pace and knocking the stumps out of the ground. Dinsa certainly not looking to do it with pace, but just trying to get that ball in the right areas. Hashmat Dinsa, it's a good player. Has been in the wickets plenty of time for his side, but he's bowling to another good player, Sharif Rahman. Mentioned already that last year was the top run scorer with shots like this, so that has sailed over the boundary, and well, that one will be retrieved by one of our ball retrievers. That's going to be 6 runs, or maybe even DNRs of the ECN network is going to have to go and fetch this one. What's in the question? And I get the feeling, if I look at this again, I think height certainly has to come into play. It's a big appeal. And Dinsa, let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's probably, I mean, it's a good delivery, but I think it's on the way up. You can see as that's hitting the batter, that's still climbing. I think that's going above the stumps. We should have a look at it here again here. Just see the ball's going up. It's still on the way up as it's hitting the batter. I'm not sure if there's any bat involved there as well. That could be another thing that goes against Dinsa. Now up in the air. This one should be taken. And it will be taken. No mistakes there at all. So Charanjit Singh, this guy's a very good catcher of the ball. I don't expect him to put it down. And they get the breakthrough. The wicket does fall. And no sooner than I mentioned that Sharif Rahman was the top run scorer last year here. He once again goes, well, pretty cheaply. Does play one good shot for 6. Survives that LBW's appeal. I wonder if that rattles him a little bit, because then he goes to go for a big shot. It wasn't quite there. It wasn't quite in the slot. Skies it. And Sharif Rahman is going to depart. Thing is, though, he wasn't there in the last victory. They did it without him. They're going to have to do it without him again this time. He does get 4. Gets 6 pardon off the 4 balls that he faces. Charanjit takes the catch. New batter coming in. Taking some time to actually get ready, you know. And I wonder if is he running out of time here. It's a long time to get ready. It should be 60 seconds, you know. And I reckon he's probably had that. It should be 60 seconds ready to face. He's still not ready here. Still not ready. I mean, if I'm the opposition, I'm asking the umpire the question and saying, hey, umpire, can you check how long he's taken? That's a long time. He might have just got away with that. It's in the air, and he's gone. What a catch. What a grab. What a moment. What a wicket. Dinsa 2 in 2. Oh, look at him. Absolutely pumped. That one was hit well. And it's Hakrat Singh who takes the catch. Chak de Fatte style. Oh, yeah. Well, he takes a long time to get in, and then he hits his first ball straight up in the air. And Hakrat Singh takes a really good catch. And they're up and about, aren't they? Our Royal Roma. It's going to be a first ball duck, a golden duck then for Ahmed Mohsin. There he goes, and he's going to get old Happy Derek going. Another one goes, it's a golden. Well, we've had plenty of ducks here today. Well, I want to find out from the ducks where the pond is, where the duck pond is, because I think I might to take a little dip in that myself. Right then, 2 in 2, hat-trick ball for Dinza. And that could be out. It's full, it's straight, it's gone. We have another hat-trick. And Hashmat Dinza has got the second hat-trick of the day. 2 hat-tricks we've seen. And I don't think there's too much doubt about this, if I'm honest. And I think, remember, doesn't have to hit middle. I think this is going on personally to hit probably middle and leg. It doesn't go, it's not going over the stumps. The umpire thinks long and hard. Little shuffle across. Is that going to hit leg stick? I think it is, you know. And I don't think there's any doubt about it. And Hashmat Dinza has taken a hat-trick, everybody, as Mohammed Naeem is gone again for a golden duck. A little bit of yelp. Oh, it's not a good start. The first over comes to an end. 6 for 3. Dinza takes a hat-trick. And remember, when he comes on to bowl the first ball of his second over, he'll be on a double hat-trick. 46 matches since a golden ball. But what a start. So Anik Ahmed, the captain, is out there. He's joined now by Mohammed Amin. He's probably wondering what is going on. So just very quickly, the hat-trick there. First to go was Rehan. Second to go was Mohsin. And then Naeem gone as well. That's the hat-trick for Dinza. Chanjit Singh back on. And gets played. Captain now really has to put it together. What must be going through his mind? Well, there you go. That's the last wicket. Naeem, LBW. Hat-trick there to Dinza. Full and straight is the key. Charanjit, been watching him play here for a number of years. Several times we've seen him bowl from this end. He's very clever bowler. This one he's unlucky. That's not a wide. That one comes back in and goes right over the line. So once again, he's a disappointment for Charanjit. It's a tough one. I mean, if this is a regular call, a consistent call, I do really feel for the bowlers. That one gets a good bit of pace because bowlers are trying to execute a ball in a line which they fear is going to stop the batters putting it away to the boundary. And hitting that line is, I think, it's part of what they have to do. Is part of the process of bowling a good ball. When they get penalised for it, that hurts you because then they're forced to bring the ball a little bit closer. That's when the batters can get into them. Charanjit, slower delivery, but that's well watched. Plays a lovely sweep shot. It's going to be 4 runs. This is what Charanjit will do. He is very good at varying his pace. But this time round, though the slower ball, nothing against that. It just gets this down the leg side, and that's it. Nicely worked away by Anik Ahmed, who gets his first runs. There's the captain. Of course, you can see there that just to get a point, they still have to more or less bring the 100 up. 99. Get to 99 to get a point. But the thing is, though, I have to say, this is the way that I was talking when they were playing Roma Gladiatori in the last match. I thought, well, you know, can they get a point, blah, blah, blah. The next thing you know, forget the point, because we saw Kadir Abdul come out there in the fireworks start, and he smashed 70-plus runs in no time at all and got them a win. So he's still to come, remember, and the captain is still there. Well, that is played away in the vacant third area. So I'm quite surprised that with somebody who's bowling like Chanjit, who is definitely going to try, as we've seen already, to try and get the ball in that corridor outside the off stump, that they're leaving that area blank, particularly considering they've picked up some key wickets here already, 3 wickets. You'd think they'd put a man back there, but they're electing to have a long off and a man at point on the boundary. Up in the air, won't carry to the fielder, won't go to the boundary either, as Dinsa makes the stop. Just notice here as Hashmat Dinsa goes past, he's got Lucky on his back. What's he say, Lucky Ho? Lucky Ho? And well, he certainly was lucky. It gives me a little bit of away, but there you go, that's what you've got to do. Have the lucky 7, have Lucky Ho written on your back, and pick up a hat-trick. And he ain't done yet, remember. He will probably bowl the next over, and remember, so here we go. So that's the end of that over there from Charanjit. And 10 come from it. 16 for 3 after 2. So this is now a double hat-trick ball. So he's got a hat-trick. The last 3 balls for 4 wickets. It's a double hat-trick delivery. And he's bowling to... What's he bowling here to? Yeah, he's bowling to Anik Ahmed, who took a single. So I thought for a moment he might have been bowling to Amin, who hasn't got off the mark yet. So let's have a look here. We'll have a quick look at the standings there, by the way. But of course, everybody wants to see this delivery. Dinsa. Ooh, well, he beats him outside the off. But no bat involved. Dot ball, but the great spell continues from Hashmat Dinsa. Has always performed when I've been here in Rome. He's always had the knack of picking up wickets. And, well, that's up in the air, nobody back there, and that will be 6 runs. We just saw a graphic up there. And this is interesting. We'll see this shot again. But just have a look at how difficult it is to do, to get. I mean, a hat-trick's amazing, because you only get 12 deliveries. But a double hat-trick, but it has been done. Of course, we've had time to witness it on a few occasions. And the last one wasn't that long ago. There you go, Hosak Kadka did it. And, of course, that was in Romania. Quite amazing. Oh, just sneaking this inside. I'm liking the field that he's got here. I mean, you can count them up. There on that offside, 7 on the off. That means that on that leg side, he's only got the 2 players. It's a very brave field to have, but he's bowling to it. And the 2 men on the leg side, he's got a short square and he's got long on. So it must be wonderful as a captain to have a bowler who can do this for you. And I think Rajwinder Singh is certainly very pleased to have a man of this quality in his side. Bowling to his field, and all of those fielders just waiting for a sniff. And that's hit pretty well, but once again, bowling to his field. He has got the long one back there. It'll just be a single. The ball now to go, and that's outstanding spell of bowling. 3 for 14 with the ball to go. Groom, you're absolutely right. Derek has been very busy today. And, that's a well-timed shot. So they'll be a little bit disappointed here. I mentioned a number of bodies that he's got out on the offside here. And you would expect that somebody, or one of those, would be able to stop this. It gets it right in the gap between the 2. So credit there to the batter. It's a nice shot. The over comes to an end, and so does that spell from Hashmat Dinsa. What a good spell. 3 for 18. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun after 3 overs, 28 for 3. And you can see that in terms of the 2 power plays, there's only, 5 points difference, 5 runs? But the 3 wickets, that's where the issue has been. 3 wickets have fallen. But, as I've said, they have been here before. And they've managed to find a way. Can they do it again? They're at the same rate that they needed to go at the last match. In fact, the last match, it was 1 point. They needed to go at 17th, and they did, and they ended up winning. Sukhbir Singh, after a fine batting performance, will bowl the next. And once again, it's a bit of a swing and a miss here from Mohammed Amin. I'm quite surprised, actually, noticing that Kadir Abdul also scored some runs yesterday for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and considering that he scored that quite breathtaking 76 not out of 26 deliveries to get his team a win against Gladiators. I'm surprised they haven't gone for them earlier. Sometimes a batter's in, sometimes a batter is on song, and the way he batted in the last innings, he didn't miss-hit a single shot. He hit the ball so crisp and clean. In fact, I probably would have even said, you know what, I'd open with him and maybe Anik Ahmed, maybe somebody like Rehan comes in at number 3. If somebody's on, if it's their day, well, you get him out there. You don't hold them back. Slow delivery, well bowled. Good variations, I have to say, here from Royal Roma. And they're doing exactly what Vinny was saying in the introduction to this match. Well, surely they won't run here. They'll have to. Umpires will be quick to call that dead. But yeah, I mean, Vinny said that they bowl very well, very intelligently. It was pace on, pace off, bowl good lines. And that's exactly what they're doing here today. Looking to make it 3 wins out of 3. Just playing the one match here today. Well, that one doesn't quite come up as much. It's probably the only one that I've noticed in the day that sort of skidded through. Batter plays over it. And I think you'll see more of that with bowlers that do keep varying what they do with the pace of the ball. Short in the air, but I think this is going to go all the way. It does. He's got this hold of this pretty well. You just see some of the flags there blowing, and one thing you'll notice is that when the ball is crunched in the air like this, that wind does tend to be blowing in our direction. Of course, we're right behind the bowlers there, more or less. So anything like that will get some assistance. So that's clean, a clean hit there from Anik Ahmed, who once again seems to be one of the key contributors with the bat. And he lofts this over that mid-wicket boundary. That's a lovely shot as well. So 6 more and end of the over. So it doesn't quite go to plan there for Sukhbir Singh. But still, having said that, that's 13 of the over. They need to be going at 17. So even that doesn't quite get them where they need to be. It also shows just how difficult a task that they have got here to try and go at this rate. Over comes to an end, and it's my pleasure once again to invite Vinny back into our commentary position here. It's good to be reacquainted with Vinny. We haven't had too much time together. It's good to be back.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, it feels like it's been forever. But I mean, I feel like we're never that far apart. We might be physically, but obviously I'm hanging out all the time, watching your great work. Have a look at that with the 2 hat-tricks today, both against Roma Bangla Morning Sun as well. And just look on that. See, 30th of June, twice. 22nd of July, twice. 13th of August, twice. It's crazy because sometimes we go a month or even more without a hat-trick. And then when we see it strike twice, it's pretty amazing. It's actually 2 times we've seen 2 in an innings as well. He's Onkar. I think he's a really important component of this bowling attack. I really like his bowling. Even his batting's come a long way. He's a young player. Yeah, it takes a lot of bravery to bowl what he's bowling. He off-spin to right-handers in his form of the game, but he bowled really well yesterday. Let's see how he goes today. He's had a good start.
Yeah, one thing he will make use of is that little bit of extra bounce that you can get from this pitch. If you put it in the right area, just short of a length, you get the bounce. And of course, the batters don't want to commit because the keeper's standing up.
Gets a bit of a way drift as well. That's one that probably is a wide, but it gets spoiled. I just think he kind of rounds out their attack really nicely. In fact, he can come on. He's got the protection of 5 outfielders here, kind of protecting those straight boundaries as well as they can. So it'll be an interesting one, though. Anik Ahmed, he survived the kind of early assault, didn't he? He's on 32.
Yeah. In the air and gone. Well, there you go. You like him, Onkar Singh. And he gets the wicket, and gets the wicket there of Anik Ahmed. So now, really, I suppose the only person that they can turn to, it has to be Kadir Abdul, who has to come out and probably is the last hope of, well, once again, I said this in the last match they played, not so much perhaps the win, but maybe just getting the point.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, though. I don't think they think that way, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I think they'll have a certain Mr. Kadir that'll be coming out going, all right, time for me to clean up the mess again. I mean, the thing is, they have to go at almost, it's getting up to almost kind of 18, 19, 20 and over from here. So, they better make the move quickly. I think what's not great is Abdul's taken about 2 minutes to come out there. I wonder if he's going to beat the clock here.
There was one before. I know he got out very first ball. When he got there, they had Moshin, but he took forever. Took forever. So I'm just wondering if the time is being watched here.
I mean, in the old days when Rob was in charge and he was using the sundial, you could probably understand if it wasn't that accurate. But these days, probably should be able to sort the 1 minute thing out. Anyway, Abdul, I'm going to say yesterday's hero, but he was today's hero, wasn't he, earlier? He's going to start reasonably carefully by pushing a single.
Yeah, he's not the normal way that he plays, but I suppose that all batters like to just get off the mark. Well, he's done that, but he knows he's got to do more than that. He's got to be super duper aggressive and get going the way he did in the last match. Scored an incredible 76 in fact, of 26. Problem here at the moment is that Amin is just chewing up deliveries. That's ball number 9, and he's on 3.
That's the end of the over, actually. So it's 43 for 4. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and I've got Rico Full with me. I think with Onkar, now he bowls off spin, so I'll try and do the, I know you're looking probably the other way, but typically, most off spinners, they like to hold the ball either like that, or some will hold 3 fingers, and they're actually, when they're bowling, they're spinning the ball like this. But even with that rotation, often naturally it will drift out a little bit. So you'll notice that with Onkar, he was getting quite a few, almost they were kind of curving out a little bit. Geez, that would have been an amazing catch. Almost hunts this one down. That's Harkarat Singh out there. I'll have to check this one, see if it's 4 or 6. But, yeah, Abdul swinging the bat.
Yeah, I get the feeling just the way that the fielder went down and the height the ball passed him, I get a feeling it probably could be 6. I know that the umpires are checking, but I don't think we get a good camera angle of this.
Yeah, so I'll have to go with whatever they saw on the field with this one. Still good starts. Good effort out there, though, from Harkarat. Really hurled himself at it. What do they end up going with? They went 4 runs. It did look 4.
Up in the air, but this time he's not going to get it past the fielder. So even Abdul, who was incredible with his hitting last time, even he can't get going. And this is all clever, actually. It's all about taking the pace off. And I said this at the time. It's one thing that the Roma Gladiators weren't able to do. They have no slow options. And when you've got no slow options and you're taking on bowlers, got no pace on it, you're going to be in trouble. Now, they're just checking the catch here. And that's why I think the batter's been told to wait.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think there's any doubt about this.
He could have sold the real estate behind him and made a profit. Have a look at that. No problem at all.
Yeah, no issues. I think the umpires just want to make sure that the batter doesn't go off. And then they're looking at it again. So he will go. So unfortunately, nothing happening there for Kadir either. As, well, it's time to see Saiful Islam, see what he can do. Good catch taken there deep.
Who's going to be the hero this time? Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They never go quietly. But even that kind of 99 is looking quite a long way away at the moment with 5 wickets down. And this is Saiful Islam, who starts by pushing a single.
Yeah, Rajwinder Singh is the captain of the side, and he's probably feeling that his team are in a very, very strong position here. And that is a good, strong shot, though. So we know one thing, that these guys are not going to give up. They're going to keep on trying. They're going to keep on hitting. That's another one that gets blasted away. So another ball will come out. So that's a big hit. Got to keep trying. So Mohamed Amin just finally get hold of one. That's what he's got to do here. So Rajwinder, he won't mind that. He knows that they're going to have to go after him. A little bit too wide this time from Rajwinder. Good take from the keeper. Nicely done. Well, that ball comes back. Vinny Sandu was after that one. Thank you, Vinny. Nice job. Nice done. Yeah. Mohamed Moshin, of course, behind the stumps. Nice tidy work from him. The thing. I do like the umpire's look here. The blue, of course, the new blue. Too short, but it could get him a wicket if he can get there. No, he can't. It just drops in sort of no man's land. Of course, everybody on the leg side is back on the boundary. 3 men back there, all back. Square leg, mid-wicket, and a long one. So that's a lot of work to do for the bowler himself. That is gone. Adios. It's just too short. And it gets worked away quite beautifully. So 6 more runs. It's not the worst of overs. We'll go for 19, but does pick up a wicket. But even though it goes 19, it still doesn't go for what's required. And that's 6 overs down, 62 for 5.
Again, just the value of that wicket, I think, of Abdul is worth even a 20 off an over. I think at this stage, pretty good with extras as well, just the 2 of them so far. Given up by Royal Roma. Onkar is going to come back for a second over. I was just thinking that area over there, you've got the past and the future, right?
Yeah.
Back to live here. First one dragged away leg side. Well, he doesn't pick it up, but luckily he does just in time. It'll just be a single. Yeah, but you've got the past and the future in one field of vision. And the archaeological site there, which has now been filled in. Obviously, they must have taken the good stuff out.
Yeah.
And then you've got the vision of the future of the club rooms here. And actually, be watching before match number 5 because I take a bit of a try and do a bit of a time machine there.
I hope you didn't step into it because you would have disappeared.
Hey, some new friends.
Up in the air, tricky one. And no issues at all for lucky man. Well, he ain't lucky. He just classes Hashmat Dinsa, the man who's taken a hat-trick, now has the joy of taking the catch as well. Well watched, safely into the hands. No problemo, he says. No problemo.
Confidence is key, and it's hard to fake right now. Dinsa, it's almost like he bought his own bat and ball and he's playing his own game.
Yeah.
Isn't he? Takes a really good catch. Chandra Bowman comes in at number 8. He's just got to focus on trying to get that 36 now. I think this is the time you do have to reassess. And 10 and over or so to get that. No, it's not going to be easy with the 4 wickets, only the 4 wickets in hand. Another wicket for Onkar Singh, 2 for 3 off 8 balls. It just keeps coming along in leaps and bounds. Chris is talking about the Netherlands series where the USA are playing Canada today in 50 over cricket. Interesting you mentioned that. We'll actually be there next weekend covering the 20 over matches between those countries, Netherlands, USA and Canada.
Gets played away and they'll take a single.
Oh, they might get more. No, they won't. Well backed up. But, yeah, looking forward to that. That game today, the 50-over game, is at Voorburg Cricket Club, which is where we shot the T20 series from Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland earlier in the year. Wow, belted. That's gone a country mile. Well, good luck finding that one. That's gone over all fences that we can put up here. That's Maximo time. 6 time in. He says, yeah, don't worry. I'll get us at least to the safety of a point. That was a powerful strike.
That's huge. Well, forget 6. If it were possible, you'd give 12 for that. That's a big hit. That's gone into the field behind us and buried itself in the turf.
Onkar goes pace on. And now he's going to go for 4. I don't know with Onkar. I know he's a young player. That's one that I maybe would have liked to see him toss it up again because I knew he was going to bowl a quicker ball there. And I think the experience of him in, he says, you know what? I know it's going to be pushed through. I'm going to sit in that foot and I'm going to crack it.
Yeah, a good shot though, firmly played. I mean, Hashmat Dinsa doesn't have too much ground to make to get where the ball eventually ended up, but he's hit that so well, it weren't going to happen. Now, this one, it's a teaser and just out of the reach. This one is going to be 6 more, so Onkar is, bowling figures have just taken a bit of a pounding here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's easy from here, and I said you've got to be brave. I'd like to see Onkar going to try and bowl slower if he gets whacked, because I think their batter's eyes will probably light up and you're more chance of a mistake. Just by, he took away his main power, which was taking the pace off by pushing it through. Just felt that may be something he could think about. A lot of good bowlers do that, and he's a good bowler. Still learning his craft, though. Roma Capannelle versus Roma CC in match 10, the last match of day number 2. And it's actually our last match together for about another week. But we'll be back. Let's see what we got there. Ravil Siddiqui comes in for Roma Capannelle. We've got Chinthanathan Dige. He's a big in, actually, for Roma. Mark Singer comes in as well. That game is starting at 5:15 local, which is 3:15 GMT, and it's 8:45 in India. And look, and normally you'd say that's a huge mismatch. Probably still big favourites, Roma CC, but Roma Capannelle played with a bit more confidence, didn't they, in that second game?
Much better from them. And if they can play the same way, you never know. All you need is a team to have an off day or not be 100%, and you can maybe get a win. But they are underdogs into it. That one will bounce just once, so he holds onto it. Thought for a moment he was going to get away from Harkirat Singh, who has already taken a very good catch in this match.
I've got the champ who's put a foreign language comment in the chat. Don't often do this, but I'm going to translate this one because he's got a bit of traction with it.
Okay.
Hello, the champ.
Shorter one, but gets dragged.
Do you reckon I can read this out on air before I translate it? Okay. He's predicting a resurgence and saying after many dramas, he thinks Roma Bangla Morning Sun are going to turn it around and chase this. Wait and see. Okay, champ. I'm not champing you, but that is your name.
In which universe is champ seeing that happen? They've probably surprised us once or twice. Are
you aware of champing? I know it's a fairly new term,
no.
But champing, it's kind of an Australian thing they say, that like it basically shows that you're superior to someone if you call them champ. So like at a cricket club, if I'm like a first grade player and one of the youngsters comes up, and you go, oh, hello Vinny, whatever. I'm like, yeah, no worries, champ. I don't know your name. I'm just going to call you champ. So then it breaks through to then the actual the field if you champ somebody. So I've seen people go out and, yeah, no worries, champ. You know, but they'll do it to like Mike Hussey or something.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? You get champed.
I get what you mean.
It's like it kind of was on the way out. I used to just call people names. That was the more traditional way. But there's subtle power dynamics. But anyway, hello to the champ. Let's see if you're right.
Firmly struck, but that's what Dinser makes the stop. Did you enjoy, speaking of champs, plenty of champions around the last few weeks? We saw plenty of action, of course. We know the Euros. We didn't really speak to each other since the Euros, with Spain, of course. Yeah. Went and won. That was massive.
That? Yeah,
that was great. Then
we had to send Charlie home to watch it.
Didn't we? Did of course the men did it again at the Olympics. That was great, and that's what's going to go on to the Olympics, as this will go for 4. So at least they do get that one again. But the Olympics, did you get a chance to watch?
I actually saw, because I was off last week. I was kind of watching ECN by day and the Olympics by night.
Okay.
And I got to say, I'm not happy with your lot, because the water polo, Spain were able to get a gold medal, beating Australia in the final. It would have been a 19th. But Australia still got more gold medals than they've ever had in any Olympics, which I think is pretty good for a country with a small population. But admittedly, a lot of sharks. That's why they swim so fast. Oh, yeah. Let's try that then.
I think the impact probably, let's have a look at where this impacts.
You know, when you need 9 off 13 for a point, it's probably not smart. It's probably going down leg side.
Yeah. It hits the stumps.
Does it hit the stumps?
It goes onto the stumps, and the batter is just, you know, he don't care. He said, I'm all right. These bows aren't coming off. But this actually rolls onto the stumps.
Does it? How hard? Hits both legs, and then follow it. He's perplexed in time, wasn't he? It wasn't leg before wicket, it was leg and then wicket. Yeah. End of the 8th over, the score is 90 for 6. And they're above the blue line for now. Because the only way you're not going to get this point is if probably you get bowled out and it's just a total shoot show.
Yeah, I mean,
they've got the only way you're losing.
Deal with challenges here. So water polo, actually, I mean, the more I watch of it, the more I see that it's quite aggressive.
In Hungary, of course, in Hungary, it's very big there. I used to have a teacher that played for Australian water polo. That's a good shot. That's lifted up. And, I mean, he's played a pretty important hand here. That should get Roma Bangla Morning Sun a point. We know that yesterday they didn't get their point against Roma CC. That could hurt them in the long term. But you've got to realise also Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they're playing their 6th game in this heat in 2 days. Yeah. So they'll probably deserve a bit of a break after this. Yeah, water polo. Do you know that some of the players wear between 3 and 6 swimsuits?
What, in a match?
Here's the thing, Here's the thing about water polo, because they're trying to referee it, but the real action's going on under the water. They're basically trying to drown each other. They're basically like a bunch of alligators and crocodiles in there trying to drag each other under the water. Yeah. It's deep water. right? So, and that involves any means necessary to drag someone down by whatever you can.
Let's just see what you see
your
at
hands
the surface.
Yeah.
Does not show what's happening underneath. Oh, well, how about this? It's the old French cut for 4 more, and they've got that point. So well done to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They have got a point out of this picture, courtesy of this French cut.
Yeah, well, they get there in the end, don't they? I wasn't looking so certain when they lost those 3 wickets in succession the first over. They were 6 for 3 at that stage.
I mean, he's done very well. When he first was out there, he was hardly getting bat on ball. So he's come back well with 39 of 20.
A little bit of a whippage to the leg side. So now I think the rest of this game becomes not completely dead. I suppose there's always net run rate to play for, but you just don't see them getting 42 off 8 from here, even with the min going so well. Yeah, water polo. So I had a teacher, and actually I remember I was in the 2nd grade, so this is the '88 Olympics. And of course I loved it because instead of class, you know what they did? Because all the teachers wanted to watch him. They stuck it on the TV. So they got to spend 2 hours just watching water polo.
Watching it, yeah.
That's the private school education for you. Anyway, this one will be stopped. Oh, a little bit of 360 there as well. Oh, I don't know if you got this. Oh, how about the work here? Goes left, the old spin around Muhammad Arshad. Something from the Harlem Globetrotters there.
Well, this is where, like the Olympics, you can get points for the stop and then also points for the technical merits there as well. Well
Artistic
done.
impression.
Yeah.
All right, lift it up in the air. Feel like this should be caught. Maybe not. Backs, I suppose at this stage, got the game under control. Rajvinder says, I'll just take it on the hop. I'll bounce it over the keeper and give away another run. But at this stage, probably doesn't matter too much. End of 9, 103 for 6. Yeah, so let's talk athletics. I got to say, there's a lot of, it's like we've talked about this already a few times actually, but there's a few events that, like I wouldn't watch it outside the Olympics. One for me is weightlifting. I love weightlifting because it's when I can see their minds, they're trying to say, you can do this. They're trying to be completely positive. And that leads to some amazing results. It also leads to them sometimes thinking they can do things that they can't. Because there's a point where it gets too heavy. And that is brutal. But, you know, the feeling when they're doing it, and when they finally get it up, and you can see in their face, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, in Bulgaria, that's one of the sports that they're very good at. So, of course, while we were there, of course, the wrestling, the boxing, and the weightlifting was something that was being shown a fair bit. And, I mean, watching that sometimes, it just, when you see them, when they're squatting down and then they lift themselves up, the strain that body goes through. And it's hardly it's not surprising that sometimes by the time they get up and they put those weights down, they're just dizzy and about to fall over.
Yeah. Okay. I got to go there. Name one sport that you're a bit surprised is in the Olympics. Go. First answer.
Break dancing.
Yeah. What's going on there? Did you see the Australian? Did you say ray gun?
Charlie tried to convince me to watch some of it, and I just couldn't because I knew I would go off on one. Things like that, skateboarding, etc. What's going on?
Catch guys dissing your flag, girl. Give them some of these. There's a quote for you, Simpson fans out there. The rate, like, it's not like I agree it's a thing, right? But you might as well have beer pong in the Olympics if we're doing that. I know they're trying to reach the new generation. I don't know, and I'm not like trying to be negative, but you look at some of the things that aren't there. But I think it's all about they're trying to capture the new generation. I was in Italy last year. I was in Milan. And met a youngster, and we got chatting to him, and he didn't speak a lot of English or anything. But he's like, yeah, I'd like to go to the Olympics. And I said, well, what sport? And he said, well, either football or breakdancing. So maybe it's working. That's shortish. I wonder if that's going to be a no ball.
There was one. Yeah, it is, because the ball before was pretty short as well.
This one, does it climb over the... Well, with the step, probably definitely is, because you've got to judge it at the crease. At the crease, it's certainly... Well, it's already pretty much over his shoulder when it reaches him. So it will be a no ball, free hit to come. It shouldn't matter too much. I mean... It's not like it has a big tradition. Like, some of the wrestlings I think look pretty silly, but at least they're traditional.
Yeah.
At least they put clothes on now. Go to the Asian Olympics.
Trampolining as well. I mean, all right.
I think if
it's a good-
gymnastics is in there.
It's not a bad word, but trampolining, I was just thinking, is it really an Olympic
They've already
sport?
got mini trampolines to the gymnastics, so at least that's an extension of something. We'll continue this conversation in the last match of the day. Right now, it's game, set, and match. And Royal Roma, on the back of a pretty decent batting performance, 141 they score. They end up running out winners by 36 runs, although Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they will finish a long day at the office, having achieved a point there. You know what, they still have 2 matches in the second half of tomorrow as well, so they've got a big kind of front-ended schedule. It's a funny old day for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Obviously, they don't get that one. They did pull that 140s chase out of the fire with Kadir. I think you just got to ride the ups and downs and try and refocus for tomorrow. Tonight, though, we've got another Roma derby coming your way. Roma Capannelle taking on Roma CC. Leandro's back, and he'll be behind the stumps this time for Roma Capannelle. And Roma CC, well, interesting they've listed Rifat at the top of the order, former Roma Bangla Morning Sun player. Didn't really get a chance with that yesterday. Prabhath is in there as well, Prabhath Iknalagoda. Fernando listed 3, Prathuvi Samarage at 4, and they've listed Rilla reasonably high as well. That game's coming your way in approximately 35 minutes. Let's go back and have a look. What about this? It was uno, dos, tres, a hat-trick for Dinza, the second of the day.
Yeah, what a wonderful moment it was for him as well. And with those 3 wickets falling like that, you knew they were going to very different come back. And this was the catch for the hat-trick. Really well taken there. And not dropping this, he couldn't sing. He said, I'm getting this hat-trick. There was joy. And Dinsa, wonderful bit of bowling from him. Really was second hat-trick of the day.
Yeah, strange. Will we get a third in the day? Who knows? Yeah, you can see that one also. Was the one that kind of completed the set, wasn't it? A long way across. I think it was a fairly elementary decision. But, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they still had Anik there. I thought with him at the crease, they were a smoky chance to get home. Obviously, they still had Kadir in the shed. He could move the needle a little bit. But I suppose with Anik, he's such a destructive player. I love his hands. I love the way he lets the ball come to him. He's pretty good at cutting. He likes pulling away as well. So he's very good kind of horizontal bat shots. But, of course, we saw that he didn't get the chance to go too much longer. Eventually, he would fall. Caught by Sukhbir for 32. And then they needed some more heroics, didn't they, from Kadir Abdul, but he would fall after scoring just the 1-4. And then the battle was really on for them to even hold on to their point.
Yeah, it was. But, well, fair play. Oh, man, it took a while to get going. Did finally show some good promise, some good hitting. Not out in the end was Mohammed Amin, 40 of 27, 4 sixes and 2 fours. And he certainly did play a big part in at least ensuring that his team did get a point. There was Dinsa back in the action again. Another good bit of fielding from him. A good catch, actually. He's a very good player. And, of course, we've seen him perform out there on the big stage when it comes to getting out there and scoring a few runs with the bat as well. That one, well, he couldn't stop that. That was too well hit. And Onkar just, his over, or his spell, I should say, just finished not the way he would have liked with the 3 boundaries being pumped off him of his last 3 deliveries. But once again, though, and before that happened, he would take some good wickets. And this one was an interesting one where the ball goes onto the stumps and the bails stay on. Well, this also could have gone to the stumps, but gets through, inside edge, goes all the way down to the boundary. Good finish there towards the end as well from the bowler. Doesn't go for, well, just goes for 2 runs. Does Mohammed Ashad. So once again, showing that they have some real good depth in their lineup. Royal Roma, let's have a quick look at that. Just 2 scores of any merit. Again, Anik Ahmed in the runs, 32 of 14. 40 there from Mohammed Amin of 27.
Yeah, it was a fighting effort. At least gets them a point. I will say, the players are out, didn't really waste any time. I think you've got to give credit to Royal Roma. They kind of brought that pressure again today that we saw last night, and they thoroughly deserve their victory. And that's their only game today, so I feel that they've come, they've done the job. We won't see them again until Peacock Friday, Royal Roma. Looking at the bowling, Dinsa, well, memorable one for him. 3 for 18, including a hat-trick, 2 for 20 for Onkar. I think continues his journey, doing some really good things at the moment. Rajvinder picked up a wicket with a bit of finger spin as well. And how about Arshad with a maiden at the end, if you don't mind. But really, 3-1, probably a fair result in the end. Royal Roma would have kind of sniffed the opportunity, I think, to take all the points out of that one. Bit of an extended break now, about half an hour away from the last game of the day. Match 10, we'll see Roma Capannelle taking on the hosts. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Rico Full. We'll see you the other side of this break with more Rome action. You're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Well, here we are. Welcome to the future. This is the Roma Cricket Ground, and I know these are the plans. I'd love to have a clubhouse here and some extra facilities. You know, it's not so easy in a country like Italy to kind of get the funding and get the support to do this, but I know that everyone here at the Roma Cricket Club, to Prabhath and Lorena, have been working really hard to make this become a reality. And just have a look at all these spectators. They're having a great time. So yeah, maybe this is the future, but let's not live in the future too long. Let's go out to the middle now, where we are ready for the last game of day 2, match number 10. It's another Roma derby. This time it's Roma Capannelle against the hosts Roma CC. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Match 10 toss with Roma Capannelle versus Roma CC. Roma CC to call.
Head call.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
Yeah, bat first.
Roma CC won the toss and will bat first.
So Roma CC playing their only match here on day 2. They've won the toss, and their captain Sujith Urilagadagi has decided he wants to have a hit. Why not? They've got a long batting lineup. We saw them do the job 2 times out of 3 yesterday. Of course, they had that unbroken run of 21 ECS wins in a row by Royal Roma. But Roma Capannelle, they had a bit of a shocker first game, especially with the bat, but they really fought hard in the second game. They scored 150 plus, wasn't quite enough to get the win. But I like that approach. I think they've got nothing to lose in this game, really. Like to see them kind of go out there, do the job with the ball, take their catches, maybe keep it to something that is chaseable. Well, I'm going to enjoy this game, and as you can see, there's plenty of room in the grandstand. So Rico, I'm going to sit with my new friend here. He looks like a completely normal human person. But anyway, I'm going to get to know him as the wind picks up. Let's go over to the commentary box. Rico Full standing by for the start of match 10.
Something tells me that his friend out there is not going to have too much to say, really, but Vinny certainly ain't going to stop talking. And I love the look of Indiana Jones out there in the coin tosses as well. Charles Crouch at the Sheriff looking the business. I tell you, another team that's looking the business at the moment is Roma CC. They're looking to get stuck in here, aren't they? The 1-2, but did lose the match yesterday. So they are out to put that right, of course, that record of theirs that they were looking to continue and maybe make some history. It'd come to an end. So we are ready to go. And, well, Vinny Sandu was doing a bit of talking when he's gained another fan. And I mean, literally, there is another fan that comes into the commentary box. And that will probably come in pretty handy for sure. So ready to go here And Roma Campanelli, let's see how they can get on here. And Kevin Kulawala is going to be pretty key. I like the batting of Dane Kirby last time round as well. But Leandro Berenger is going to be hoping that he can get some more input from the likes of Moratini. I think Moratini is somebody who can certainly turn it on with bat and with ball. And then maybe somebody even like Amir Hamza can come up with the goods as well. But not given too much of a chance here. 87% to 13. Roma CC big time favourites. And you can understand why. They had good players find form yesterday. You saw that Dinadu Manage was in good form with bat and with ball. Rehan Ahmed 42, he scored in their first match. Even Charles Fernando was in the runs and stayed that way all the way through. And Denim also, of course we know Denim for a number of years was scoring runs. But it was that loss really to Royal Roma when, having put 94 on the board, they only managed to get 84. So no real batter really got going. So that was the big issue. So we are ready to go here once again. Very warm, very sticky, very humid. The temperatures up around now the 34. And look at the kits there. I had a look at these yesterday while I was watching some of the cricket, and I thought, wow, I know they like to go big on the kits. There's definitely a splash of colour from Roma CC. That just gets worked away. And a single gets taken. It's a Safi Badar. Starts off with the ball. So Roma Campanelli, if they're going to get a win, it's going to be a bit of a shock, and they're going to have to do it the hard way here. It has to be said. They have to do it against one of the key and big teams. One of the favourites has to be said. Capannelle also playing their third match in the day. Roma CC only play this one, so of course I think that in itself means that it's a huge plus for Roma CC. They're pretty fresh. Capannelle, you're going to be a little bit tired, and well, there's a sweeper out there, which is good. As well, Samarhoon gets off the mark. That's Tushara with a nice looking shot. Yeah, when we get a close up on some of these dashing kits of Roma CC in a moment, the batters. And certainly it's a little bit of the old lightning strikes on the bright red. Width in the air, gone straight to the fielder, and Badar has taken a wicket. A good catch there, taken by Moratini. Yes, please. Shaken, not stirred, as this one, look, gets himself in a position and says thank you very much. A little bit of mayo to finish up with in the end. We all like a little bit of mayo. And wicket will go. Dinadu Manage is going to fall for just one. So Dinadu. Roma CC 2 for 1. What a start. So well done to Safi Badar. So Dinadu caught well. Very well. But Moratini, well, want a little bit more of Moratini is what Roma Campanelli will be saying. And there's the kit. Yeah, have a look at that. That's a, wow, it's a little bit of a, isn't it a little bit the old comic strip about those? You know, the old comics you used to have. You know, remember the old Batman and Robin, and it was to be Batman, pow, bang, and wallop, and all of those splashes of colours coming up. Dot ball, but Charles Fernando comes in at 3. Charles played some good supporting knocks yesterday, and now he has to stick around here with Tushara. That one is worked off the hips. How high is this one now? The umpire's looking around. They will go to the third umpire, Rick Beer, to have a look, but I mean, he's a long way out of his crease. Question is this ball from where it is there? Let's see it one more time. So it's coming down, but I wouldn't say it's coming down fast enough to go below the waist. I'm calling it as a no ball here. I just hope they don't. Yeah, there it is. It's a good call. Sometimes umpires see the batter a long way out and decide, it's a long way out now, not no ball. But That's the right call there. So Bedard just goes a little bit too high. That means that Charles Fernando now has the opportunity to go big here. In fact, that's the left-hander. It's Sam Raccoon who will be on strike. Free hit. They want to get a boundary in this over, otherwise it'd be a slow start. And, well, they will get a boundary. Not quite where they wanted, but you can see when you've got the mercy of the free hit, you can really go big. He's not worried about being stumped or being bowled or anything, just getting a big swing. And it gets plenty of bat onto it. It'll go to the boundary. 8 on the ball with the ball to come then. Liking the noise levels here from Roma Capannelle. Certainly trying to raise their game for this big match. And that one gets dragged onto the leg side, and oh, he's very unlucky, the fielder. That's really, really unlucky. Comes across to make the save, and he gets the slide in, which is the right thing to do, and tries to smother it. But unfortunately, the ball hits Ghulam Amir here and gets away from him. Watch this. So had to get the slide to get there, gets the body behind it, but very unlucky that it ricochets away, gets to the boundaries. So 2 boundaries to end the over, which takes them to 12 off the first. But 12 for 1. They do get the big wicket of Dindu Marage, who had a very good start yesterday to this 2024 series. 41 days to go then to the Euros of Cricket at the Cardamom Oval. Cartomania will rock the world once more in the beautiful province of Andalusia, region of Malaga. And if you can come down, do so. I haven't really talked much to Vinny about this, but I don't know how much Vinny is aware of it. But new look to some parts of the Cardamom Oval and looking pretty cool and dashing. Here's Moratini, who after taking a catch will go down the ground. This will be an outstanding catch if anybody can pull this off just out of the reach of Kevin. And that would have been quite sensational. He was just getting geared up here for taking an absolute stunner. Kevin Kekuwala. And at the last minute, the ball just not falling into his hands. Otherwise, that would have been an outstanding catch. Fernando gets 2. Well, that's down the leg side, just leaves that alone. Good take from the keeper there. And that's, as Vinny mentioned, that Leandro is now behind the stumps. Leandro Beranger, very good player, of course. We saw him doing good work out in the field as well. But behind the stumps is where I think he's at his best, the captain. Taking it on, has to run hard, in comes the throw. The batters do get home. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. And Chris Smith just speaking about some of the other cricket that's happening there in the Netherlands at the Haag cricket ground. Rain stopped play for the moment there. No such issues here at the moment. In fact, we've had to get the addition of another fan to try and keep us cool. Very warm afternoon here, warm and muggy. Moratini. Now that's going to be a little bit too wide. Just looking at where Leandro takes this one, it does suggest to me that he just go a little bit too. Having a look at it again, I mean, it's always difficult when the ball is going across the batter, especially with that camera angle, and that's where you have to rely really on the decision there from the umpire. Lovely look that is off when the bowler's coming in from our camera 4 angle. Edge genuine over the short third. That's going to be 4 more. Proud to be Roma Cricket, says the banners. Loving some of the banners here. Of course, you've got the inner ring of banners, which is stronger together. And also Let's Play Cricket. Also plenty of advertising there for the Meltel Shield coming up as well. That's going to be absolutely brilliant. When the British and the Irish Roses taking on Team Europe. Looking forward to that. But of course, then outside of that, you've got specific banners there from the Roma Cricket Ground. Loving the feel of this ground and loving the work that's been done to it as well. Moratini, that's been whipped away pretty nice. That's a very nice shot. And just a little bit short and into the body. And Samarakun plays a lovely shot. It's an area that we know he's very strong at. And see there, he just rocks back, gets a little bit of a swivel on this, a little bit of oh! There's that one. Will go to the boundary, 4 runs. To the first boundary of this over. Moratini. Short, and that is going to go the distance. Bolle. Que zona, que grande eso es. Eso es grandísimo. 6 carreras más. Boom. Shakalagia. You don't want to be bowling there. Adios, Bolota. That has gone a long way. And, well, Moratini, 4-4-6. The extra balls having to be bowled courtesy of the wides are being punished here. Now he goes outside the off, and that will disappear as well. Very good hitting in the power play here from Tushara Samarakun. As the fielders get pushed from one area to another, nobody then deep on the offside anywhere, not even straight on the offside with the 2 men on the leg side. So he goes over the off, puts another one away. It's a cracking finish to the over. Finishes with 4 boundaries, 25 come off it. And after 2 overs, the score 37 for 1. Well, they did look in a bit of trouble when they lost Dinadu pretty early, but that's the strength of this Roma CC side. They recover pretty quickly, and as we look at the standings, we welcome Vinny Sandhu back for this, the last match.
Happy to be here. Now, here's something a bit different for the Rome edition this time. We've got Bologna to come from a little bit further north, Baracca Prato likewise, Kent Lanka to come from Napoli the other direction. But yeah, just geographically, I've got to say, big shout out to those teams. I know we've tried to group their games together around the middle, but I think it shows a lot of commitment. I mean, Bologna and Baracca Prato, we have seen previously of course, we've had tournaments in Bologna before. But for them to come down, I think it's a big effort. Looking forward to seeing them. And obviously, Kent Lanka as well.
Yeah, Bologna, of course, the home of the ragu sauce, amongst many other things. And, of course, they themselves there have a beautiful ground. That one's a good call for the umpire. Why, Paul?
I'm a little bit sad we haven't gone back to Bologna for a while. Because, number one, Pianoro Cricket Ground, magnificent.
Yeah.
But also, I know you weren't at this, but I'll try and describe it to you. As this is going to be hit straight up in the air. Fielder camps under it. It's Gulam. And he takes it. Well, almost takes him into terra firma. That's a very well judged catch. It's Fernando that has to go. So that might just swing things back Capannelle's way. Big player goes to the skies and doesn't survive. Roma CC, 38 for 2.
Good catch there from Gulam Hamir. Well, it's I've seen players lunge forward to take catches, but never lunge sort of feet first like this. He ends up taking it lying down, but doesn't make a mistake. And Charles Fernando doesn't really get going this time around. Goes for the big. I don't mind that from Fernando. He's probably thinking, look at that for a catch, by the way. It's almost like somebody's taking his feet away.
Sometimes under high balls, I would deliberately try and do that.
Yeah.
Because a keeper, you don't really take them fingers up very often. Almost like, I'm going to almost lie down. There's no... Basically, I'm between the ball and the floor. Like, you're going to have to go through me. And that's kind
to get the boundary.
Yeah, to hit, to survive. And actually, it was good. He put his body on the line there. He got right under it, committed to it. He wasn't too fussed about his footing. Charles has to go for just 4. It's 38 for 2. Yeah, so what I was saying about Bologna, it's the home of a place called Fico Italy World. So Italy, but E-A-T.
Okay.
This was like a Disneyland for food. Have you heard some of these stories?
Is this the one you were going around in some sort of bikes or something and grabbing food? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Because we thought, there's all these bikes here. Like, we thought, let's steal one. Okay, not steal, borrow. Okay, so we thought that'd be fun. Here's Saf. He's got 2 wickets now. Not a bad start. Here's Samarage coming out at number 4. He's got 2 lefties out there. Samarakun's been a revelation top of the order. We've seen him back there before, but he's a bit of a chameleon. Can bat anywhere. Often they trust him to come in when the game's on the line, even 7 or 8, which seems really low. But I remember just when they were able to qualify for ECL, it had a really important role in executing the chase late in the piece. Yeah, so we're like, okay, let's borrow some of these bikes. They're just hanging around.
Borrow.
Thinking, yeah. Oh, he's so far over his crease here. Wants to get front foot and does. Pumps at 1 bounce 4. Great batting. Sam Rakun just reminding everyone that he can bat at the top of the order. He's doing a really good job at the moment.
Well, he's the one scoring most runs. What I like about this shot is, yeah, he is moving. He does come down the track, but once he gets there, he then stays perfectly still and plays probably quite an exquisite shot.
What's your tactic? You're a bowler to someone that basically standing 2-3 metres out of his crease saying, all right, do you bang it in, or do you think that's what the batter wants?
I think that's what he wants, because he is very strong on the short ball. And, well, he gets a little bit lucky here. It's not the first time he's got a bit of luck. I think when I see that, so you can see a nice shot of some spectators that are making some camp down the ground watching. For me, I think it's take the pace off. Take the pace off
maybe.
And try to get them to make a mistake in that way.
Pace off's probably a good shout. I'm thinking maybe you can tram line, bowl around him slightly.
Yeah.
There's the viewing area. Good to see the faithful. Might be Delisha there, actually. He's hanging over the fence. We'll see her for Team Europe in the Meltor Shield. I'm going to come back to my story. Just got to speak to my lawyers first. That's a pretty good Yorker. Knocked into the ground. Well done by Safi.
Yeah.
So here we are thinking we're a bit like Rebel. And this place is huge. It's basically Disneyland, but for adults and for food. Turns out you're allowed to ride the bikes. That's what they're for.
All right. So you didn't pinch him in the end.
So yeah, we were actually doing it. We're like, you took a bike too. And like, yes, that's how you get around. Last ball of power play. Going to be worked for 1, and that'll be the end of 3. Roma CC, 48 for 2, but a couple of breakthroughs for Capannelle in the first 3 overs. Okay, but this place was amazing. It's hard to describe exactly what it was like, but it was larger than life. I think we went in July, so it wasn't that busy because everyone gets out of the country for the holiday. So it was pretty much deserted. It was like several football fields worth of just stalls of different types of food and pasta and wine and all of these things. And it was so cheap. I mean, a bucket of gnocchi was €5. And you could get, and that was the unit. It was a bucket. And and they were selling these kind of, it's called meat on a stick. They had a fancy name for it. But I think, how many dozen would you like? And I'm like, quite a lot of dozen, thanks. But that was a good day out. So we'll have to get back to Bologna. We'll take you there. Negative, they have no real transport back, so we were wandering the streets and the outskirts of Bologna at about 11 o'clock at night after a few too many buckets of gnocchi, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But eventually we found our way home.
Yeah, Bologna, unfortunately, the time that I was in Bologna, when we were still sort of in the middle of all the regulations with COVID, so we weren't really able to go out too much. And, of course, all of those beautiful sort of squares where restaurants would normally be, of course, weren't there. So we didn't really get to see the best of Bologna.
Yeah, that's right.
It's played nicely. We'll go to the boundary. Nobody really at point. So 4 more runs. So all of these runs really at the moment, it's Samara Kuhn that's making it all happen. The other batters haven't really got going at all. And we know that Dinadu, he went very cheaply for just 1. We saw Fernando go for 4. And at the moment, Samarage just on 1. So it's all about Tushara Samarakun at the moment.
Oh, that's really well struck. He used his feet to perfection there. Samarakun, that's a monster hit. Maximo takes him up to 48, knocking on the door of a brilliant half-century.
Yeah, well, Ijaz gets his first real opportunity with the ball here today, and it's not going to plan. Tushara, well, he drags this one, trying to get it in the gap. Bobbles dangerously, but well stopped. It will just be a single.
And Samarakun, look, he's playing his 54th match. He's only scored 150. He scored 51 last year against Kent Lanka. But he's a good player. Yeah, like I say, I think his role has become a bit more down the order. You know, late runs, be smart in the chase. You can see he's got gears. He can bat technically, but he's also got power. So, yeah, it's good to see him getting this opportunity. Finally, to wrap up the Bologna conversation, that was where certain commentators working with me said that, how long do you think I can ride a bike while having this lemonade in my mouth?
There can only be one commentator.
It ended quite badly. It wasn't Nish. But anyway, Yeah, it was a different world. That's the end of the 4th over, and the score is 60 for 2.
60 for 2, going well. And that 1-4 again, sort of 140 sort of score expected at the moment. Of course, they could go pretty big and go beyond that, or a few wickets could fall down and it could end up being a lot less. But certainly we'll see that by the time we look at some of the stats tomorrow, that the score's certainly gone upwards here today, as has that worm, though it's starting to level off a little bit here now. So of course, we are in Rome. A lot of people call, of course, Rome the Caput Mundi. Basically translates to the capital of the world, and also known as the city of 7 hills, because they said that Rome was eventually, when it was built, was around these 7 hills. Okay, here we go. Hamza. Good, here he is. He's screaming that he thinks he's got his man. Looking at it first up, I think he's getting a bit excited.
He's confident.
For nothing, but maybe I'm wrong.
Let's have a look at it.
Maybe I'm wrong. Have a look. So, foot is there. And
has a look.
Is it? I think there's enough of it past the line. If I'm honest, there's enough of it past the line. That's what the wicketkeeper is thinking.
I don't think it's out. I think he wishes it was out, but I think there's something behind the line pretty much all times. This will be a pretty easy freeze, because he's pretty much frozen already.
Yeah.
But we'll try and get it anyway.
Yeah, it's a straightforward one, really. There's got to be a little bit down past the line, and I think by the time these bells come off, there's enough there, you can see, to suggest that he does. So
I think you can't give that out.
Yeah.
Although, hey, it's been that kind of day. I'm going to roll the dice. I think it's in.
Yeah, I think he's in there. I think it's worth it from the keeper. He's thinking, well, why not have a go? It could go our way.
Thing is, now I know this angle. The keeper's got a great angle on that. So if you can see the back edge of the line, you know it's out. It's actually a kind of better angle than even side on. Because if you can see any of that white line behind his toe, you're like, you're out. But yeah, I think that's the right decision.
Okay, everybody calms down again and gets back to their places as Hamza looks to come in again, and well, he gets this past that outside edge again. So swinging and missing is Samaraga here at the moment, not getting any bat on ball. I think he's better off trying a different option here instead of going down the ground, where incidentally fielders are waiting. Why not try and cut these or just dab it? And he doesn't want to, still wants to go for the big shot. This time, though, he gets just a little bit more width than the few balls before, and he is able to get his first boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Samaraga hasn't really fired yet, but he's so dangerous. Such a good cricketer. I'd say he's having an off couple of days, but hasn't kind of played to his complete potential so far.
Okay, got a chance here. Oh, he's a little bit late picking this up, I think. See the throw coming there. I don't think Muratini picks this up straight away. I think that was probably an opportunity if he was able to get going quickly. And in the end, he has to take it on the one bounce. And this one is going to be a chase and thud into the banner. There's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro Carrera says, well, there's nothing that Kevin could do about that. That's firmly struck. A wonderful stroke. The hitting has been great, and well, that brings up 50 as all for Samaragoon. 50, well batted, great knock from him, but he ain't done yet. And as beautifully played. Look at the difference between the shot that's played here. I wonder if we can see this shot one more time, please, guys. Samaragoon plays his way, but look at the difference here. Not trying to whack it down the ground. He does exactly what I said. Play the ball on merit, and he plays it on the offside. That is a delightful stroke. And Tushara Samaragoon, he brings up, well, as Vinny was saying, he's only scored a half century once before, but he's done and got another one here. And maybe he's on to his highest score now on the network, 57 of 17. But look in the business, looking good. 73 at the halfway mark as 2 wickets have fallen. And we can have a look at the Miltel Shield here.
I'm really excited for this. And this isn't this weekend, but next weekend. So British and Irish Roses, although they don't actually have any Irish players in there or Scottish players, as this is going to be a thick edge. Oh, needs to hustle. Probably should have gone the other end there. And I think... you've got to realise, I suppose, at this stage, we haven't had an ECCW that's included Islander Scotland. So you're kind of looking at a lot of players there. We have had Jersey play in an ECIW before against Netherlands. Got a fair bit of Gibraltarian representation down the bottom with Lizzie Ferrari. She was brilliant in the CE Cup. Yanira Black's a really good young player as well that's got it. Amy Valverde was leading the Jibs earlier in the year. Nikki Caruana, also very, very good player. And we'll just probably go back to that one more time.
Yeah, it's interesting that you saw Ferrari there. Of course, we had Kieran Ferrari, captain Gibraltar. So keeping it in the family.
For Team Europe, look at the Italians all lined up there. Amelia Bartram, Elena Sims, Delisha, as well as Methnara Ratnaika in there for Italy. As this is in the air, it's in the gap though. So this may hold up. Gets a solid bounce. Watch out. Almost pulls it back. Couldn't quite. Tried to throw the paint the fence Karate Kid style at that, but unfortunately there's a little gap in it and it ends up sneaking through.
It's a little bit of a little soft push for. Look at this. Look at the hand on this. I mean, he needs to hit that firmly. He just tries a little touch on it, and if you like, he edges it from behind for four.
It does. You don't want those when you're fielding. When you're batting, it's fine. 79 for 2 now, halfway through the 6th over.
That should just be a single. But we'll keep going back to this the squads here.
Let's have a look. Babette Delayed is in there from the Netherlands. It's a maximum of 4 per nation for Team Europe. You can see there. Don't know how England got away with 6. Well, that's probably another conversation.
Elevated, lovely shot. Ah, this is glorious. Tushara Samarakun is batting beautifully. The stroke play, the timing, and the finishing of all of these shots has been absolutely exquisite. What a shot.
Yeah, so, I mean, because it's the first year, probably maybe that was extended to allow more from one country, but I think typically it'll be 4 that your average is maximum, but still it's going to be a brilliant for 2 days of cricket. Right now, Samarakun, he's raced to his highest score in ECN, and he's still climbing. He's 70, and he's batting so well right now.
Well, I'm gonna say it. We had a very close call. We've had 2 hat-tricks today, and I thought we were going to get a century as well when Mubarak Hussain looked on course, but then he got out caught on the boundary at 99. I tell you what, Tushara Samarakun is on 70 of 20 deliveries, and, well, maybe I will get treated to a century on my first day here in Rome.
It's a Class A jinx from Rico there. Samarakun, he's definitely looking like he might, but now you've said it out loud. He's 70. It's hard to believe his highest score is 51 in so many games. But like I said, they've used him in a slightly different way than they probably originally planned. But anyway, Hamza, I think, has been the best bowler pound for pound for Roma Capannelle today. He's going to come in and bowl over number 7.
The fan is making some interesting noises there.
Yeah. We've been given a new fan, and we don't mean a spectator. We mean that Leslie, I think he built it himself. It's... You know those cheap motels, how they got the vibrating beds?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Diana's trying to slow it down, but I don't know if that's just going to make the noise slightly different frequency. That's a great shot. 74 now to Samarakun. He's racing away.
Goes inside out as he plays that away. Beautiful. Look, we're together here. I know we're not going to spend too much time together because you've got lots of things going. So I encourage you all to get your questions in, get your random questions in. It is the last match of the day. We'll also have some food talk. Well, I want to know if Vinny Sanders had his carbonaras yet already or not.
That's a good question. I'll come back to it in a second first. Let's watch Samarakun. He's going to get 4 more. Well, the jinx hasn't worked yet because he's up at 78. He's got plenty of time still. I've got to say, I went to the bistro around the corner from the hotel last night, one of my favourites.
Okay.
And I had, that wasn't the full carbonara, but it was the spaghetti vongole, so the spaghetti with clams.
Okay.
So it's just very simple.
Interesting.
Sometimes the simpler ones are fantastic.
So where's this place then?
I'll have to tell you.
You'll have to tell me.
Now you're here. I do recommend it. It's Bistro Forlini, which is about a 15-minute walk from the hotel. We'll definitely go there a few more times before we leave Rome. And it's a nice kind of family run. It's in a block of apartments kind of down the bottom. It's quite authentic.
Okay. I think I might have passed it yesterday as I was getting a few supplies in after I got in. Oh, this one almost gets through. But Samarage does survive. So
We've got Dr. Diana with the fan right now, and it appears that he might have left the plastic on the blades of the fan.
they're catching the... oh, dear. All right. Well, that's it. It is going to be another chance for Kevin. He can't get there. It's 4 for Samarage. Well hit. It brings us to the end of the over. It's another good one with 14 coming from it. And Roma CC in that over. At the end of the 7th, they've got past the 100 mark now. 106 for 2 after 7.
That's been a pretty good innings so far, and it's not over yet for Samarakun. This is what's coming up tomorrow, Wednesday. And I'll be taking a few days away, but I will be back some point in around about a week's time. I can tell you Nish will be in for me, and match 11, we'll see Baraka Prato enter the arena. Take on Roma CC first up. Baraka Prato. They'll have a lot of their games scheduled quite close together because of the travel. But a big day for them. Gladiatori will get another go. Roma Bangla Morning Sun have got the last 2 games, so they'll play 8 of their 14 in the first 3 days.
Yeah, it's a lot of cricket.
And join us for day 3 of the European Cricket Series Italy-Rome, starting tomorrow, same time, same place, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India.
Yeah, it'd be nice to touch base once again with Nish, of course. It's I know that in the past we've had the summers of Charlie. This is going to be the summer of Nish, isn't it?
Yeah, Nish, definitely. I know he did his military service, but I think we're putting him to a bit of a sterner test with the ECN schedule. I wonder what Nish got up to on his day off in Rome.
No, was he going to go and do a bit of sightseeing, do you think? I think if he's never been before, I hope he did.
He's saying something. Could be the back of his eyelids. I know he had a bit of a late flight in on Sunday night. I think he got to bed at 4:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
Fronted up for work yesterday.
All right, better, but now look, pace off. I don't mind this at all. So you got Adnan Niaz who now comes on the ball, and Tushara Samarakun, who looks like he could do nothing wrong. He's dabbed and missed at a couple of dots, bit of pressure on him now, but now he goes back out there on the leg side. He gets 4 more as it gets past the dive off the fielder. And once again, Moratini not able to stop it. And moves now into the 80s, 83.
Looks like Jay from HQ's in the chat. Hello, Jay. Hopefully you're well. Long time no hear. Saying a classic carbonara or a pizza la palla are a must-eat dish in Rome. Well, he's a very well-travelled gentleman. Jay, he'd have the inside scoop. Watch out. That's such a good shot. Oh, new balls, please. That one is coming over and out. It's Maximo time. Samarakun to 89. Well, history around the corner. This wasn't a terrible ball, but just backs himself to go down the ground and goes a long way over the fence.
Yeah, big hit. And, of course, well, some of the other food to look out for is they call it the Roman ravioli. And, it's like a hot potato, fires it in. Anybody backing it up? There is, and they won't get any extras. Of course, this main ingredients for this traditional dish are spinach, Parmesan cheese, and peppers. So simple, yet delicious. And while there are many different variations, different stuffings, these ravioli are original ones, meaning 100% Roman. Of course, you'll get used to that out here in Rome. They refer to a lot of the local stuff being Roman. And the other thing that's really nice here, by the way, it's people say, is it a pizza? Is it not? Is it a sandwich? It's called trapezzino, which is a glorious mashup of 3 pizza pockets. And these are then conveniently great for a midday snack or just a stroll around while you're strolling around Rome and eating. And they come in like you sometimes some places get chips in like a triangle. It's like pizza all wedged in there.
Well, I was about to say that the funny thing about Italian food when you come here is actually the simplest ways are the best, but then you've just described the most complicated snack I've ever heard. Hey, look at that, 101 centuries in season 2024. Of course, we haven't had one yet, but Bulgaria, 4 centuries. How about Mike Jones?
Yeah.
Didn't he have a day out? Might have cost him an ankle. We'll have to see if he got to keep his foot. I know he ended up missing out in the ECIs, but he puts club above country, even though it wasn't a club from his country. Serbia copped it a little bit, didn't they, on the weekend? That's another story.
Did. They struggled with, obviously, the shortages that were left there with Mike Jones and also Adrian Dunbar not being available for them.
Yeah. That hurt. Although Hadrian did take a wicket with his first ball. Samakud, 90, stays on 90. Yeah, the good thing is, Mike Jones, we do believe the hospital were streaming his highlights 24/7 to keep his spirits up. And that was at his request.
And Moratini with
Scored
the
a lot
ball.
of runs.
He scored
More runs than anyone else in a 2-week series.
137 runs in the 2-week series, so over to 12 days. And yeah, you've got to say he batted very, very well. 2 centuries, of course, as well. Short, and liking the way that he's happy to also play on the offside is Tushara. So he's going to get himself
really well.
Yeah, he's getting himself to the non-strikers, and he will of course be contemplating how he's going to, and hopefully get these 9 runs required for a century.
You don't want to spend too much time on the non-strikers then. This clock could tick on him pretty quickly. He's only 11 balls left. Samarage, 18 not out. He'll probably be trying to smash sixes. Remember, we've already had a 99 today.
Yeah, we have. It's going to go a little bit too wide. Not a bad delivery. Moratini just taking the pace off this one. You can see comes out the back of the hand, but unfortunately it does get past that wide line, so it's going to have to be called.
Thing is, if a player like Samarakun, he's not going to get too many chances at the top of the order. Maybe he will now, but there's this whole thing of, like, will he ever get this close again?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like a moment in time. He's got a lot of competition for spots in that order.
All right, now this one is going to be a teaser. Gets over the infielder.
What are you doing?
And they will, I think, get a single. I think this is okay. I think the fielder kicks the ball in, keeps it in play before he goes out.
Probably you're right. My spider senses are up. Where does he come from? That's okay. Okay, that's okay. But the thing is, he needed to run hard there because now he's stuck 22 yards from where the action is. And he's on, I believe he's on, I thought he was on 92. I'll have to check that one.
No, 91.
91 now, okay.
Oh, that's where he would like it, and he misses out on it. So, dot ball is getting a little bit nervy, maybe.
What's the line of this? Probably misses leg stump, so I mean, it probably should be a wide if it wasn't gloved. Let's have a look. Does it take anything on the way through? Funny one, really. I mean, it's a decent-ish bouncer. But, I mean, letter of the law, I don't think that's over the stumps.
Yeah, no, I don't. If it doesn't catch anything, that's got to be called a wide. All right, here we go again. All right, goes up and coming across. Kevin can't see it. They'll get one. They should be looking for two. They will go for 2.
Oh, can't he read the scoreboard? He's on 91. You've got to be hustling back. You can't do it if you're not facing.
Look at him there. You can
He's
see
tired, though.
Yeah.
He's tired.
It's hot out there. You can see them struggling with the heat. So, moves to 93. And don't forget that earlier when Hossein was here, he smashed a big 6 to get to 99. Works that away, and he'll get 4. So, he's very close now. Moves to 96. Here's a ball still to go here. I think that should be actually 93, 97 it should be.
Something's weird's going on with the scoring here, and it's a bad time for it to happen. Because
I think he should be a 97.
Whoa.
He was a 91. He got 2.
He got 2. Yeah,
and
that's the thing.
He should. This is the.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He's on 97.
Yeah. 97.
97 for Samarakun.
And he's on strike here, isn't he? I don't know why they got the strikers wrong here as well.
All
right, here we go.
Let's
on
go.
Strike. Goes for it, and he will get it. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Brrr. We have a century here in Rome. Tushara Samarakun, take a bow. And he's done it in style. He brings it up with a 6. That's his 7th Maximo. And 13 fours. 102. Not out. What a moment for Tushara Samarakun. And just have a look at the wagon wheel. Look where he scored his runs. He's hit it in the V, Vinny.
Yeah, it's a great innings from Tushara. And you just got to feel so happy for him. And he actually does the hard graft for this team. He throws his body around in the field. He's taken some spectacular catches, made some amazing stops. But, you know, that's a moment that he will never, ever forget. His first ever ECN century.
What a day it's been here. 2 hat-tricks, a century, a 99 as well, don't forget. Swing and a miss. So dot balls to start off with. 132. So, of course, it's all about where they finish. Remember, we've seen already today that 140s hasn't always been enough, so they still want a big finish here. So expected, saying about 146 here. Of course, Samaragi on strike. He needs to try and get things away here. Not sure there's been a bit of communication here. I get the feeling here is probably, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. I mean, I know there's only 5 balls to go, but you can see that Samaragi was struggling already, so he just takes some water there. Players' health and welfare is very important as well. Take some drinks. So, Samaragi. Okay, up in the air. This one is going to go to the boundary as well, isn't it? That's going to be 4 more. That's what they're going to try and do here. Try and send every ball to the boundary.
All right, so I've got the answer. The 2 was a 1 short, and that's why it was only a single. So we all thought he was 103. It's because there was 1 short that actually meant instead of 93, he was 92. Then he went 4 to 106, and then 6 got him across. Scored 100. This is going, and gone. Well, Samaragi says, right now you've got your milestone out the way. My time to party. Roma CC go bang, Maximal. Tell you something, though. I think it's a different kind of attack Roma CC have, but Roma Capannelle scored 150 plus last game.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can give this a shake.
Smashed down the ground. Samaragi now plays that one beautifully as well. Well, the 2 left-handers here play some very nice, sweet and extraordinary shots, really. And they're scoring at a healthy rate. They're on their way now to a 140-plus score. And keep hitting every ball to the boundary. Well, the 150 certainly is on the cards as well. 142 at the moment. That's too short. That been hit beautifully. The sound off the willow on this one, which is glorious as it echoed around this beautiful Roma cricket ground. 6 more. 6 are the best there from Samaragi. Now 142 becomes 148 with 2 balls to come.
Yeah, he's basically on a free roll here, isn't he now? Samaragi can put the cherry on the icing on the top of the cake here. Last ball coming up. Right, doesn't really get hold of it. Moratini didn't pick it up at all. In fact, that's going to go for 4. Wow, it was a bit of a clunk, wasn't it? But Moratini, yeah, he just couldn't pick it up. Didn't realise it was coming his way. So Samaragi's going to finish on a more than handy 43 of 21 balls. And Roma CC have lifted themselves to 156 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, again, a very good partnership from these two. Roma came together 38 when we saw Charles Fernando lose his wicket. So another very good partnership. I think it's probably the 3rd, perhaps, century partnership that we've seen from 2 batters out there. And that one was a great one. But, of course, it included a century there from Tushara Samaragi. Brilliant knock for him. Absolutely outstanding. Well, it started badly, didn't it? With Dinadu putting it straight into the hands of Moratini. Moratini said, thank you very much. Takes the catch. He went early. And Charles Fernando, well, let's just say that he also didn't hang around too long. It was all about Tushara right at the beginning. Wickets were falling around him, but at least he was playing his shots. He was being assertive. He was being aggressive. Yeah, okay, maybe he did get a little bit of the rub off the green earlier, but that's the way you got to go. This was Fernando trying to also make sure he goes well. That was quite a unique catch there taken from Ghulam Amir as he goes feet first on the ground, puts his body behind it. Well, that's one way to do it, and takes the catch. But that one was a snip that got away. But the 2 left-handers, they came together here when the score was on 38, and they go all the way there and put 154 on the board. They really didn't have any answers to them. That was a point. No matter who came on, they just weren't able to find the answer and able to stop this partnership that was worth 116. Boundaries galore, and some of the shot selection was superb as well. There was only one little period, I think, when I think it was ECS who came on to bowl his first over. There's a couple of times that he beat Tushara outside the off when he was trying to go down the ground. Tushara then changes his approach and starts to play on the offside, and just like that, he got going again. And I think he was on his way in his 60s when I said, you know, I don't see him not getting his ton now. He's just hitting the ball so well. And he continued, and he proved me right as well, as he went all the way and he sealed the century. So we see another one here. Not just wickets following from Bulgaria to Rome, but also the runs as Tushara Samarakun brings up a brilliant century, 102 not out of 33. It was a joy and a pleasure to watch, Vinny.
Yeah, to be honest, I can't remember too many centuries that just looked as fluent as that. They just looked so organised. There's nothing sloggy about that innings at all. And it just kind of showed you can bat quite technically and still have that aggressive intent. Okay, a few edges flying away, but you know, just the way he struck the ball, particularly some of those pull and hook shots he executed, balls were only slightly short of a length, just looked completely in command. And even the famous Rico Jinx couldn't take him down. You called it 30 runs away, and Samaru could. He kind of had a bit of the old nervous 90s. He cost himself a run on a one short error, or somebody did out there. But in the end, yeah, memorable moment, brings up his first ever ECN ton. And Roma CC pile on the runs, 156 of them. There he is. Well, we're over the century of centuries now, aren't we? Tushara Samarakun, century number 102 of the season. And fittingly, he finishes on 102.
Yeah, it's quite crazy. I mean, every time I look at that, I'm saying, this year, yeah, that's right, folks. This year alone, 102 centuries. And some of the way that I've already seen some of the batters here, I mean, Hossein is one of them. Of course, Niazi, the left-handers, looks very good as well. And we've seen plenty of other batters that could go on and get that landmark as well. I think there's a few more centuries to come here in Rome.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, when you see batters get in like that, they actually use the pitch to their advantage. I think particularly the execution of those horizontal bat shots. Talked about 102 not out from Samarakun, but 43 from Samaragi unbeaten was also pretty handy. Bowling-wise, it wasn't a particularly great day at the office. No one really went for massive runs. I guess Mauritani 40 doesn't look too pretty. Safi Bernardo was pretty good. He took 2 wickets early in the piece, including the dangerous Charles Fernando. But yeah, Amir Hamza, again, bowled decently, couldn't quite get the breakthrough. Again, the matchup on the left hand, probably not the best for him. We'll take a break then, and we'll come back in just a few minutes. I guess Roma Capannelle, they maybe surprised a few people before the way they were able to score 150 plus. I know they're going to get a lot of spin from Roma CC. We'll see how they can handle that. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take you home after the break with the end of match 10. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching ECS Italy Rome. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome to the final match of day 2 here in Rome. And it's been an exciting one, hasn't it? It's been a great day. Well, first the bowlers were kind of on top when we have seen 2 hat-tricks in the day. It's Anjuya Bandaranaika, 4 for 19. He took a hat-trick there and, against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. But then we've just seen a hat-trick in match number 9 where Hashmat Dinsa took 3 for 18 in a win against, once again, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. So Royal Roma getting that win there. And now in this one, Roma CC batting first against Roma Capannelle. So very much an all-Rome affair in this derby. And Tushara Samarakun, a brilliant century from him. 102 of 33. So what a great day it's been here. And so glad that you've been here to witness it as well. And well, one thing, I mean, we've seen some excavation, of course, around this ground, which is now being put back. And it's, of course, a well-known fact that if you think all the mysteries of ancient Rome have been uncovered, think again. The ancient city is about 30 feet below modern street level. And some estimate that around only 10% of it has been excavated. That really has you thinking, doesn't it, about what else still lies there, which makes sense considering there are people living on top of the ruins. Even the ancient cities of Pompeii and several others only have been partially excavated, about 25 and 20% respectively. So there's still a lot of things underground that have never been discovered here in Rome. That's why there's always going to be some findings, of course. Ready to go then. And not going to start with spin. Here's the first from Charles Fernando. All right, goes for it, and it's going to get to probably a boundary here. The fielder, the ball does eventually, the batter, beg your pardon, does eventually get the 4. Goes for the big shot. Haven't got anybody out there. Be brave, be positive. And let's see where it gets you. That's got to be the message as Ijas Ahmad gets going. Good shot from him. Gets the chance at the top of the order. Don't mind that. A little bit more aggressive than, of course, the likes of Kevin Kekulawala. So nice shot. Looks like they're just bringing one more over onto the leg side. A little shuffle in the field. But it's not pushing anybody back there just yet. So staying with long on and a wide third back. Up in the air. Doesn't go anywhere. Well, very, very lucky there. There's the batter. Just goes nowhere. Just goes up and look where it drops. Ijas trying to be super aggressive. He's got Ghulam Amir at the other end. Fernando. Just moving slight change in the field here now. So long one has come in and the mid-wicket has been pushed back. Short, too short, that'll be wide. You can see the plan. The plan is, well, all right, you want to hit me there, have another go, bangs it in. I think if he's going to do this, though, I would have had my third up and pushed fine leg back on the 45. So it's worth a go. Mind you, that's just too much bounce. Fernando shows once again that he can generate a fair bit of pace when he wants to. This time full to the fielder. Good stop. Nicely done. And, yeah, nice stop there. Of course, looking forward to seeing the likes of Prabhath, Agni Lagoda, also in action. Prabhath is somebody who's been, well, every time we come to Rome, not only has he played great cricket, these days, of course, that's a no ball now, actually. Yeah, no ball will be called because that one's the second one that goes over the shoulder. So no ball, free hit coming up. So there he is. There's the man of the moment, isn't he? The Centurion, Tushara Samarakun. what a day it is for him. The European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. Well, his dream has come true as his name will be up in lights on our Hall of Fame. His highest score on the network, his first century. Now, what about this one now? That's being given wide down leg side. The height probably more just about chest height here from Fernando. Let's have a look again. Yeah, you can see this time doesn't quite get it over. It doesn't go over the shoulder, but he's not able to get that ball to go across outside the off, so the free hit stays in place. Pretty quiet out there at the moment. Yeah, I was talking about Prabhat. I'll go back onto him in a moment. In the middle of the bat, and that's gone. That's going to be 6 runs. Nice shot, and plenty of cheers there from the loyal supporters of Roma Capannelle. The nice firm strike down the ground. It's nice to hit. Ijaz Ahmad gets that one away as well. Out there to hit hard and hit big. That's the plan. That's what he wants to do. And Charles Fernando, now 13 off the over, hasn't quite gone to plan, and that one's worked away beautifully as well. Nobody at square leg, so 4 more. And does he stop? Yeah, he does. I thought for a moment that he was going to palm this into the area of where the ball cannot go and where it disappears. Not to be, so it gives us a chance to finish while talking about Prabhat. Yeah, it's a great manager off the side. It promotes the youngsters, of course, does a fantastic job with the youngsters and the women. Well, there he is. He is in our Hall of Fame. Century number 102 to Tushara. Congratulations as well. And, well, this is another good hit. Going, gone. 6 more. Well done to Leslie. Well, we might get a chance to see Leslie, the groundsman, here. Well, he's still got the reflexes. You can see Leslie here. Where is he? Oh, Leslie, watch this. There he is. Watch Les. There you go. And just a little bit of super quick reactions. Wax on, wax off. There's Leslie. Top man. Now, ball to go and not gone well. Not sure what's going on here. The 12th has run on for a moment. And what's the issue here? I'm not really sure. There's some free spray being administered. 48 matches since the golden ball. That was the end of the first over. And look, if you're going to get this score, you need to go big from the beginning. 23 off the first is exactly what you need. So that's a cracking start, a magical start, which means that the rate, amazingly, is below 15 now. We've seen chases of 15 and above today. This could be another one. What a start. That will give them a lot of confidence. But, of course, all the hitting has only come from one man. And also, it has to be said that there's plenty of extras, those wides in there as well. So, all right, here we go. Time to change things up. The new bowler just going through the motions here. And it's going to be Achintha. Nathanadige warms up, stretches. Batter takes guard. This is Ghulam Amir. Very quiet out there, I'm sensing Roma CC. Swing and a miss and a dot ball. That will help. They need to come back with a very good, strong positive over here. And Nathanadige looks like he's just concentrating and keeping the ball outside the off. Bowling to his field. That's the field that's been set here. And probably too wide this time. It will be. Again, generating a bit of pace. That one hits the deck and goes pretty quickly. Hello to John Gray. And John Heesham in there as well. Chris Smith. Great to have you all with us. And Wayne as well. Of course, everybody that's watching via fan code 2. Great that you could be here with us on this very hot and sunny and pretty humid Tuesday afternoon. It's a local time here, just getting past 6:15 in the afternoon. Of course, we are coming to you from Rome, and Rome, of course, a lot of talk recently about Paris, of course, because of the Olympics. Rome's only official twin city is Paris, whose motto is "Only Paris is worthy of Rome." And asking the question, a shake of the head from the umpire, and then, well, I think the medic might be required here because that's some amazing bit of backing up. I mean, this is when you're right into the sort of right in the fire. Look at the throw here. He doesn't hold back. He really lays into this, and look at the backing up. Oh, that has been absolutely lasered back at him. That's hurt him. And that's no way to deal with the Centurion, is it? No way to deal with the Centurion. Well, he's been a naughty boy, so he's on the naughty step. Well, I'm not sure what's going on there, but, well, all sorts happening. I don't know what happened with the batter. I don't think that caught any of the batter. Ahmad. Well, maybe it does. Let's have a look at this again. Does this catch any of Ahmad? Because it could have been the throw that's taken 2 people out here as Vinny Sandhu comes back.
I reckon he might have hurt himself in the dive. Let's look at the whiplash factor here. Okay, dives and then, I don't know. Yeah, then he headbutts the ground. So he's just basically eating the grill. That can happen. I've actually done that. I've dived, and I was like a pretty good diver because I've been to cricket, you practice a lot. But I've had ones where I've gone bang and I've cut my forehead on my inside of my helmet.
Yeah.
He's eating the grass there, hasn't he? Poor Ejaz. What about the backing up? It was kamikaze style backing up from Samarakundo. Basically rushed it like blitz defense and just made himself big like a goalkeeper. That was action.
Well, I tell you what, it was very brave. So Rome, the only official twin of Paris, and the motto there, only Paris is worthy of Rome. Only Rome is worthy of Paris. And of course, we saw plenty of action from Paris as those Olympics came to an end. Paralympics.
Iconic cities.
Obviously about
we're in
the
Paris
start
as well. So ECN's been there, so it's really on the map now.
We have now.
Speaking of where we're going, have a look. We're in Rome right now, of course. Really excited. We're going to have a bit of a triple treat for you next week as well with the Valletta Cup. It's going to be a 5-way tournament. And that's going to be Wednesday to Sunday. I know that Charlie's really looking forward to getting over there. Of course, he's got a bit of a history in Malta as well. We'll have Danny Hudacek, who will be with us. It's actually not on there yet, but we've just got the rights to do Greece versus Spain just before the ECC, actually. So it's during last week of Croatia. So that'll be Greece-Spain in Greece. With the women's teams playing 1 T10 and 5 T20s. I just found out about that during the week. But yeah, that's not on there yet. But you can see where we're going. We're going all around. And, of course, ECC is going to be huge. Malta, Barcelona to finish the year before we get back to the Cartermore Oval to finish the season off with the second ever ECCW.
Yeah, plenty of action coming your way. And, of course, we're loving the fact that you're going to stay there with us all the way through it. All right, we continue. As the backer-upper, as in Samrakun, and also the batter gets some treatment. That's nicely played. Won't be a run here as, well, there he is, Mr. Evergreen. I love the fact that when we travel and we're on tour, the European Cricket Network, we always meet people at Prabhath. And, of course, when we were in Bulgaria, Mr. Evergreen was Prakash Mishra. Here is Prabhath. And makes the stop, no runs. Then pretty sure that we'll see him turn his arm over as well. He's a pretty nifty, cunning little bowler. Finds a way to get wickets. That's a swing and a miss. Another dot ball. So after a very expensive first over, which went for 23, this one so far has only been 1 run, and that's courtesy of a wide ball. Well, there he is, Prabhath. And he's an exceptional man. And of course, a lot of you know him as the man who has really brought on the Italian women's cricket team leaps and bounds. Of course, we saw them play very well this year in a number of destinations. That one is going to be the end of the over. So no runs off the bat in that over from Netanage. Very good bit of bowling, just the 1 wide. And that means that after 2 overs, well, it's 24 without loss. So after a cracking start in the first, that one only produces 1.
Yeah, a bit of light and shade there for Roma Capannelle. They've had the ultimate up and down day, haven't they, with the bat? Started down, got up. Right now, I mean, yeah, they're fighting. They're going to have someone go right off, though. I think, Mir Hamza obviously listed at 3, scored a brilliant half-century last time out. But to me, if Roma Capannelle to have any chance here, they need to conquer the spin. And we're going to get Miragi now bowling over number 3. Good to see Nutton Digate back in the lineup, though, for Roma CC. He's a really good bowler. I haven't seen him so far in this tournament. But, ECS Ahmed still got a little bit of the Tweety birds probably running around his head. But here's Dinidoo. When I see Dinidoo, obviously done so many great things with the bat and the ball on the network, but he reminds me of something that's pretty unique. And do you know what it is?
What?
I think we might have peaked in ECS coverage. I know that in some ways we're very much more advanced now than, say, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But 3 years ago, Bologna, the Crocodiles. Do you remember the Crocodiles?
Yeah.
And then someone had the idea of shooting little clips of things, and we'd play them after sixes. There was one of me jumping off the tower. And Dinidoo took a catch and flashed the old thumbs up. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah. We saw all sorts of things.
That was peak. And you remember in Venice, we had stuff in the woods. We had all these creatures, and every time there'd be more. Right now, Dinidoo's going to get smashed away, 1 bounce 4. No sense of sentimentality as ECS Ahmed pumps it to the boundary.
Yeah, smashed away. And yeah, that's it. Just a little bit too short. That gets played away. So nice. Well, nice start for the batter. ECS still going well. And now he's hit this pretty hard. Well, this one could be coming close to us somewhere, but hits the boundary. The boundary fence and stays there. Well, Vinny Sandhu saying a few hellos. Well, we're going to say a few hellos here as well. It's where Lorena comes in and says hello to us. Always nice to see Lorena. And always bringing gifts as well. A nice cold, nice bit of iced tea. I tell you what, that'll go down beautifully. And Lorena also, of course, the vice president. Yeah, I think not just here off, of course, Roma CC, but also plays a big part with the federation. Dinidoo, Maragit. That's better delivery, and it will get him a wicket straight away. Yeah, it will. Well, there's the catch. Well, we got Lorena here in our commentary position, and Pravath, well, he'll say the better half. Oh, we'll leave you to decide. He's out there, and he takes the catch. And there he is, Mr. Evergreen. And look at this. He's like, got a little spring in his step, saying, look at me. I did that. That was all me. Well done to Prabhath. As the wicket goes, he just, Ahmad will have to go 28 to 10. He played some nice shots, but of course he knew he had to keep going for the big, especially after the way that second over went. Just the one came off it. He had to go big again. He had to hammer the ball out of the park. Wasn't able to do so. Prabhath takes a good catch. And just like that, Dinidoo picking up his first wicket. Just it was a better delivery, though, because it was flighted up there, lofted. And the batter just not able to get underneath it. So one batter goes. That brings now Amir Hamza out there. Amir, not a bad guy to get come in. Of course, you can see that they need to get to the 110 to, again, just take something away from the contest. No run here as that gets played outside the off. And this is going to be a chase. Should be stopped there. Oh, no. That's 4 runs. Oh, this is a classic comedy moment on the European Cricket Network. You can't be on that side of the rope and push the ball back. Take a look at this. You're going to start giggling, I promise you. Tries to stop it, he can't. And then just here, watch where the feet are. That is not allowed, I'm afraid. And I love the look there. It looks this way because we're all giggling and chuckling and saying, no, 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 that's going to be 4. Oh, dear. Well, that's not a good moment for the fielder. I think that was Samarage who looks up. It's always hard to see who it is with the shades up. But anyway, it's going to go down as another classical funny moment on the network. 3 overs complete, 36 for 1. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a quick sip of this Nesty. Ah, that was too good. And before the young man goes away, I'm going to ask for a refill because, well, that nesty is going down pretty well. That's very nice. I'll have some more of that. A bit of iced tea is simply the best. What happened there? Come on, what happened there? Well, I think they've all seen the funny side of things here with that bit of fielding. It's only funny if you're winning, I suppose. And at the moment, they're winning pretty big time. You can see what Vinny was talking about, the sun at the end of the day. That one has been launched. Watch out, incoming. Grizzly coming your way. Well, that's a big hit. And nice to see some of the youngsters there playing a little bit of quick cricket. Yeah, as that sun starts to come across now, it really does start to get into this side of the queue. I think tomorrow I might have to redecorate that far side because that will stop the sun coming in at this time of the day. Or maybe I'll let...
It's got to step back. See, look,
Nish...
this is the key. Get back in this zone. Maybe pull the table back.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But then of course...
You can't see, but can't see. Anyway, right now, this is going to be up. It's in the air. It's over the line. And no way you're going to matrix that one back. It is Maximal. Seis carreras. Well, Samarakun looks like he's stuck his fingers in a lawnmower, to be honest. If you have a look at him, he's got so much shape. I went to shake his hand to say, well batted. And honestly, it was like Freddy Krueger coming back at me. And there he is. What a moment for him, though. That was great iced tea. That was Lorena that passed it over to us.
It's beautiful. It goes down great this time of day.
But it caused a bit of confusion on the field. What about the big swing and a miss from Nutton Dige? Welcome back. Bowled a great over, but now what everyone can think is how he's messed that up. That's ECS cricket for you.
Yeah, okay. So Samaraga now, after batting very well, don't forget he's the part that he played in that innings as well. 43 of 21, providing good support there for Samarakun. Now doing a bit of bowling, and we've always said, haven't we, the first couple of times we came here and we saw the left arm round spin and we thought, you know what, in this format, this could catch on. And I think the Italians have really made it work. There's that again. It's a foul shot. The chase is on.
Run. See, that's what happens when you don't have a vortex. You can actually chase things down. It's pretty friendly. I probably want to have a look at this, but I think this is clean.
This is fine. It doesn't even get anywhere near the boundary, so he does pretty well. And of course...
Never give up, kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lovely work. Mark J. Singer out there. Good to see him in the lineup. Does a good job to save a couple of runs. End of the over in the score. 51 for 1 after 4. So, okay. Samaraga's over goes for 15. That's pretty good. That's coming after Moraga went for 12. I wonder if they stick with spin or they go back to pace. They've just got so many options. That's the thing. Hey, I want to say a quick hello in the chat to Jacob watching from Estonia. Hello to Johnny Heesum as well. Pandey, I want to say hello to you because I know he was a bit worried that we hadn't said enough hellos in the chat to Pandey. So, Pandey, hello to you. Special hello. Okay, and yeah, got to say that I enjoyed that iced tea. That was pretty good. But, you know, you look at the Spade team. Obviously, our co-commentator, Corey Ruck, is in charge of that. How many left spinners has he got going around?
Yeah, exactly.
So, we saw them win in, called a red wash over the Croatians. Let's say they brought a blanket to a gunfight is probably what I would call it. Unfortunately, it was a very different kind of squad than the squad we saw beat Belgium. But it was a good learning experience, I think, for them. First you have to find this ball. Does in the end. Corey's carrying Lorne Burns. He would play every game. Funny, he rotated the left-arm spinners, but Lorne, even when Lorne was saying, Skip, I'll have a break, he's like, get out there. Because he likes to keep that balance. In the air, again, not really picked up straight away. Samarakun with at least 3 or 4 good fingers left will do the fielding. And then, he had Ramistrovic or young Sebastian Hughes-Pinyan to bowl. He bowled, and they both took fifers.
In the air, I think this is going to beat the fielders as well. It will do. So, runs started to come, and liking this attitude, liking this approach from Roma Capannelle. Remember, in their first match of this 2024 series early on today, they only got to this score just past the 50s. I think it actually was 53. It took them 10 overs, and here they are. They've gone past 53 now, on to 57 and more, as this one has been worked away beautifully. Well, that's 6 more, and that ends up going into the garden. It's a lovely shot. Gets a swivel on this. Nicely done. Oh, 6 runs. So much better from Roma Capannelle. But the thing is, they've got to have an incredible finish to try and get this win. You're talking about scoring practically almost just about 100 runs in the last 5 overs, which is going to be difficult to do. It's 63 for 1. We have a look at some of our upcoming events.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it. And, of course, we've got so much cricket coming up. I don't really know what to call it. I'm calling it maybe a triple treat because from next Wednesday, we've got the Valletta Cup, which this year is T20I Women's. It's actually 4 international sides and an MCC side, believe it or not, that are playing. So they won't officially be T20 internationals, but obviously still be a fantastic tournament. And the ones between the 4 international teams will be T20 internationals. And we've got the Netherlands, USA, Canada coming up as well. Obviously Austria, Croatia. I just mentioned, drop that today. We'll have Greece and Spain going head-to-head in 6 matches total in Corfu. And Danny Hudacek said, yeah, I'll take care of that one. It's just the weekend before the ECC starts. So plenty of cricket still to come. And I probably haven't had a chance to talk to you about this. The 2025 schedule, which is still in the draft stage, but here's what I can share with you, is that we're probably going to do slightly shorter tournaments on average, okay? This is where you get your ECN gossip. That's not a wide, so you can stop looking. So typically we're 2 weeks everywhere. We could be going to a situation where we spend 7 to 9 days in most places. Okay, so 9 if it includes an ECI. And not everywhere will have an ECI, just logistically. So the 9 days will be 2 weekends and the weekend between. Interesting there. Hamza kind of wanted the run. And Ghulam said, nah, don't really want it. So, so the reason shorter places, it just means that we get to more places during the year. There's plenty of places that miss out. So we're looking at maybe visiting places like Norway and Finland for the first time, which I think would be great. Because there's plenty of places that we want to get to, but because there's only so many slots, it's quite difficult. I'll spoil the over. And this one is hit. It's hit high, but not for too long. So Hamza will get 1. And that's the end of the over. 6 overs down, 66 for 1. And so looking at maybe slightly shorter tournaments, we have some other innovations. Every year there's new innovations, right? Okay, this year was the bonus point, and obviously the Western Shield, Melton Shield, the 2 divisions as well. So next year what we're looking at doing is expanding the kind of British and Irish versus Team Europe concept even further to include under 23s tournaments for men and women. So that adds another extra element, whatever it's called, ECN under 23 trophy, and there's a chance we might actually start the year with that in Barcelona, which I think would be really
That'd be
cool.
very exciting.
Yeah. And we'll have a weekend which is men's under 23, a weekend that's women's under 23. I got him. He's gone straight through him there. So Hamza just doesn't click here, does he? And Jamal gets the bowl. So another spin option being used. Roma Capannelle rightly trying to get on with it, but he swings all around that. Stumps Akimbo. Rifat breaks through at 66 for 2.
Yeah, well, Jamal, wickets. Well, he's happy. 1 ball, 1 wicket. Thank you very much. And Rahat Ahmed, not a bad over from him. The over before, over 6 only, going just for the 3 runs. So, and just starting to fade here. But yeah, that's good. Look, one thing we know is that one thing that European cricket has always stood for, and of course, right from the word go, is just about growing, developing the sport in Europe. And, you know, boy, have we done that. We've done that hugely when it comes to men's cricket. This year, I think we've gone leaps and bounds with women's cricket. So I'm glad to see that we also are looking at junior cricket as well. That would be great.
And it's kind of it's like youth cricket. It's not really junior. Because again, but I think it's going to be awesome. Now, Dane, are we getting to the point where we don't get super nervous every time Dane goes out to bat?
Who's this hit, Vinny?
I think
did it hit the non-striker? Non-striker. It was
out.
Clubbed.
Oh, wow. That was way worse than it looked at first.
That struck him hard.
Give us more time to talk.
That's got to be a dead arm here. Oh, yeah. Get the medic out there. We need the free spray. Come on, Mr. Medic. Get out the ambulance.
One of the better bits of fielding that we've seen today, and it comes from his teammate.
This was absolutely crunched, wasn't it? Absolutely crunched.
Yeah, so, let's welcome into the box there while we let Ghulam have a moment. Yeah, so I'm just talking about some of the things. Again, it's not confirmed yet, but we're really... what I've heard is that we are trying some new things again to develop the game and also to build bridges. So we've done that obviously with the Western Shield, with the Melton Shield as well this year. But I just think of even to play for with rivals but at a higher level. So creating that higher level. Under 23s, I think, will be awesome. We're talking about slightly shorter places. Shorter trips for places. There will be some places that are still 2 weeks though, and they'll incorporate some ECSW in there as well.
There too, yeah.
And we're looking at going to England for 2 weeks, going to Ireland for 2 weeks, Scotland for 2 weeks, and maybe Netherlands for 2 weeks as well. So yeah, the tour of the Guinness Factory. I know that they're talking about Dublin. So I'm getting a little bit excited for what, and I can catch up with all my family in Scotland as well if we go to Scotland.
There you go.
What do you
could
think?
do.
But ECSW was such a success last week. I think just to see the enthusiasm. Again, a lot of those players, they train way more than they can play. In Serbia, there's a bit more of a structured competition with different clubs. But I know in Croatia, there's pretty much just about one team worth. So it was very similar to the Croatian national team I saw at the CE Cup. Anyway, everyone's fine now. And Kirby, we'll get off the mark. And all the Kirby fans out there will have a sigh of relief. Batted pretty well earlier, though,
He
mate.
batted very well earlier. He's got that out of his system. Of course, he hit the ball well at 32 of 15 against the Roma Gladiators. That one gets played away. It's just going to be a single.
So, John also asking back to France. Yeah, we are planning to go back to France again. That's on there. Like I said, it looks like Germany should be back, which is great. I'm not quite sure where. I mentioned Norway and Finland potentially.
Hoyt. And that's gone smashing into the banner. Well, the Metal Shield, that's the banner that goes into. And that, of course, is, well, our next big event coming up. It's going to be the first time. And I think it's going to be just as successful as the Western Shield it was a little bit earlier in Portugal. Big hit, big shot, nice shot.
Yeah, thought about what he wanted to play. Had about 3 shots in the end. Ran out of time to make a decision. Pretty well bowled. Bites back, clearly good. Well bowled by Jamal in the end. It just shows he's a very handy bowler. He only goes for 8 that over, picks up a wicket, and the score is 74 for 2 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Nish will be in for the morning. I know that you'll be in during the day. We've got a bit of housekeeping to take care of, don't we?
Yeah, we have.
We have the annual Finny and Rico meeting, so we both get pulled off the tour. And we'll have Baraka Prato versus Roma CC first up. Roma Gladiatori will be there. That'll be a good return clash. And, yeah, you can join Nish early in the day. Rico will be there during the day. I'll be back sometime next week after a few days off.
Yeah, so Braco Prato joining the party tomorrow. Of course, the other teams we have seen already. But, of course, Morning Sun, really, I think it's a big day for them. They're playing a lot of cricket at the moment. So I think they've got a 50 record at the moment, haven't they?
Prabhath's getting a bowl. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think you're right there. Prabhath, he's bowling in the cap as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, pretty good start.
Well,
Really likes it.
He's changed caps, and he had the wide brim on before. Well, he's changed from the wide brim to the normal.
Nah.
Nice
try, though.
Yeah. Always gets wickets per bath because of
what
what he
about
bowls.
bowling in the cap here? He's certainly worried about the harsh Roma Sun, isn't he? Prabhath, honestly. He's actually also, don't forget, the women's coach of the national team here in Italy. I know he's really proud to be having the Meltle Shield here as well. Of course, he's the kind of protagonist behind this cricket ground.
It's been hit firmly. And
no.
It's dropped and it will go for 4. Now, it's Samra Raccoon. If it is, you can't blame him. He's got so many fingers strapped up. But why is he there?
Yeah, he's a
That's
brilliant
the question.
fielder, but he's basically now the cricket equivalent of Edward Scissorhands. So I don't even know why he would be put anywhere where the ball might be hit. It'll be 4 runs. But, I mean, this might be one where where Tujara could just actually, go and hide somewhere. Just play your personal highlights of the 100 in your head and relax a bit. He's looking straight to the sun as well there. Well, I might have to go to get another roll of tape.
So it gets played away. But
Tell you who's really not happy about that, for want of better words that I can't say on television, is Prabhath. Not often he even gets in the 11 these days. Kind of, he'll obviously cover it when they need players. But
Prabhath, I think Nagoda wasn't impressed as it got put down. He said, "I don't care if you got a century. You got to hold the catches. It's my catch as well." Could be another chance. This time he gets played away to the short third. He uses his feet to make the stop.
Why is Rahat fielding down there? I mean, Rahat's an absolute gun. Now, he's smart, though. He's not looking into the sun. He's just staying out of the way, saying, look, just give me some relaxation. He took an absolute brilliant catch yesterday morning, actually. I think it was the opening game. Short mid wicket got absolutely belted at him.
And swing and a miss again. I mean, in all honesty, I mean, we know that Samara Kuhn was probably struggling there towards the end of his innings. It wouldn't have even surprised me if they just had the 12 man on.
Yeah,
he could have sat it out.
You just can't get him off the field, though. He's
Yeah.
too keen. He'd probably have his arm in a sling and he'd still be wanting to field. Can I say it's actually a really good over from Prabhath? He's deliberately bowled out swingers, in swingers. And yeah, I mean, they are so slow he could probably go and fetch it if he doesn't like the way it comes out of his hand. But yeah, very good. Even bowling in a cap, which, by the way, if you get out to someone that's bowling in a cap, it's like, in my day, would have been a huge fine. Anyway, end of the over. And after 8 overs, the score is 81 for 2. So, yeah, I remember bowlers bowling in the hat. Greg Matthews from Australia used to do it in the 90s when he started to go bald and he got quite self-conscious. So he started in Test cricket. He was bowling in the cap. And then he got the advanced hair, sponsorship. I think then Michael Vaughan had a piece of it. I think Warney had a piece of it. He's quite a cool cat, Greg Matthews, actually, from what I've heard. He's playing 4th grade when he's like 48, I heard as well. Greg Matthews. He was like ahead of his time. He was like, 80s, but he was kind of a funky guy with did his hair. That's why it hurt him so much when he lost it. Look him up. Anyway, Denham's getting a bowl. The only person probably slower than Prabhath. Here we go, over number 9. You went here yesterday, but Denham, he drives us around. I described his bowling as left arm trash, but he did take 4 for 5 last year in a game.
That's very harsh.
But the more I pan it, the more wickets he takes. So I actually think he likes it. And he doesn't bother taking the sunglasses off. He's not a fast bowler.
Well, that one will get put away. Well, that's going into the spectator zone. They're making a lot of noise over there.
Well, those cars have been surprisingly safe today. There's normally a few that go over there and rattle into the tyres. Oh, Denham, that one almost had 2 layers of wrapping paper and a pretty pink bow on top, really. It was short. It was outside the leg stump and kind of got what it deserved. But Denham, if I know Denham, there's a chance this over, especially 23 off 10 for a point. Got to go for it.
Well, okay. Well, he's sticking to a little bit leg side-ish, is Denham. I'd like to say, I don't mind what he's bowling here in terms of the pace, but just try and get the ball outside the off. That's where the batters are.
I'll say the sunglass game's very strong from Roma CC as well. I mean, they look like they're from the future on Denham. We're talking about the future that we're seeing around the ground here with the new.
Love the way they go with the lightning strikes on the tops. It's colour coordinated. It's picked up beautifully, and that will go over cow corner. 6 runs. There's that over from Denham once again.
I like to see this, though. I mean, they're well up in the game. I know they don't want to give up the extra point, but I'm happy to see Prabhath getting an over. I mean, Denham is great to watch bowl because with every wicket, he believes he's a bowler a little bit more. So I just think it all feeds into it. I still maintain that there'll probably be a chance in the next 2 balls.
Gets this one outside the off. He gets a dot ball in here. Well bowled.
Yeah, those Roma CC new uniforms, I really like him. If they're an emoji, they'd be the POW emoji, like in Batman.
Exactly. I said that already.
I said yes, they look a bit like a volcano. There's a few different things.
Yeah,
but the POW emoji.
Yeah, the power, definitely. Yeah, the power and the bush and the bang.
Last chance, Denham. Oh, quicker ball. Where'd that come from? Doesn't take the wicket, though. We've got a bit of a BP thriller here because that's 95 for 2. It means 15 are required for Roma Capannelle to salvage a point here against Roma CC. I think this is where you probably go back to a gun and you try and say, look, okay, Nutton Dige probably be my choice to go to just try and make sure you sew up all 4 points. But Roma CC, it's a long time, I suppose. Instead, they're going to go, okay, Mark Jayasinghe, who's had a long day here, he's getting a chance to play. I say long day, it's been one game. But, you know, getting him involved in the game, that's and also give him the opportunity. Again, think of it this way. Give him the opportunity to get an extra point for his team if he can defend 15 here.
Yeah, well, he's going to... Marquis Smart first. He's certainly going to have a go, isn't he? Yes. Let's see. It all depends, I think, how the first ball goes. So Mark just loosens up a little bit. So Mark J. Singer, here he comes. Of course, bowling to Kirby, who plays a nice looking shot.
Oh, watch out. There's Edward.
Just a single. Nicely done. No issues with that one.
Edward Scissorhands is a weird movie. I saw it when I was young. Didn't really understand it. Maybe it needs a rewatch. What do you think about Mark's skills? He didn't bowl that slow. That's a slow-mo replay. Just to let you know. First time was all right.
And that one is going to go for 6. So that's a good shot, a handsome shot. 6 runs, thank you very much. And that's what they needed. And that's the only thing here with them going back to a bit of pace. Well, if you play a good clean shot, it's going to go all the way. So good hit.
8 off 4. And Roma Capannelle, I mean, I'm so glad that their first batting effort looks like it was just a bit of a freak show. The rest of the day, it's been a bit more normal.
Yeah, it should be just a single.
Like it was just a one-off innings where it all pretty much went wrong for them. Because the rest of the day they batted fine. You know, obviously they haven't had the win that they wanted, but even the fact if they could get another point here, it'd be huge for them. Remember, 5 out of 8 make the finals this time as well. 7 off 3.
Oh, that's great keeping. Very, very good keeping. Fantastic hands. How about this for a take?
Second hardest take after the one that goes down the leg side, because between the body and the leg stump. And kind of less professional keepers or less skilled keepers, they don't move because they assume it's going to hit the stumps or it's going to hit the batter or the pads or something. But he's technically so good, Sajith.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? We haven't spoken much about him, and that just tells you just how good he is. Really good Argate.
You have to pretend that there's nothing else there except you and the ball. It's way more difficult than it seems. All right, 7 off 2 required. Need at least a single here.
Goes for it, and we'll get 4 in the gap. So that takes it down to
3. So they need an actual 3. Can't have a tie. So even a 2 is okay for Roma CC. Basically, if it's a boundary, Roma Capannelle will get it. I can't see a 3 happening, although I do remember Roma CC won a game with a 3 on opening day in 2021. And Indica Sen was there. I remember that. Anyway, here we go. 3 for Roma Capannelle to get a point.
And they're going to do it easy because this is going to be smashed away for 6. Good firm hit there from Kirby. Picks up a point for Roma Capannelle. Well, it's not a win they want, but at least they are getting something on the board. Roma CC win quite comfortably by 43 runs, but well done to Roma Capannelle as well. They do pick up a point. And also, look, a good little innings there from Ghulam Hamir, getting 46 off 27. And then Kirby as well, 26 there off 12. Well batted.
Yeah, I mean, something for both sides out of that. I know Capannelle would have liked the win. They end up with kind of a fairly average-looking score, 113 for 2, against a very good bowling attack in Roma CC. But I just think Samir Akud, he just batted Roma Capannelle out of the game.
Yeah.
He was so fluent, batted so well. But Roma Capannelle, okay, after that first game, which the less said about it, the better, they come back, they take points out of their last 2 games, and they'll have more opportunities as this tournament goes on. But at least they kind of found the swing of things. They found their mojo a bit here on day 2. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Baraka Prato versus Roma CC. First up, good to see Baraka Prato back. I wonder if Gulam Daskia will be in the side for them. Remember, I'll never forget his 3 sixes off 3, the last 3 balls to bring up his 100 in Bologna back in 2021. Hit a few into the Crocs, didn't he? Gladiatori are here as well. Roma Bangla Morning Sun playing the last couple of games. Let's go and look at the highlights of this one. Roma Capannelle. It was always going to be tough for them to get the whole thing, but they certainly had that right approach. And Ijaz Ahmed was a pretty important injection at the top of the order.
Yeah, I got to say, I did like the change here. Of course, you didn't get to see Kevin this time around, but I don't mind that. Kevin, of course, had 2 knocks here today already. But Ijaz coming into the side, I like the 28 he scores with the bat. Liking that at the top of the order. Ghulam Amir also 46 not out. And then good contributions as you'd expect from the likes of Amir Hamza, and also Dane Kirby showing that once he gets in, he can be pretty useful.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, putting the Demons at 2023 behind him, Dane, as well. You know, I actually think he bowled pretty well this morning as well. He swung the ball around. Maybe didn't have the best results. Got pinged for a few tough wide calls. Good to see Roma CC, though. You know, I still think there's some value in getting more players involved. They've got a very big squad. That was one that probably Nigo won't want to talk about again and try to field it from the other side of the boundary. But, yeah, look, I know that they bowled Prabhathan over. I think it was a decent over. Same with Denham, and Mark gets a bowl. Okay, couldn't quite do it, but create an opportunity where he might be able to get another point for his team. Roma CC, you can't really imagine a scenario where they're missing out on the finals. So, you know, I think there are some positives in that decision, even though they do have to settle for 3 points in this contest.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They've got players there that you want to use. You could be really ruthless and say, no, you know, this is what our plan is. We want to take all the points away here. But I think it's also important to make sure that you give opportunities to all the players that have travelled from wherever to get a chance. And I like the way that the captain does that. So well done there to really good Argett for doing that. And we know he's, you know, he is a very nice guy, good captain, leads well. We've seen him, of course, play for the national side as well. Seen him many times at the Cardamom Oval. So it ends up being a good finish here, where I think both the teams will be relatively happy. I think Roma Capannelle knew this was going to be a tough match for them to take something away from it. They do well. They didn't get intimidated by that high score. I think we've had a cracking day here. Certainly I've enjoyed my first day being back here at this Roma cricket ground. There's always a story to tell here. There's always something happening, and that's exactly what we're seeing here on day 2. There it is. It looks absolutely fantastic. The oasis here in Rome, that Roma cricket ground, looks absolutely stunning. Well done, of course, to the organisers and everybody that works behind the scene. And as we talk, I can already see that Leslie is out there with his mower working away, and of course he'll finish and then watering. And Vinny, one thing that amazed me, and I got the stats on this, 90,000 litres of water per day.
It's a lot.
Per day.
Yeah.
To keep this looking like that is, well, there's a lake somewhere. You know what? I know that here in Rome they have 200 fountains. Some of those fountains, I reckon, are running low on water because of this pitch.
Trevi Fountain, because there's a pipeline straight to the Roma cricket ground. Here we go. We had wickets for Moraga in there. Rifat Jamal with a wicket as well. That's the 2 wickets taken, but they do pretty well restricting, don't they? Look, but again, I like that. How many bowls they use?
9,
isn't
9
it? 9 bowls in there. So who didn't get a bowl?
Somebody who
could.
He's got no fingers. He's got no fingers, of course, he didn't bowl.
Samarakun basically looks like, you know, like those little aliens. They couldn't really work it out. What an innings, though, from Samarakun. His first ever ECN 100. And that's what it's about, creating moments that these players will remember for their whole life. Yeah. And, you know, for a player that, you know, he's had to switch a role in T10 cricket. He's had to go down the order. They preferred other players at the top of the order most of the time. He's done very well in his new role under pressure. But to go back to the top, to score 100 like that, it was a breathtaking innings.
It was the thing is, you mentioned it, it's not just that he scored 100, but, you know, it's probably one of the finest centuries that we've seen because of the way, how well he hit the ball, and to all the parts of the ground. It's really was a joy to watch.
Yeah, well, let's just let you know that, of course, we have more cricket coming up tomorrow with Baraka Prato joining the party. And, of course, we're still to see Bologna. We're still to see Kent Lanka Napoli as well. And they'll be starting tomorrow at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Nish will be in, and Rico, I know we've got a bit of housekeeping to do, but you'll be in during the day.
I will be here.
Final call before you go. If you haven't already, I'm sure you have, but please like this video if you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe, tell your family, tell your friends. I'm sure you got heaps of friends if you're watching ECN, because you must be a cool person. So tell them about ECN and keep growing the community. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Some good stuff up there. I love the Bulgarian food one. That's one for another day.
Yummy, yummy.
And also don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. Good to see the Melton Shield squads out today as well. Rico, I feel like we're ships in the night, but it's nice to get back with you for a day. I really enjoyed having you back.
It's great. Of course, we've got some bits to do tomorrow, and then Of course, you're away, so I wish you well, but you will be coming back here.
I will be coming back. I'll be doing next Thursday. And then after jet off, you'll be doing finals with Mish here, but I know you'll do a great job. I'll be watching, and then I'll be back for the Melville Shield. So don't worry, I haven't seen, Rome ain't seen the last of me yet. There's more carbonaras to be eaten. Hey, let's wrap it up. We're going to say thanks to our crew from Spring Productions, to all the umpires, to all of the Blue crew as well, obviously, and it's a real team effort here. Everyone at the ground, Roma CC, did such a great job. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, we're going to leave you with the best bits of day number 2. And I'll be seeing you soon. Rico will be back tomorrow, so will Nish. We'll see you for more European Cricket Series. For me, hasta pronto.
Ciao, hasta mañana.